Hokage, I am the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Period. Delicious. Before Tsunade asked, Uchiha Xiao immediately provided emotional value, indicating that this bowl of noodles was delicious. Tsunade smiled and said, then eat more. You just woke up and can't eat anything greasy, so I made tomato noodle soup for you. I originally thought that the light taste would make it taste bad. No, it's delicious. Although it's light, the taste of tomatoes has penetrated into the noodles. It's super delicious, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Hearing Uchiha Xiao's praise, Tsunade felt happy and her movements became gentler. Hashirama Senju listened to the conversation between the two people in the room, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he couldn't help but start fantasizing. Hashirama, be good and eat your noodles. Uchiha Madara looked at him tenderly while he was sick. Madara, you are so lucky to have a friend like you, Senju Hashirama said seriously just as he was about to eat the noodles. Tobirama slapped him on the back of the head, interrupting his fantasy. What are you doing? Tobirama, Hashirama Senju is full of resentment. What am I doing? Your saliva is almost flowing out, and you ask me why. Aren't you ashamed? Senju Tobirama cursed angrily. Chapter 197 Eternal Life, Devastation. The day passed quickly under Tsunade's careful care. With sufficient supply of sage body and food, Uchiha Xiao had fully recovered. By the next day he got up and went to the training ground of the Senju clan, but found that 4 people had arrived earlier than him. Looking around, he found that they were all familiar faces. On the left stood Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, and on the right stood Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Both sides were competing, but they tacitly agreed not to use ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara was able to cope at first, but the more they fought, the more powerless he became. When Hashirama Senju pushed his palm and hit his chest, he reacted a bit too late and was knocked back. Uchiha Madara was fine, but Senju Hashirama looked anxious. Madara, he obviously didn't expect Madara's physical strength to drop so much. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, Hashirama, it's just that this body is old and its movements can't keep up with its consciousness. It's nothing. Uchiha Xiao stepped forward, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan appeared, and the left eye skill of eternal life was activated. Green light continued to gather and flow into Uchiha Madara's body from the air. Uchiha Madara only felt his body lighten, his originally gray hair began to turn black, and his slightly thin body began to fill out and become strong. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, feeling his body, and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He circulated his chakra again, and he felt that he was back to his peak state. He looked at Uchiha Xiao, who nodded. This time, my Sharingan seems to have evolved. It has some more effects. Is it a short-term enhancement? Uchiha Madara felt it and raised the corners of his mouth. No, it's a permanent gain. As long as your soul is immortal, you can live forever. And you can recover to your peak state, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. The other 3 people present also stopped and looked at Uchiha Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. Is his Sharingan so powerful? I'm afraid even Indra can't compare to him. Indra, it's open. It's definitely open. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up when he heard this. He asked Uchiha Xiao about the cost and cooldown time of this skill. After confirming that this skill could be restored once every 2 years, he was overjoyed. Mr. Xiao, I have a request, Senju Hashirama said sincerely. He held Uchiha Xiao's hand and looked at him with eyes that looked at a dog. Uchiha Xiao quickly pulled his hand out and said, I understand what Master Hashirama means. I will use it on Master Miro later. Arigato. Hashirama Senju knelt on the ground and kowtowed, which scared Uchiha Xiao a lot. What the hell are you doing? He hurriedly tried to help Hashirama up. Hashirama-sama, what are you doing? You are the Shodaime, the founder of Konoha. You are kneeling to Vice Hokage. This messes up the order of generations. Personally speaking, Lady Mito has taken good care of me, and Tsunade is my fiancé. As her grandson-in-law, I will not watch her die. Even though Uchiha Xiao kept asking him to hug him again, Senju Hashirama did not move. Well, Hashirama is that kind of person. As long as you do him a favor, he will kowtow and kneel down at any time. Uchiha Madara adapted to his young body, stood up and smiled. That's right, my eldest brother is like this, too stubborn. I have advised him many times, but he said on the surface that he knew it, but he still did what he wanted to do behind the scenes. Senju Tobirama held his forehead inside. Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly. He had one more reason to dislike Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Xiao quickly said, let's get up and talk, Shadame-sama. Don't be like this. Hashirama Senju remained unmoved, while Uchiha Madara frowned and said, Hashirama, stand up. As soon as these words were spoken, Hashirama Senju stood up immediately. Uchiha Owl's eyes looked a little strange. No wonder Grandma always said that compared to Hashirama and Madara, she looked like an outsider. Senju Hashirama looked at Madara a little embarrassedly, but Uchiha Madara said coldly, come here and continue to train with me. Oh, Senju Hashirama muttered like a bullied wife, and trotted towards Uchiha Madara. The two continued to practice sparring on the side with a young body. Uchiha Madara became more and more excited as he fought, and his movements became more and more intense. Moreover, Hashirama Senju's body was also in peak condition at the moment. As Uchiha Madara accelerated, he also accelerated suddenly. Hashirama, Madara, Hashirama Madara, they were obviously two grandfathers, yet they were so passionate. Every time they shouted, they attacked like crazy. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna looked at each other, and with just a glance, the two of them, one holding the Thunder God sword and the other holding the Uchiha Steel sword, began to practice sparring. Compared with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's fighting style of calling each other by name, the two of them were much more advanced. Greeting several generations of ancestors. Trash talk was flying everywhere, but neither of them was affected. They just swung their swords faster and with greater force. 3 hours later, Uchiha Xiao returned from the morning market with Tsunade, feeling bewildered. How could these four be so good fighters? Aren't they tired? As the few of them warmed up, the training ground of the Senju clan was in ruins. Uchiha Owl clicked his tongue a few times, and Tsunade heard it. She asked, Owl-kun, what's wrong? With just a warm-up, the two elders from our two families destroyed the Senju clan's training ground, leaving it riddled with holes. It was no less terrible than a battlefield. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. On the way to the morning market, Uchiha Owl told her everything, that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna originally wanted to live out their retirement in Konoha and hide their identities later. When Tobirama Senju confronted Uchiha Izuna, Tsunade listened with great interest. Although she was a little angry at first, Owl did not tell her immediately, but considering the special identities of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, she sighed. She understood Uchiha Xiao's painstaking efforts. At this moment, she was holding Uchiha Xiao's arm and standing outside the Senju clan's training ground, her eyes attracted by the fight inside. I saw Senju Tobirama holding the Thunder God sword tightly in both hands, the sword body flashing with dazzling lightning. His figure moved quickly like a ghost, and the long sword in his hand drew sharp arcs in the air, like blooming sword flowers, and he went straight to Uchiha Izuna with endless murderous intent. Faced with this aggressive attack, Uchiha Izuna did not dare to be negligent at all. He stared at the rapidly approaching sword shadow with his eyes, and suddenly drew out the steel knife from his waist with his right hand, and faced the flying sword flowers without hesitation. There was only the sound of clang clang clang, and a series of crisp collisions, sparks flying everywhere. Uchiha Izuna's steel sword blocked left and right, accurately neutralizing each of Senju Tobirama's fierce attacks. His movements were smooth and flowing, without a single unnecessary movement, as if he had become one with the steel sword in his hand. Uchiha Xiao, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes, secretly amazed. It turns out that Uchiha-style swordsmanship can be used in this way. All along, the Uchiha-style swordsmanship he knew was mainly offensive, but now seeing Uchiha Izuna use it for strict defense and actually exert such powerful power was really eye-opening for him. Tsunade, who was standing on the other side, was looking at the two people in the field with excitement on her face. Her eyes showed both admiration for her second grandfather Senju Tobirama's superb swordsmanship and admiration for Uchiha Izuna's excellent defensive skills. In her opinion, both the second grandfather with his sword flowers and imposing manner, and the Uchiha Izuna who remained calm and responded skillfully in the face of danger, are first-class strong men. I will update 2 chapters tonight. I am not in a good state. Please like, urge me to update, follow, give me 5-star praise, comment, and power me with love. Brothers, Chapter 198, Kakuzu's interrogation. Wow, Grandpa, your Uchiha-style sword defense method is so powerful. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Uchiha Izuna nodded and said, if you can perform every move and every style flexibly, you can do it too. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Izuna arrogantly from the side, thinking to himself, what's so great about you? Did you withstand the flying thunder god slash before? Uchiha Izuna seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. Izuna immediately began to attack Senju Tobirama. White hair, you are cursing me in your heart, right? Uchiha Izuna, who is born evil, is crying thief. Senju Tobirama began to defend Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara fought punch against punch and kick against kick. Although their movements were slow, their chakra was about 5 times that of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Bang! 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 The ground cracked and trees were broken by the kick. The two men only had eyes for each other, completely oblivious to the surrounding environment. Grandpa, don't we go and stop the great-grandfather? Uchiha Xiao said to Izuna. Izuna was stunned. You go? I'll cheer you on. Looking at the two destroyers fighting on the field, he couldn't help but twitching his lips. Second Grandpa has been beaten stupidly, you should go and remind him. Tsunade's voice also sounded, but Senju Tobirama shook his head. He didn't have that ability. At this moment, a figure appeared, and she shouted, Vajra blockade. Suddenly, countless thick chains rose from the ground and bound Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara tightly. Her face was gloomy as she looked at Senju Hashirama and said, Hashirama, the training ground that I worked so hard to take care of was ruined by you today. Senju Hashirama shrank his neck and scratched his head. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight with Madara. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Hashirama, I didn't expect your family status is not good. Senju Hashirama was about to retort, but Uzumaki Mito glared at him, and finally Senju Hashirama lowered his head and pouted. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly, then let go of Uchiha Madara and took Senju Hashirama back to her room. If she didn't come out, the entire Senju clan would be gone. Uchiha Madara glanced deeply at Uzumaki Mito. This woman's sealing technique had become much stronger. She could control him and Hashirama at the same time. The farce ended with Hashirama Senju being taken away, and Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna prepared to go shopping in Konoha village. Tsunade and Uchiha Owl looked at each other and said, Tsunade, remember Kokuzu? Let's go meet him, he's a genius. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tsunade took Uchiha Owl's arm and smiled gently. Uchiha Owl nodded and brought Tsunade to the Konoha guard. Hinata Hizashi got the news and waited for Uchiha Owl at the gate of the guard corps early in the morning. He wanted to improve so much. Uchiha Owl nodded and said, well done. Hizashi, you've been in the guards for 2 months now, right? You're a squad leader now, right? You're young and promising. I'm sure you'll be promoted to squadron leader soon. Uchiha Xiao's gesture of patting the shoulder must have a deep meaning. Who is Uchiha Xiao? The head of the guard regiment, who can be promoted by him? Hinata Hizashi was delighted and said, thank you, Minister Xiao, for your interest. I have already arranged an interrogation location for that corner city and am ready for Minister Xiao to interrogate me at any time. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, you are so kind, take me with you. Uchiha Xiao admired Hinata Hizashi very much. He was a talented person. Yes, Hinata Hizashi brought Tsunade and Uchiha Owl to the door of a single-family prison. Minister Owl, the one imprisoned in here is Kokuzu. Hinata Hizashi took out a key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. With a click, the prison door opened. Kokuzu looked up and his expression turned very ugly. Uchiha Xiao, you? Uchiha Xiao waved to Hyuga Hizashi, who understood and walked to the exit to keep watch. Uchiha Owl looked at Kokuzu with a smile. At this moment, he was like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit. Period. Name, Kokuzu. Gender, Kokuzu glanced at Uchiha Owl, speechless. Can't you see? Hurry up and tell me. Uchiha Xiao slammed the table. Male, Kokuzu felt a little humiliated. Now that he was in someone else's hands, what else could he do except obey? Soon, Uchiha Xiao had a full understanding of Gyouto. He smiled and said, I heard that you are good at making money and managing money, right? Kokuzu nodded. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Owl asked this, he nodded anyway. How about this? You manage the accounts for my guard regiment? As long as you agree, I will set you free. Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Kokuzu shook his head and said, I won't do it. Before he could finish, Uchiha Owl used reason to convince him and activated the Sage Mode, punching Kokuzu on the face and stomach one after another, making him suffer terribly. Finally, under the loving education of Uchiha Owl, Kokuzu was willing to serve Uchiha Owl, not only the guard regiment, family, but also the village. Uchiha Xiao finally nodded and let out a breath. Wouldn't it have been over earlier? You didn't have to make me waste so much energy. Looking at Kokuzu with a bruised face, Uchiha Owl nodded with satisfaction. Kokuzu was in tears and felt that his life was hopeless. He was forced to be exploited as a slave by Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl did what he said and released Kokuzu, but he placed a secret technique on his 5 hearts. If Kokuzu betrayed him, he would detonate the secret technique, and then the 5 hearts would be broken, and Kokuzu would surely die. Kokuzu was very sad. Uchiha Owl also knew the characteristics of the Inyu. He originally wanted to pretend to be nice for a while, but now, the 5 secret techniques on his heart directly controlled his lifeblood. Let's go, Kokuzu, don't try any new tricks, Uchiha Owl said with a smile. What new tricks can I play? All 5 hearts are under your control. Kokuzu rolled his eyes and sighed. Under Uchiha Xiao's arrangement, he took up his post with honor, wearing the exclusive accounting clothes of the guard regiment, with an upright figure and a gleam in his eyes. Please give me your guidance in the future, Captain Kokuzu. Uchiha Owl smiled and extended his hand to Kokuzu. Thank you for your guidance. After saying that, Kokuzu shook hands with Uchiha Owl and went to get the financial statements and count the funds. After all, he was still very interested in money. Even if the money was not his, it would be good to smell it. In this way, Kokuzu and Uchiha Owl reached a preliminary agreement, where Kokuzu would manage the money for Uchiha Owl, and Uchiha Owl would pay Kokuzu a portion of the money as salary. The two of them benefited from each other, and in Konoha village, Kokuzu enjoyed the rights of a normal villager and did not need to hide. Even Uchiha Owl would help him solve the wanted cases in Tokigakure village. Chapter 199 Forgot to Kiss You. Uchiha Owl led Tsunade out of the dark and damp prison. The sunlight poured down, illuminating the way forward for them. The two walked side by side on the bustling street. The surrounding noise and the clamor of the crowd did not affect their communication as they walked. Tsunade seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, Mr. Owl, how do you know Kokuzu's character so clearly? There was a hint of curiosity and confusion in her beautiful eyes when Uchiha Xiao heard this question. He was slightly stunned at first. Then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he replied, This is naturally thanks to the black market. From the moment I learned he accepted the bounty and was coming to capture me, I immediately sent people to the black market to gather all the information about Kokuzu. His tone was calm and confident, as if everything was under control. Then, Uchiha Xiao paused for a moment and continued, After some investigation, I found that Kokuzu is not only an out-and-out money grubber, but also particularly good at making money. If we can't utilize such a rare talent, wouldn't it be a huge loss for us? After saying this, a shrewd gleam flashed in his eyes. After hearing this, Tsunade nodded thoughtfully and replied softly, Oh, I see. She secretly admired Uchiha Owl's foresight, and so, Uchiha Owl continued to walk forward along the street, and Tsunade playfully stepped on his shadow, following his rhythm. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy. She felt that the King of Hell was omniscient and omnipotent. He was so powerful. However, at this moment, Uchiha Xiao stopped without any warning and called softly, Tsunade. Because the incident happened suddenly, Tsunade had no time to react. She only heard an ouch and her forehead hit Uchiha Owl's strong back. She rubbed her aching forehead with her hand and looked at Uchiha Xiao with a reproachful look. A trace of grievance appeared on her pretty face. Her small and delicate nose was slightly red due to the collision just now. A layer of mist quickly welled up in her eyes, and crystal tears seemed like they would roll down at any time. Her rosy little mouth unconsciously pouted, and she complained with a hint of anger, Xiao-jun, why did you stop so suddenly? My nose hurts. Seeing this, Uchiha Owl, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. With an apologetic smile on his face, he said softly, Sorry, Tsunade. I just suddenly remembered that there was something I hadn't done. Hearing this, Tsunade, who was originally a little angry, suddenly became interested, and curiosity in her heart surged like a tide. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked impatiently, What's the matter, Mr. Xiao? Her words revealed the liveliness and playfulness unique to young girls at this time. Uchiha Owl slowly walked towards Tsunade. When he was only a few inches away from Tsunade, he suddenly stretched out one arm and leaned on the wall, pushing Tsunade against the wall. Tsunade's face turned red instantly and her heart beat fast. She might have guessed what Owl-kun was going to do next. The atmosphere at this moment is extremely ambiguous, as if time has stopped at this moment. Then Uchiha Owl pressed his lips against Tsunade's red lips. Tsunade's eyes widened. She didn't expect Uchiha Owl to be so bold as to kiss her like that on the street. She groaned at first, and then her teeth were pried open by Xiao, and the two of them kissed each other in ecstasy. After a while, Uchiha Xiao licked his lips and smiled. I remembered that I haven't kissed you today. My fiancé. Tsunade's legs felt a little weak, and she glanced at Uchiha Xiao unhappily. There are so many people here. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Uchiha Xiao smiled and put his arm around Tsunade's waist. Tsunade did not resist and the two walked towards home. Thousand Hands Clan Land. Senju Hashirama knelt on the washboard, feeling a little aggrieved. Why was he the only one punished and not Madara? Didn't both of them make the same mistake at the same time? Uzumaki Mito narrowed her eyes and said, Hashirama, are you blaming me? After saying that, she slowly stood up and walked towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama was stunned and shook his head quickly. How dare I? Mito, you know me, I won't lie, Uzumaki Mito sneered. Hashirama was still as nonchalant as before. At this moment, she suddenly sensed the arrival of Uchiha and Tsunade outside the door. She hurriedly said, hurry up and get up. After that, she pushed open the door and went out to welcome her granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Senju Hashirama nodded, slowly stood up and followed him out. Uzumaki Mito arrived at the gate of the clan's territory first. She saw that Tsunade's mouth was a little flushed and wet. As someone who had experienced this, she understood what had happened. She smiled and said, you two are back, come in quickly. Senju Hashirama also walked out from the yard. Oh, it's Owl. Come in and sit for a while. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. He looked at Mito and said with a smile, Grandma, I have some things to do next, so I will send Tsunade back first. Uzumaki Mito expressed her understanding. She pulled Tsunade's arm and said with a smile, don't worry and go ahead. I'll keep an eye on her for you, Grandma. Why are you helping outsiders? Tsunade pouted. This is outrageous. What do you mean by helping outsiders? You two are getting married in less than a month, and then you'll all be family, Uzumaki Mito said unhappily. Tsunade blushed, but did not refute Uzumaki Mito's words. She pouting there, then looked at Uchiha Owl with concern. Be careful, Tsunade suddenly said. Uchiha Xiao smiled, then hummed. He looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, Grandma, I'm sure you've heard that my great-grandfather's physical functions have returned to their peak. Before I leave, I'll take care of it for you. After saying that, Uchiha Owl activated the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the effect of immortality was added to Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito only felt that his body became lighter, and his face, which originally had slightly wrinkles, now became smooth and white. She opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Xiao, and smiled. Thank you, Xiao. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, it's my duty, Grandma. Goodbye. Well, be careful on the road, Uzumaki Mito asked with concern. Yes, if you can't beat him, you can call me, said Hashirama Senju with a smile. Uchiha Xiao turned around, waved his hand, and walked towards the village entrance. Just now, he received news that the Iwagakure village wanted to redeem Laozi and had now arrived at the entrance of Konoha village with money. Uchiha Owl used the Flying Thunder God technique, first went to the prison to bring Laozi out, and then went to the entrance of Konoha village. I heard that the person coming this time is Inoki himself. Therefore, Uchiha Owl must come forward to show respect. Village entrance. Inoki flew in the air, crossed his arms, and looked down at the ninjas of Konoha village. I had a fever of 38 last night, and I feel dizzy while writing today. Chapter 200. The rope tree grows up. Uchiha Owl heard the news from the Anbu that Inoki led his son Huangtu and a group of Sand Village ninjas to Konoha, wanting to redeem the Four Tails Jinchuriki Lao Shi. He sent Tsunade back to the clan and prepared to meet Inoki in person. Inoki was floating in the sky, looking down with a look of contempt. Until the arrival of Uchiha Owl made him restrain himself and quickly descend. Uchiha Xiao, you're here. Inoki's voice was gloomy, and he looked at Uchiha Xiao with fear and scrutiny in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, yes, I am here, Lord Tsuchikage. Then he threw Laozi in his left hand down and said, this is a human. You can go and check it out. Huangtu took Laozi and checked his physical condition. After finding that there was nothing wrong, he nodded to Inoki. Inoki also threw the scroll out happily. This is compensation. If you don't believe it, you can check it on the spot, Inoki said lightly, and was about to pull Laozi away. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, I, Uchiha Xiao, naturally believe in the integrity of Lord Tsuchikage. There is no need to check. After that, Uchiha Xiao threw the scroll to the Anbu. HMPH. Uchiha Xiaoshan may not change, but the water will. We will meet again. Inoki snorted coldly and prepared to leave. At this moment, Uchiha Owl narrowed his eyes, watched Inoki leave Konoha, thinking about something in his heart. On the way back to the Iwagakure village, Inoki paused and suddenly said coldly, come out, AI. You've been exposed. As expected, it's Inoki, my lifelong rival. AI walked out of the woods and swaggered towards Inoki. Inoki didn't panic. He looked at him and asked, Could it be that Lord Raikage has something wrong? Is he going to take advantage of our misfortune? Take down our team. The third Raikage shook his head. I'm not here to take advantage of someone's misfortune, but to seek an alliance. Alliance? Since when did your Cloud Village start seeking an alliance? Inoki smiled slightly. He couldn't understand why the third Raikage, who is always arrogant, would take the initiative to ask for an alliance from his Iwagakure village. Period. Little potato, I'm afraid you haven't received the news yet. The spy from the hidden Cloud Village, have received news that Uchiha Owl has resurrected Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes. Inoki's pupils shrank and he couldn't help trembling. What? Are you serious? He came all the way to Konoha just to redeem the Four Tails Jinchuriki. He knew nothing about other news. If the situation was really as AI said, then the ninja world was in danger, and the hidden rock village was in danger. Do you think I would joke with you about this kind of thing? Tsuchika Inoki, the third Raikage said with a serious and earnest expression. Inoki did not answer. He was silent for a while, and finally looked at the third Raikage and said, I will consider this matter. If there is nothing else, please make way. Raikage-sama, the third Raikage nodded and said, Tsuchikage, please think carefully about this. This alliance not only concerns the safety of the Iwagakure and Kumagakure villages, but also the order of the entire ninja world. Inoki glanced at him, but instead of answering, he led his men towards the Iwagakure village. Don't be fooled by the high-sounding words of the third Raikage. In fact, he is just pursuing his own interests and ambitions. He wants to unite the various villages to attack Konoha, but Inoki is not a fool. He has seen the strength of Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. If both Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara were resurrected, then this battle would be difficult to fight, or perhaps there would be no chance of winning at all. He was currently in the territory of the hidden Cloud Village, so naturally he had to pretend to be nice to it first, otherwise who knew what this rough guy would do. As for alliance? Are you crazy? Alliance? Are you afraid of losing your life? A fight to the death with Konoha in this state. It must be said that the third Raikage is still quite awesome. Inoki shook his head and said, Everyone, move quickly and try to get back to the Iwagakure village as soon as possible. In this way, the two major film studios each had their own thoughts and calculated the profits they could make. Konoha Uchiha Xiao weighed the scroll in his hand, with a smile on his face. War is indeed the fastest way to make money. He handed the scroll in his hand to Kakuzu, saying that those who are capable should do more work, and then he returned to the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade was sitting on the steps in front of the clan's territory, pouting as she looked towards the village entrance. Suddenly, Uchiha Owl appeared. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she stood up, patted her butt, and went to meet him. Mr. Owl, how is it? Inoki didn't do anything, right? Tsunade checked Uchiha Owl's body and asked worriedly, Don't worry, he doesn't dare. Even if not for himself, he has to think about his son and subordinates. Nothing will go wrong on this trip. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly, touched Tsunade's hair, put his nose into it, hugged her, and took a deep breath. It smells so good, Uchiha Xiao murmured. His action made Tsunade blush, but Tsunade didn't care about it and hugged Uchiha Xiao tightly. At this time, a light cough was heard. Sister, brother-in-law. Shang Shu appeared again and again. Tsunade instinctively wanted to push Uchiha Owl away, but saw that Uchiha Owl was holding her arm even tighter. Yes, brother-in-law. Where are you going? Uchiha Xiao said with a faint smile. Tsunade blushed, and dared not look up, so she buried her head in Uchiha Owl's chest, listening to the conversation between the two. Me? I'm going out to play. I won't disturb you too. Shang Shu smiled perfunctorily and left the scene. Uchiha Owl let go of Tsunade, and the two looked at each other in the direction where Naoki left. It seemed that this child had grown up, because the direction he was heading was exactly the residence of the Two Tails Jinchuriki Ukido. What do you think, Tsunade? Uchiha Xiao asked with a smile. What do you mean? What do I think? They are the only ones who have the final say in their own affairs. We just need to support them silently behind the scenes. Tsunade sighed. Her younger brother has grown up, from a loser who just eats and waits to die to a loser who wants to fall in love but also just eats and waits to die. This really makes her, as his older sister. Uchiha Owl picked up Tsunade and carried her back to her bed. Amid Tsunade's screams, Tsunade's pretty face flushed. What did Uchiha Xiao want to do? After putting her on the bed, Uchiha Xiao smiled lightly and said, Rest early, I'm going back first. After that, the door closed. Tsunade was stunned. She stood up and looked at herself in the mirror. Am I getting old? Or is my figure not attractive anymore? Why did Uchiha Xiao throw me on the bed and leave? Damn it, what a shame, what a shame. However, when she thought of Uchiha Xiao's ability in that area, she couldn't help blushing. Perhaps she was not prepared. Uchiha Xiao left the Senju clan's territory and looked at the stars in the sky, his lips curled up. It's almost time, less than half a month left. By then, he can. Chapter 201, Apprenticeship to Uchiha Xiao knocked on the door of Yamu's house, carrying 3 color meatballs, barbecue, lemon juice and other delicious drinks. Who is it? A clear female voice came from inside the door. It was from Mu Ren. It's me, Shangshu. Shangshu chuckled and scratched his head. It seemed that it was because he had survived the detonating talisman, or perhaps because he had grown very fast during this period. The rope tree has now grown to about 1 meter, but its hair is still short and looks very sunny. Mu Ren, this guy has come here 7 or 8 times. He is really persistent. Yulu sighed in the spiritual space. Mu Ren didn't answer her but opened the door and motioned for Shangshu to come, and seeing this, Shangshu's eyes lit up. He walked in, walked carefully to the dining table, and placed the food and drinks he bought on the table. Mu Ren sighed that she would have to clean up again soon, but she was not disgusted by Shangshu's behavior. She had always been alone, eating alone, fighting alone, and carrying out missions alone. She almost forgot that this world was a world of social creatures, and she was like a lone wolf, living there alone. Rope tree caught a momentary sadness on Yukido's face. His Adam's apple moved, and he said seriously, Sister Yukido, everything is over. Now you are in Konoha, with your elder sister, Brother Owl, the villagers, and me. We are partners in a family. Let the past be the past. One day in the future, I will avenge the wreckage on behalf of Sister Yukido. The young man's eyes were firm and bright as stars when Mu Ren saw this. He was moved at first. Regardless of whether Shangshu had this ability or not. He was deeply moved by his willingness to stand up for himself and even his determination to take revenge on the wreckage. Then he smiled bitterly and said, the wreckage is not that easy to defeat. Even if I completely transform into a tailed beast and use the power of the third wreckage, I will still be dead. Forget it. Let's eat first, little brother. Thank you for your kindness. After saying that, Mu Ren opened the bag and found that most of the food inside was his favorite. He couldn't help but smile. This little guy is so interesting, but he is a little young. As he ate, Rope Tree pondered how he could gain immense strength. At that moment, he thought of someone. Uchiha Owl. It seems like every time he returns from the battlefield, he's incredibly powerful. Maybe we could ask him how he does it. Mu Ren ate the grilled fish while observing Shangshu's serious thinking. He blinked his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and thought to himself, this little boy is still quite handsome. Then they quietly ate the grilled fish and drank lemon juice. After eating and drinking, the two of them cleaned up the table together. Mu Ren wanted to make a pot of tea for Shangshu, but Shangshu waved his hand and said, it's too late. I have to go back. Mu Ren nodded and stood up to see him off. When they reached the door, Shangshu waved his hand and said, go back, we're at the door. What do you care about me? Go away now, I'll watch you leave. Mu Ren scolded. Rope Tree nodded and smiled slightly. Okay. Goodbye. Mu Ren said with a smile. Just like that, Mu Ren watched Shangshu's back as he left with a gentle gaze and a wavering mind. Hey, Mu Ren, you're not really into him, are you? This guy has no IQ, no EQ, and he's not very handsome. Yulu kept complaining. As a result, Yumuto's face turned cold as she manipulated the Congo blockade that Mito had arranged for her. Yalu's face turned pale. Hey, are you crazy? For the sake of the opposite sex, you have no humanity. HMPH, this time I'm just giving you a warning. Don't always make up stories about Rope Tree-kun. He's just a little more naive and simple, not like what you said. And why isn't he handsome anymore? He's grown more than 10 centimeters taller, and his face has become more angular. Mu Ren said viciously to this person. Yalu looked at the eager King Kong blockade in front of him and couldn't help but shed tears from his heart. Yes, you are right. I was wrong. Upon seeing this, Mu Ren retracted the King Kong blockade and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Mu Ren was joking, the oppressive feeling of the King Kong blockade still made his scalp tingle. That thing is a chain that can easily suppress even the 9-tailed fox. I am just a small 2-tailed fox, so forget it. I can't afford to offend him. Yukido snorted coldly, looked at the sky, raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Konoha was pretty good. There was no calculation and cruelty of the hidden cloud village, only the care of companions. The next day, as soon as Uchiha Xiao woke up from his clan's territory, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen holding Sarutobi Shinosuke and standing at his door with a smile on his face, and the Sarutobi ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were each holding a gift. Hokage-sama, what are you doing? Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Hey, Lord Xiao, have you forgotten? I told you before that Shinosuke wanted to be your disciple, and you agreed. As soon as I had time, I brought him here to be your disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he remembered. He smiled and said, okay, then I will announce the process. All my disciples, meow meow meow. After listening to the process, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Respecting the teacher is the right thing to do, and bowing to the master is the right thing to do. For the sake of learning skills, what does this matter? So after Uchiha Xiao finished explaining the process, Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded and walked step by step towards the seated Uchiha Xiao. Master, I, Shinosuke, have come to you today to become your disciple. From now on, I will be selfless and dedicated, respect my teacher, and take the teachings of my master as the standard for my own behavior. Sarutobi Shinosuke said a long speech, and Uchiha Xiao nodded when he heard it. Serve tea. Only when the master is satisfied can the apprentice serve tea. Sarutobi Shinosuke was happy. He picked up the teacup and walked towards Uchiha Xiao step by step steadily. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly, took the teacup, and took a sip. From now on, you are my eldest disciple. You will join my sect and obey my orders. You must think twice before you act. If you do something wrong, I will personally take action to clean up the mess. Disciple will obey the master's orders. After Sarutobi Shinosuke bowed 3 times, the ceremony was completed. The apprenticeship gift brought by the Sarutobi clan was naturally delivered to Uchiha Xiao's home. It must be said that this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite rich. A purple clay cup. He can even get this in this place. Uchiha Xiao smiled and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. From now on, leave your child to me. You can rest assured, Mr. Xiao, what are you talking about? I am naturally relieved to leave Shinosuke to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen complimented. Then, Lord Hokage, would you like to have a meal together? The other person had just become my disciple and given me a gift, so it would be a bit unreasonable not to invite him to a meal. With pleasure. Then Uchiha Xiao and Sarutobi Hiruzen led the way, and the others followed behind, heading to the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. Let me tell you, I rewrote chapter 200 and chapter 201 after my fever subsided today. It's just that I have been feeling unwell recently and cannot update anymore. I hope you can understand. Thank you all for your support and likes. I love you. Chapter 202. How many troops do you Uchiha plan to send? A group of people came to Kyudeo barbecue restaurant. When Akimichi Norifu saw that the third Hokage and the deputy Hokage had arrived, he immediately arranged a private room for them. In the room, Uchiha Xiao and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seats, while Sarutobi Shinosuke sat near the door and was responsible for opening the door and pouring wine. After the meal, both the host and the guests had a great time. On the first day of apprenticeship, Uchiha Xiao asked Sarutobi Shinosuke to go back and rest and come back for training tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded naturally. When everything was over, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his eldest son home with a smile on his face. My dear son, this teacher you worship will not accept ordinary people. Since you have become his disciple, you must study hard. Do you understand, father? I understand. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded, his eyes shining brightly like gems, and he nodded with a little excitement. Good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and touched his head, preparing to take him home to have a good rest and read a book. As for the training, it would be left to Uchiha Xiao tomorrow. Otherwise, Uchiha Xiao will train the child's physical fitness and ninjutsu tomorrow. By then, he will be tired and will not perform well in front of the teacher. What should I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding is much smarter than more than 99% of Konoha's ninjas. He does whatever his teacher tells him to do, and does it well. Period. He doesn't do what the teacher doesn't allow him to do. He takes rest when he should and plays when he should. Isn't he tired of thinking so much every day? Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but nodded as he watched the father and son walking away. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a father, had a very high emotional intelligence. He knew when to advance and retreat, and was able to compliment Uchiha Xiao to a certain extent without losing his dignity. This is really not something that ordinary people can do. He immediately walked towards the Senju clan's territory. Tsunade should still be sleeping at this time, right? As a result, just when he was halfway there, The Anbu knelt on one knee in front of him and said, "Report to His Excellency the Hokage. Here is the Deputy Hokage, but the real one is not here, so he is called that." Uchiha Xiao's eyes narrowed. "Stand up and talk," he said lightly. The Anbu ninja stood up. Instead of patting the stains off his clothes, he started talking directly to Uchiha Owl. In the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village secretly reported that the third Mizukage committed suicide 3 days ago, and the fourth Mizukage was succeeded by Karatechi Yagura. According to inside information, they are pointing the finger of blame for all this and will choose a day to join forces with the Hidden Cloud Village to attack Konoha. After saying this, the Anbu lowered their heads and dared not speak. Uchiha Xiao was silent for a moment, thinking of a strategy in his mind. Finally, his eyes showed a coldness. "Notify all clan leaders to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. Also, give them a message, those who do not come will bear the consequences." After saying that, Uchiha Owl turned and walked towards the village entrance. Because the Hokage's office was nearby, the Anbu were stunned by this news, confused at first and then excited. What was going on? Was this a proactive attack? The Anbu took immediate action to implement Uchiha Owl's strategy, while Uchiha Owl continued walking with his hands in his pockets. He suddenly took out his right hand, and a cherry blossom petal fell into his hand. He squeezed the petals gently, and they turned to ashes. He gasped, "You have to cause trouble near my wedding, don't you, Karatechi Yagura? I'll remember you." After saying this, Uchiha Xiao withdrew his hand, his expression as usual. In less than 30 minutes, the patriarchs of each family arrived in person. There was not even a seat for elders in this meeting, and it was quickly filled up. Uchiha Xiao lowered his head, looking at the map of the Land of Water and the regional distribution of the Land of Lightning. In silence, no one dared to speak. Now Uchiha Owl's power was already established. Whether in terms of strength or reputation, the family was undoubtedly the best in Konoha until the last family entered. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and looked up. "Are they all here?" His perception had already sensed it, and he asked this question even though he knew the answer, mainly to create a sense of oppression. Unlike Sarutobi Hirozen's highly inspiring speeches, Uchiha Owl chose to use this method to make everyone pay attention and listen carefully to what he was going to do next. "Report to the Deputy Hokage. All the family heads and civilian Jonin representatives are here." The Anbu bowed. "Since everyone is here, I will talk about 2 main points today. First, the third Mizukage committed suicide a few days ago. And the fourth Mizukage, Karatechi Yagura, turned his attention to Konoha, and the war will start soon." Uchiha Owl glanced at the entire audience. The clan leaders present didn't react much. "It's just a war, isn't it? We in Konoha have always won battles. What are we afraid of? This time is different. The Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village have joined forces and are preparing to jointly attack the north and east of Konoha," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. At this time, the clan leaders below began to get restless. "Fighting on 2 fronts? Deputy Hokage, what should we do?" The one who spoke was the clan leader of a small family, his voice trembling. Then the clan leaders of each clan started discussing, while Hyuga Akamai, Uchiha Uritamo, Sarutobi Hirozen, and Ino Shikajo, who were sitting in the front row, said nothing. They knew that Uchiha Owl called them here not only to explain the problem, but also to have a solution. If that was the case, why did he have to jump back and forth like a clown? Uchiha Xiao glanced at the ninjas present and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. They were so panicked just by fighting on 2 fronts, but the few ninjas who didn't speak made him nod secretly. "What I want to say is that this war is not just a 2-front war. It could turn into a 3-front war, a 4-front war, or even more at any time. All the countries are watching. If Konoha loses, they will attack us. If Konoha wins, they might even attack the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water." Uchiha Xiao's words resounded throughout the venue once again, while he glanced at all the families and clans. Some small families had bitter expressions on their faces, while others were excited. The coming of war means a reshuffle of family power. Perhaps they cannot shake those ninja families that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years, but they can enhance their family's status and power in Konoha. But at this time, there are always discordant voices. "I wonder how many ninjas does the Deputy Hokage intend to send from the Uchiha clan to face this war?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Who the hell is this young man? Is he really going to die? Is this something you can bring up directly in a meeting? After all, it turns out to be a small, insignificant family. Are they politically naive? Or is this being manipulated by someone with ulterior motives? But from now on, Thank you doesn't matter. That person successfully drew everyone's attention to the Deputy Hokage on the stage, Uchiha Xiao, Konoha's highest military commander. After all, the Uchiha clan had previously mobilized their entire forces to defend the village. If you were outnumbered this time, it would be unacceptable. Could it be that you were all acting? Gaining trust, only to retreat after gaining power? Chapter 203 The Art of Controlling People. Uchiha Xiao glanced at the man, snorted coldly, then raised his right hand with 3 fingers standing up. 300 people? That's not right, Deputy Hokage. You still have 700 or 800 Uchiha ninjas who can fight, right? The man was still mocking. Many ninja clan leaders who were nearby have already begun to evacuate to the side to leave a space for him. This guy is simply too crazy. Don't let him get implicated. Uchiha Xiao shook his head, and everyone frowned. 30 people? Wasn't that a little too few? Actually, it wasn't a small number. At the beginning, each family only had around 2 or 30 people. If it weren't for the Uchiha wave of all out all in, this number was already quite large. Just when everyone was complaining in their hearts, Uchiha Xiao said, 3 people. The whole audience was stunned and silent. The clan leader was not surprised but delighted. Hoha, fellow Konoha people, our Vice Hokage, Lord Uchiha Xiao actually asked the Uchiha clan to send out 3 ninjas. Does this mean that the rest of us ninjas have to fight the enemy with all our might? What's the logic? At the end, the clan leader roared and pointed his sword at Uchiha Xiao. The faces of the ninjas present were very bad. 3 of you, how dare you say that? Even if you were the Hokage himself, you shouldn't say it out loud if you had this intention. Even if it was inferior, no one would look so bad. Haha, Chief Jinkin, please listen to me first. My Uchiha clan has indeed produced 3 people, but do you want to hear the names of these 3 people? Uchiha Xiao smiled playfully. Haha, I know you, the Deputy Hokage, are here, but you can only hold off 1 army at most. What about the other? Won't we, the ninja clan, still need to sacrifice our lives? Hinata Akashin frowned. Has this Jinkin clan gone mad? 1 man can hold off an entire army. Isn't that enough? Why are all the people in Konoha useless? Can't the other clans hold off another army? The clan leaders were a little troubled. What was going on? However, they still stood on Uchiha Xiao's side. Uchiha Xiao said calmly, the water country battlefield is Uchiha Xiao. The lightning country battlefield is Uchiha Izuna, and the earth country border is Uchiha Madara. Do you have any objections to my arrangement? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna walked out from behind. Their appearance frightened the families present. Some clan leaders are very old, and they had seen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna when they were teenagers or middle-aged. Now that the 2 of them appeared on the stage, the visual impact on everyone was simply too strong. It's Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. That's right, this aura is him. It's him. Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha Izuna who was once as smart and strategic as the second Hokage. Some white-haired old men were trembling all over, with more fear than all. In their minds, Uchiha Madara was much more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. If you offend Hashirama Senju, you may be acquitted, but if you offend Uchiha Madara, you'd better be careful in your next life. Witchcraft, Uchiha Xiao, what kind of witchcraft did you use? You actually made 2 dummies to fool everyone. The Jinkin tribe leader was ready to shoot at this moment. He cannot plead guilty and can only go all the way to the end. It would be best if he could get the Deputy Hokage Uchiha Xiao out of office, otherwise his Jinkin clan will be doomed. Uchiha Madara was impatient. He stretched out his right hand into the air, and the blue Susanoo armor condensed from the air and hit the Jinkin clan leader accurately. The faces of everyone present changed. They originally thought it was fake, but it turned out that Susanoo was used, and they clearly saw that Uchiha Xiao did not take action, but crossed his arms over his chest, which proved that Uchiha Madara was real. Fortunately, the other family leaders around the Jinkin leader gave way quickly, otherwise, who knows how many of them would have been implicated and injured. You are just a mere ant, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Uchiha Madara's contemptuous and arrogant words further stimulated the hearts of everyone present. Narakumei hesitated to speak. He understood that Uchiha Madara was trying to establish his authority, but if he really killed someone in the conference room, the nature of the matter would change. Uchiha Xiao of course also understood this. He signaled Madara to restrain himself and said, Grandpa, please restrain yourself. This is a villager of mine, Konoha. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and released his hand. I'll give you, the Deputy Hokage, face. Otherwise, just based on his doubts about me, I can destroy his entire family. Boom boom boom. Everyone's heart was pounding. They were wrong. They thought that Uchiha Xiao was easy to talk to, which meant that the Uchiha clan were all soft persimmons. This scene also brought them a great shock, and the chief of Jing village was absent-minded. The double torture of mind and body made him tremble all over. He swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were filled with 7 parts fear and 3 minutes of resentment. Uchiha saw the whole scene, but the proud Uchiha would never bother with ants. He smiled and said, "Perhaps you think that Uchiha Madara was too much, fighting in the conference room, but what I want to say is that you all listened to a stubborn ninja clan leader spewing filth in the conference room and insulting me, the deputy Hokage, without saying a word. Do you think that I should pay the price and that the Uchiha clan ninjas should die at will? Defending the village is everyone's responsibility, yes, but can I understand what Chief Jenkins said just now is that the people of my Uchiha clan should die on the battlefield and die out completely, so that we can be worthy of everyone." Uchiha Xiao decided to make it clear to everyone now those big clans could no longer sit still and quickly express their opinions. The Hyuga clan was the first to speak. "Chief Xiao, Chief Jinkin is too naive. I suggest that all benefits in their village be cancelled." "That's right, we all have the responsibility to contribute to Konoha. However, if we overdraw powerful family to satisfy the selfish desires of other families, this is not only a betrayal of Konoha, but also a provocation to the First Hokage's concept of establishing the village." The spokesperson is Nara Shikoku. He wanted to speak to Uchiha Xiao just now, but the timing was wrong. Now is the best opportunity to express his stance and support. Immediately afterwards, the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Aburime and other clans responded one after another. They wanted to say this from the beginning: why are the powerful clans the ones who pay the price in a war? It's just that there has never been a strong Kage who can tear off this fig leaf and make those small families who are usually pampered think that they are the masters of Konoha. More than half of the small families also awakened, thinking that Uchiha Xiao was right, and rushed to support him, while the other small part resented Jinkin for being a waste and making the privileges disappear without a traces for blaming Uchiha all. Come on, they're just a bunch of ordinary people who are not up to the standard and take advantage of those in trouble. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Although Uchiha sent 3 people to this war, everyone has the main Gekyo Sharingan. I think everyone should be familiar with the power of Susanoo. When the time comes, all the ninjas will hide behind us, and we will do our best to protect everyone's safety." Uchiha Xiao gave a slap in the face and a sweet date. "This is the only way to control people. Thank you, Hokage." At this time, everyone smiled happily. With these words, they felt relieved. Looking at the Jinkin clan leader again, there was indifference in their eyes. It's better to destroy such a short-sighted small family. From today on, the Jinkin family will no longer have any privileges in the village and will become a commoner family. Do you all feel good about it? Please urge for updates, like, and click with love. Please recommend it, dear readers. Chapter 204 Preparations before dispatching. Human beings do not share the same joys and sorrows. The poor Jinkin patriarch was being fooled without even realizing it. His words were inadvertently revealed by the patriarch of another family when he invited him to dinner. Who knew that he had remembered them in his heart? But at this moment, people avoided him like the plague, their eyes full of sarcasm. The chief of Jing village sighed, and felt that he had aged 30 or 40 years in an instant, and was no longer as glorious as he used to be. The other families in the conference hall were beaming with joy. With 3 Gundams charging ahead, it would be hard to lose. As for sacrifice, what family wouldn't sacrifice during wartime? Nara Shikoku raised his hand and said, "If the Vice Hokage goes to war, who'll defend the Sand village? Who will protect the safety of the village?" Uchiha Owl's mouth curled up. "Finally you asked this question." He immediately said, "The one guarding against the Sand village is Hashirama Senju." "Yes, that's the First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, that's what you're thinking of." Then Hashirama came out from the back and said, "Oh my, I didn't expect to meet you all in this way." Ho ha ho ha. As this hearty laugh rang out, everyone present was silent at first, and then became excited. "First generation Sama, it's the Shudame. Uchiha Madara plus Senju Hashirama, my god, is Konoha going to unify the ninja world? Lord Hashirama is alive. What about Lord Tobirama?" As if hearing the people's call, the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, walked out from the backstage. Period. Uchiha Xiao took the opportunity to say, "The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is responsible for protecting Konoha's safety. I hope all clan leaders and families will actively cooperate." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao looked at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama nodded to Uchiha Xiao, then looked at everyone and said, "Don't worry, the defense of Konoha will be left to me during this period." As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited. Even Hinata Ekaji couldn't suppress his anger at this moment. What a fantastic lineup this is. 4 super shadows facing the outside world and a master of forbidden techniques guarding the home. Therefore, all the major powerful families signed up enthusiastically for this battle. The Hyuga family had 500 ninjas, the Ino Shikacho family had a total of 500, and the Aburame family had 100. You should know that the quality of the ninjas from these families is much higher than that of other families. It was precisely because of the mobilization of troops by various families this time that the civilians and small families realized the gap between them. When others can provide 500 ninjas, I can only provide 30 or 40 at most. At last count, there were about 14,000 ninjas in this war, which was less than half of Konoha's military strength. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Then, start mobilizing troops now. 2,000 people will follow me to attack the land of water. 5,000 people will follow Izuna to attack the land of thunder. Uchiha Madara will guard the border of the land of earth alone. And Senju Hashirama will guard the border of the land of wind alone. The remaining 7,000 people will obey the orders of the second Hokage." Uchiha Xiao made the decision. It wasn't that he intentionally didn't give Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama soldiers, but it was arranged in advance. What Uchiha Madara meant was that he had few heads to begin with, so he shouldn't let the miscellaneous soldiers share his credit. Hashirama Senju felt that with him around, the Sand Village would not dare to act rashly. What they both said was basically the same thing: I can defend an entire country by myself. Although it sounds a bit conceited, what they both said was the truth. The clan leaders of each tribe had no objection to this assignment. Whether they were sent abroad or stayed in the village, it was an opportunity to gild their family members. After the arrangements were made, the meeting was disbanded, and Uchiha Xiao stipulated that the army should be assembled tomorrow morning for both the eastern and northern expeditions. Uchiha Xiao did not go to the Senju clan's territory today, but led Madara and Izuna back to the clan's territory. At this moment, all the ninjas in the clan's territory looked at the three of them. Uchiha Xiao said calmly, "We will set out tomorrow. Everyone must obey orders." "Yes," the Uchiha ninjas shouted in unison. They were brave and fearless of death. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Xiao led his grandfathers to his home. He got up and made a pot of tea, then poured out 2 cups and handed them to the two. The two took a sip and then looked at Uchiha Xiao, especially Izumi. "Grandson, isn't it too few for you to bring 2,000 people?" Uchiha shook his head. "In the land of water, there are 2-tailed beasts in the hidden mist village. One is the 3-tailed Isabuki and the other is the 6-tailed rhino, as far as I know. The 3-tailed Isabu has been captured by us. They also have a 6-tailed rhino dog. I heard that the rhino dog has been sealed inside someone's body, but here's the problem. Why didn't they announce it when they had the Vulpix Jinchuriki?" Finally, I had my spies dig deeper into the Vulpix. Uchiha then took out a scroll and unfolded it. It recorded that Bubble Yu-Gi-Oh suspected that his master wanted to take his life, so he killed his master and became a traitor 2 days ago. How could the Hidden Mist Village possibly let the outside world know about such a shameful thing? However, there is no wall that is impenetrable, and this news was still caught by Uchiha Xiao. In other words, the Kurigakure village in the land of water that I'm facing has no human sacrifice. There is only 1/4 Mizukage, Yagura Kurodaji, and some families from the Kurigakure village. Therefore, 2,000 soldiers are enough. Uchiha Xiao said. Uchiha Izuna nodded and said, "Then is it because of the 8 tails Jinchuriki that Kumagakure uses so many gifts?" Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "It's because the 3rd Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, AI, is known as the humanoid-tailed beast, and the 8-tailed killer bee is supporting him, so he brought 5,000 troops. Grandpa can distribute them at his own discretion when the time comes." Uchiha Izuna nodded. It seemed like he was under the most pressure. He had to cheer up. As for Uchiha Madara, he was a bit bored. Asking him to guard Inoki was like bullying a child. The child's willpower had been flawed before. What if a fight broke out this time and his mind was broken by the beating? But he still didn't speak, because Uchiha Xiao had already arranged it very well, and he only had to be responsible for the execution. Seeing that both grandfathers supported him, Uchiha Xiao raised the corners of his mouth. He looked towards the direction of the Hidden Mist Village with a fierce look in his eyes, and there was greed in it. "Yu-Gi-Oh, I hope to meet you. Then I will take in your tail beast." Although Uchiha Xiao was annoyed by the trouble in the hidden mist village, this also gave him an opportunity to justify his actions, an opportunity to plunder the Vulpix. Lying on a tree in a forest near the hidden mist village, he raised his hand and looked at the starry sky through his fingers, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart. Not only was he tortured by the six tails when he was a child, but when he grew up, his master said he would help him get rid of it and take the six tails out of his body. However, he was not a fool, and he had heard that the extraction of the tailed beast would cause the death of the Jinchuriki. He didn't want to die, he hadn't lived enough. So he had to ask the master to die. Suddenly he grinned. "Maybe in the eyes of the world, I am a traitor who was born, killed my master, and betrayed my village, but they will never know that I just want to live." At this moment, he trembled all over and felt as if he was being stared at by something terrible. He stood up and looked around, but found no trace of anyone. "Maybe it's because my mood has been unstable these 2 days, so I need to go to bed." Chapter 205. The war is about to break out. The next morning, the entrance to the village was crowded with people. In addition to the 7,000 ninjas who were about to go on the expedition, there were also their families and clan leaders waiting here. Uchiha Xiao came here on purpose, and he was very pleased to see this scene, which showed that he still had a great influence on the village. After a series of pre-war speeches, Uchiha Xiao led 2,000 ninjas on an expedition to the hidden mist village. Uchiha Izuna led his troops north to prepare to meet the Third Hokage and the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. Uchiha Xiao walked to the easternmost part of the continent, which was the sea. If they wanted to reach the hidden mist village from here, they would need a ship. In order to conceal their identities, it would be best to use a merchant ship, or a large merchant ship. So he paid a high price to rent 4 merchant ships that could accommodate 500 people at the ferry, and hired a businessman who often did business between the two sides of the strait to serve as a navigator. Seeing Uchiha Xiao's generosity, the merchant didn't think much of it. Who wouldn't want money? So he took 4 merchant ships and headed for the hidden mist village. The 2,000 Konoha ninjas couldn't help but admire Uchiha Xiao's thoughtful consideration, but Uchiha Xiao knew in his heart that he was imitating Bayous crossing the river, which was not a sophisticated strategy, but a surprise attack. So they didn't explain too much and just sat on the deck of the ship wearing clothes that only exposed their eyes, watching the direction to prevent the merchants from cheating them. Fortunately, they didn't. After the ship docked, ninjas from the hidden mist village came forward to investigate. After seeing the merchant's attire and the documents he presented, the ninjas chose to let him pass. Uchiha Xiao arrived at someone's doorstep like this, and the person didn't even know about it. He asked the merchant to wait for 2 more days until they returned before sending the ship. Moreover, Uchiha Xiao also paid the lost wages for these ships in the past few days. The businessman thought the man was nice and honest, so he nodded and said he could wait no matter how long it took. After sending the merchant away, Uchiha Xiao's face changed and he looked at the 2,000 ninjas. "Those who are afraid of death, stand up. Now follow the merchant and you will be safe. Although I will protect you, the battlefield is brutal and I am not sure how many of you will survive. Therefore, those who want to leave should leave quickly, and those who are not afraid of death should follow me to charge into the formation." Uchiha Xiao's voice reached everyone's ears. The 2,000 people who followed Uchiha Xiao were mostly the younger generation of the family, and they were all brave. They were at a passionate age and didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. At this moment, all they wanted was to make great achievements. Therefore, none of the 2,000 people retreated and their eyes were firm. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Follow me." Then he took the lead and rushed towards the hidden mist village, with the other ninjas following closely behind. When they reached 1 kilometer away from the village entrance, Uchiha Xiao stopped. At this time, the fog was white and the air was slightly humid. Because there were many islands surrounded by the sea, there was a hint of salty smell in the air. Uchiha Xiao released the Eye of True Vision to explore the surrounding environment, and just as he approached the hidden mist village, a kunai was shot towards him. Uchiha Xiao's vision was interrupted, but at the last moment, he saw the man's face clearly. "Kirata Chiyagura, that's right, Ichiyagura Karuta. Konoha isn't the only one with an intelligence system. My Kurigakure isn't one to be trifled with." Uchiha Xiao covered his left eye and cursed angrily that he was exposed. Then he saw the ninjas from the hidden mist village rushing out of the village, catching the mist one by one to hide their bodies. Uchiha Xiao shouted, "Release the wind escape technique. Blow away the fog." Konoha ninja seal wind escape, big breakthrough wind escape, pressure wind escape, vacuum continuous waves. A large amount of wind jutsu was performed and the fog quickly dispersed. Uchiha Xiao took out the fiery flame fan. The temperature around him rose. He clapped his hands and took a deep breath. Fire style, great flame extinguishment. With the help of the fiery flame fan, the range of Uchiha Xiao's move doubled, and the heat was much higher. The Konoha ninjas were overwhelmed with emotion. Is this the Uchiha clan's fire release? It was truly terrifying hearing the discussions of the people nearby. The other members of the Uchiha clan shrank their necks and did not dare to speak out to disrupt the situation. In fact, not many people in the Uchiha clan could do that, but looking at the discussions of the people nearby, the Uchiha ninja straightened his back again. Although I didn't set the fire, my last name is Uchiha. Although Goju Yagura's expression was a little sullen, it was still within control. Everyone, water wall. As soon as Karuta Yagura finished speaking, 300 mist ninjas released the water wall at the same time to confront Uchiha Owl. However, this made things difficult for the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Owl was very powerful, causing the point where the great fire extinguishing and the water array wall came into contact with them. Water, fire, and steam created an extremely high heat, scalding some of the mist ninjas so hard that they screamed and shrieked. However, they still stood in front of the village, releasing ninjutsu to resist Uchiha Owl's attack. About 2.5 minutes later, Uchiha Owl's ninjutsu stopped. At the same time, some of the Kurigakure were lying on the ground with the bubbles all over their bodies, motionless, while others were dehydrated and as thin as jerky. Others were completely red like boiled lobsters. Their hands were shaking, and they were obviously seriously injured. The fourth Mizukage, Karuta Yagura's pupils shrank. A single move could be so powerful. Damn it. He looked towards the forest, his eyes blazing with anger. Uchiha Owl, you are going too far. You controlled our Mizukage and sent the tailed beast out of my village. Now you dare to invade my village. Aren't you afraid of the joint attack from the ninja world? Yagura Karuji roared. Come if you have the guts. I, Uchiha Xiao, will take it. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao ordered the ninja troops to perform wind-style ninjutsu again to blow away the steam and mist that had just been produced. This decision resulted in the Hidden Mist Village being unable to use its assassination techniques, and they could only use water escape and swordsmanship to fight back, but it was basically impossible to get close to the Konoha troops. Uchiha Owl was like a mountain, an insurmountable mountain. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the fourth Mizukage, Karuta Yagura, stepped forward and slowly walked towards the open space in the center. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao waved his hand to signal everyone to stop attacking, then appeared and smiled. What can I do for you, fourth Mizukage? You brought troops to attack my Kurigakure village, and you ask me what I want to do for you? Karuta Yagura laughed angrily. Stop talking nonsense. You and I both know the real reason. Either you write a letter of surrender and pay compensation, or, Uchiha Xiao said coldly. Karujutsu Yagura glanced at Uchiha Owl, and with a green flower steel hook, he spun around. Water style, water mirror technique. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. He wanted to copy himself? Okay, he wanted to see what kind of self he could create as a result. Goju Yagura's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Insufficient chakra? How is that possible? His pupils shrank. I only need 1% of the clone's chakra to copy, so why can't I do it today? He looked up at Uchiha Xiao again, and Uchiha Xiao looked at him with a playful expression. Ding. System prompts. Water mirror technique requires the caster to have at least 1% of the body's chakra to cast, and cannot copy Sage Mode, Susanoo, Sage Method, and other ninjutsu can be copied. Uchiha Xiao sighed. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Karuta Yagura used the water mirror technique again, but this time he didn't copy Uchiha Owl, but copied himself. The two Karuta Yagura swung their steel hooks at the same time, smashing them towards Uchiha Owl, and shouted at the same time. All of you go and get rid of the Konoha ninjas in the forest. Please urge updates, follow, generate power with love, and comment. Period. Chapter 206, The Seven Ninja Swordsmen, 5/7, Part. Uchiha Owl's pupils shrank, and then he heard a rustling sound behind him. It was obvious that the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village were taking action. As soon as Uchiha Xiao turned around, he was hit by a club. He quickly raised his hand and the immortal body possessed him, and the golden red Susanoo emerged. When the stick touched Susanoo, a clanging sound like metal collision was made. Karuta Yagura, who was holding the green flowered steel hook, was obviously stunned, and the shock force was transmitted from the stick to his arm. The enormous force almost caused his green steel hook to fly out of his hand. Although Goju Yagura was stunned, his body flew into the air, and the movement of his wrist and body alleviated the shock. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly and formed a hand seal. The simplest clone technique, which took away 20% of his chakra to fight against the mist ninjas on the field. Seeing that Yagura wanted to stop his clone from going to the battlefield, Uchiha Xiao kicked him on the shoulder and changed the direction of Yagura force. The clone looked back at Karudaji Yagura water clone, and the mocking look stimulated them both, but the real Uchiha owl behind him was the most troublesome. However, at this moment, Uchiha Xiao was no longer worried about the problems on the battlefield. Just that group of mist ninja rookies and 2% of their chakra was enough. Uchiha Xiao took out the fiery flame fan, opened it and shook it gently. His long hair moved slightly, showing his true nature as a master. Our battle has just begun. I hope you two won't let me down. As the word hope fell, the fan closed. Uchiha Xiao stretched out his right hand holding the fan and stabbed one of the Gaji Yagura. The fan blade is like a firefly, carrying the meaning of the setting sun. The white arms and golden armor show a domineering attitude, water style, water wave. Karudaji Yagura's clone and the original body were in telepathy, and they both agreed that they should use this ninjutsu to cool down Uchiha Yuki at this moment. The two men squatted down, and two streams of water emerged from their mouths and shot straight towards Uchiha. Uchiha Xiao's eyes were cold, and he shook his right hand, spreading the fan and changing from stabbing to defending. When the turbulent water column encountered the fiery flame fan, it could not move forward at all. Instead of turning into steam, it was absorbed by it. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "What a treasure!" The fiery sky fan seemed to be in tune with Uchiha Xiao's thoughts. After it flashed, it turned the absorbed water column into magma and sprayed it towards the two Gaji Yagura. Karajutsu Yagura's expression changed. They were already in the middle of casting a spell, and Tsuranbo had already used up half of his chakra. How could he possibly withstand this kind of magma? He used the instant body technique to move two pillars of magma shot into the distance and hit the mist ninja who was fighting fiercely. In just a moment, the mist ninja was burning all over, his chest was pierced, and he screamed in pain. A meteoroma filled the battlefield. Everyone looked in the direction of the smell and saw ninja wrapped in flames. The meteoroma came from him. The nearby ninjas felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and even stopped the battle at hand. While staring at Uchiha Owl and Karuda Yagura in the distance, this is simply a fight between gods, and the little devil suffers. The little bit of energy that the other party reveals is enough to easily wipe out this group of ninjas. Uchiha Owl's clone was an exception. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Wood release, true tree realm arrives." With the operation of chakra, the battlefield instantly transformed from the home wetlands of the hidden mist village to the home forest of Konoha. The Konoha ninjas noticed that the fog had disappeared and the ground beneath their feet had turned into plain. Their fighting spirit and confidence instantly increased, and they continued to fight the mist ninjas. Uchiha Owl's clone looked at all this with a smile on his face. As long as his own ninja had problems, he would directly control the trees to entangle the opposing ninja or provide his teammates with a wall of wooden ingots to resist damage. For a moment, there were no casualties in Konoha. Biwa Juzo narrowed his eyes, held the beheading sword in his hand, performed the instant body technique to fly above Uchiha Owl's clone, and chopped it down with all his strength. He understood that at this moment, Uchiha Owl's clone was the master of this battle. As long as the master didn't die, they would be the only ones to die. But no matter how fast Biwa Juzo was, how could he escape the control of Uchiha Owl's clone in the tree world? An iron sand spear was formed and held in Uchiha Xiao's hand. He turned around and threw it, piercing towards Biwa Juzo's heart. At this moment, Biwa Juzang was unable to change his moves and could only watch as the iron sand spear pierced his heart. At this moment, a ninja appeared, wearing a mask and with messy hair. He used his chakra to wrap the steel wire so that it could not hurt Biwa Juzo. With a flick of his fingers, the wire wrapped around Biwa Juzo and threw him aside. Uchiha Xiao was startled, turned his head and looked, and smiled slightly. It was actually Kirazum Kishimaru. This unique shape and this thin body made it so easy to recognize. If it's him, then the one holding the big sword just now must be Biwa Juzang, right? He's so young, I didn't even recognize him as for the early 7 ninja swordsmen, although they have not been awarded the title yet. Due to the special nature of the ninja swords in their hands, these people are a threat to the life and safety of cage-level strongmen. However, this is not within the scope of Uchiha Owl's threat. Biwa Juzo, can you please don't act rashly? Even if this guy has a clone, you can't defeat him alone. What a trouble. A fat man with samedhuda on his back and chubby orange hair appeared, but his teeth were very special, the serrations of an ordinary shark. Uchiha Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and raised his eyebrows. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost still had a smile on his face at this moment, but don't be fooled by him. This look is just his disguise. In fact, he is a scheming smiling tiger. 3 of the original 7 ninja swordsmen have already appeared: Beheading Sword, Long Sword, Stitch, and Tsunade. Even if Uchiha Owl's clone only has twice the chakra of his original body, it would be easy to deal with him. Is there anyone else? Why don't you all come out? Uchiha Xiao, the clone, smiled slightly, and he stood there with his hands behind his back. A breeze blew, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. The Sharingan in his eyes was fully open, and the power of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan surged, detecting the nearby chakra. Sure enough, there are 2 groups that are much stronger than other mist ninjas. Even though Uchiha Owl is making a fuss here, let them come out. However, there was no response. It was obvious that the 2 were just watching. Never mind 5 or 3. He couldn't control the battle over there anyway, so he could just treat this as entertainment. The Zigguishan Puffer Ghost gave Li Samshuwen a look, and Li Samshuwen nodded slightly and disappeared. Biwa Zhuzang felt embarrassed and quickly stood up. Pufferfish Ghost. Why are you everywhere? Don't do anything. Watch me kill this dog. Biwa Zhuzang pointed his beheading sword at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost didn't get angry and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at him with a smile, made a gesture for him to go ahead, then found a big rock to sit on, took out 2 rice balls and started to eat them. Chapter 207 The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, 5/7. Biwa Zhuzhou didn't feel that this was inappropriate at all, and there was a surge of passion in his blood. He looked at Uchiha Xiao, his eyes full of fighting spirit. I won't write about a clone, otherwise it will increase the word count. This is the clone of a well-known figure in the ninja world, with a bunch of golden titles shining. Even if you kill his clone, it will bring you huge prestige. How could I possibly share this kind of opportunity with others? Besides, it's just a clone. Even if I could fight, how long could the chakra in my body last? But what Biwa Zhuzhou didn't know was that Uchiha Owl was a man with a cheat. Even with only 20% of his chakra, he was still not comparable to him and the other 7 ninja swordsmen. Biwa Zhuzhou raised the beheading sword with one hand and pointed it at Uchiha Owl from a distance, thinking he was very handsome. But in fact, Uchiha Owl was not disturbed at all. Instead, he looked at this middle school boy as if he was an idiot. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost didn't say anything, but just complained in his heart. Arm. Although he didn't make a move, he also wanted to see the true strength of Uchiha Xiao. He looked down on his opponent on the surface, but was very cautious inwardly. The 2 small green beam-like eyes stared at Uchiha Xiao without blinking, and the movement of chewing the rice ball in his mouth slowed down. Biwa Zhuzhou raised his sword and rushed towards Uchiha Xiao, slashing hard. Uchiha Xiao dodged easily by turning sideways. The blade of the beheading sword slashed on the ground, tearing the ground, and the sword energy surged forward 30 or 40 meters, which showed how sharp it was and how much force Biwa Zhuzhou used at this moment. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. That's all. But then Biwa Zhuzhou slashed out the second time in a surprising way. He held the hilt of the knife with both hands and rotated it around. The beheading sword easily chopped the ground into pieces, raising dust and rushing towards Uchiha Xiao's eyes. At the same time, the sword had turned 270 degrees in the air and the last degrees chopped towards Uchiha Xiao's waist. Despicable. Uchiha Xiao was disgusted. He took out his Uchiha fan, stuck it into the ground, and closed his eyes. The beheading sword hit the Uchiha flame fan with a clanging sound, and then was bounced away. And a wave of air spread out from the point where the 2 touched. Uchiha Owl remained motionless, his robes rustling and his hair swaying rapidly with the force of his energy. Meanwhile, Biwa Zhuzhou was thrown back 100 meters by the blast, his hands trembling and his knuckles cracked, oozing blood. The beheading sword also had some cracks, but it had recovered a little after absorbing the blood that was shaken out of Biwa Zhuzhang's tiger mouth. It looked fine from a distance, but flaws could be seen when looking closely. Biwa Zhuzhang was breathing heavily, his hands were shaking, and he could hardly hold the beheading sword. His heart was beating faster at this moment. Although the move he just made was a bit difficult to comment on and insidious, it was one of his most powerful moves because of its practicality. He had used this move to kill a veteran Jonin when he was a Chunin. After that, he beheaded countless people, but today he actually failed. Uchiha Xiao slowly opened his red eyes, frowned, checked the flame fan and found that there was nothing wrong with it, then he breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his eyes were red. He really didn't expect that someone among the 7 ninja swordsmen would use such a disgusting trick of raising sand. He was furious. He put away the flame fan, drew his ninja sword, and threw a kunai. Reishinki, snap. Flying Thunder God Slash. The Flying Thunder God Slash that Senju Tobirama used to kill Uchiha Izuna. Biwa Juzo had no chance to dodge and could only watch as Uchiha Xiao stabbed him from the right. He closed his eyes in despair, but the imagined pain did not come. Uchiha Xiao missed. He opened his eyes and looked over, and it was true. A closer look revealed that a piece of steel wire had wrapped around Uchiha Xiao's sword. The steel wire reflected the pure white moonlight, and it was only 1 centimeter away from his eyes. That's right, Kyosen Sumeru pulled with all his might, only causing Uchiha Owl's Flying Thunder God Slash to deflect by a mere 1 centimeter. Kyosen Sumeru's hand was bleeding at the moment. The force he just used exceeded the maximum limit that the gloves could withstand. Anyone who has killed people with steel wire knows that force is mutual. If you don't protect yourself, your hand will also bear the same force. Biwa Juzo quickly retreated and slashed at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao sighed. It seemed that their tacit understanding had begun to take shape. He released the ninja sword and retreated, and Kyosen Sumeru was also cushioned. He released the steel wire and looked at his hand that was cut by the wire. His heart was shocked. Uchiha Owl's strength was ridiculously great. It was so big that even if he tried to dissolve it with his clever strength, he would cut his palm. After receiving this information, his figure disappeared and reappeared beside the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. He first raised his right hand and spread out his severed palm to show the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's pupils shrank. He was not stupid. He usually walked very close to every teammate, so he naturally understood what this meant. Kyosen Sumeru whispered something close to his ear, causing Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost to turn even paler. He looked at Biwa Juzo on the field and quickly said, "Asshole, get back here. You can't beat him alone." This time, Biwa Juzo was kicked away by Uchiha Xiao and kicked to the side of Zigguishin Pufferfish Ghost. The beheading sword was taken away by Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao looked at the beheading sword in his hand, took out his snake technology phone, took a picture, and posted it on WeChat Moments. Family, this is the beheading sword among the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village. I have confiscated it. Deputy Hokage 666. How is the Deputy Hokage supposed to fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen? Isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Vice Hokage, how are you? Uchiha Xiao started typing, "I am a clone, not the real person." The comments section exploded with 666, brilliant. Although Zigguishin Puffer Ghost didn't understand what Uchiha Xiao was doing, he knew that Uchiha Xiao seemed to be in a much better mood. Then Uchiha Xiao put away his phone, coughed lightly, picked up the beheading sword, swung it a few times, nodded, and said, "Not bad. Good stuff. A BMW goes with a hero." The beheading sword clanged, as if sucking Uchiha Owl closer. It didn't want to return to its previous owner. How shameful. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and looked at Biwa Juzo. "Your sword tells me that it doesn't want to be with you anymore. It will go hungry 9 times in 3 days if it follows you. What's going on, Biwa Juzo? How can you be the master?" Upon hearing this, Biwa Juzo's already seriously injured body trembled wildly and struggled to get up. He slowly raised his finger and pointed at Uchiha Xiao. Just as he was about to say something, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kyosen Sumeru supported Biwa Juzo and sighed in his heart. In fact, Biwa Juzo was a kind-hearted person, but sometimes he was greedy and reckless, and attached too much importance to fame and fortune. However, he was still very generous and magnanimous to his teammates. This is also the reason why the Zigguishin Puffer Ghost did not let Biwa Juzo die quietly. After all, they are teammates. Although Biwa Juzo is relatively weak, his character makes people feel at ease. In a word, he is an honest man. Just make use of him. As for giving up on him, forget it. There will be an extra update tonight, a total of 4 chapters, all of which are battle scenes, no water. Please click to urge updates, follow me, and show your love for me. Bookshelf, comment, and give me 5-star praise. My dearest readers. Chapter 208, The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, 5/7, part with Biwa Juzo seriously injured and defeated. Zigguishin Puffer Ghost and the others could no longer sit still. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a whistle. 2 more people came out from the darkness. One of them was tall with green hair and 2 swords on his back. The other one wore a turban and had his left eye covered by an Apache. He held a machete in his hand, and several detonating talismans could be vaguely seen on the machete. Period. Uchiha Al raised the corner of his mouth. These two people, Kurachu Rega, the owner of Rega, Kai, and Nuri Jinpachi, the owner of Bakudo, Fimo, 5 of the original 7 ninja swordsmen are now together. Although each of them looks a little immature, they can hunt down a slightly weaker cage-level warrior when they work together. Pufferfish Ghost, what's going on? Why do we need to take action? Wula Jinpachi had a smile on his face, but he was not calm in his heart. The title-level strongman was indeed extraordinary in strength. Heichui Rega didn't say anything, but just took off Rega with both hands, and his chakra was already running. This was the first time that the 5 ninja swordsmen faced a title-level powerhouse. It's not like he hadn't hunted down other countries' jonin before, but this one was different. Even if it was just a clone, he would give it his all. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost sighed. Lord Owl, your reputation is well known throughout the ninja world. We know we are no match for you, but for the sake of the Hidden Mist Village, we have no choice but to fight you. He slowly stood up, pulled out Samehoda, and stood in the middle of the crowd. His expression changed. We have no intention of becoming your enemy, but you have come to attack Irigakure. Let us experience the power of the new generation of ninja god. A solemn and murderous atmosphere suddenly arose, and even Biwa Juizao forced himself to stand up straight, drew out an ordinary ninja sword, and stood beside the 4 people with a solemn expression. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, I can see your little thoughts. Don't worry, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, I won't kill you in today's battle, provided that you can make me excited. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a smile, brothers, we must let Lord Xiao have a good fight. After saying that, Ziguishin Puffer Ghost waved his right hand, and Wuli Jinpachi smiled. Okay. Lord Xiao, take my move. He raised the explosive knife and slashed towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao rushed forward with the beheading sword in both hands. The two swords collided, making a metallic humming sound. Nuri Jinpachi's face was solemn. His explosive sword spray was the heaviest among all the ninja swords, so his arm strength was also the strongest among the ninja swordsmen. This time, he found that Uchiha Xiao was no less powerful than him. Instead, his hands trembled a little. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Although he was a clone and his physical strength was far inferior to that of the original body, he had also reached the level of Kage. In terms of strength alone, this Wula Jinpa was already infinitely close to Kage. Wuli Jinpachi gritted his teeth, then raised the corners of his mouth and said, explosive sword technique. He urged the chakra to flow into the explosive sword droplets, and then the talisman paper glowed, and the detonating talisman began to be summoned out. Explode. Nuri Jinpachi swung his sword again, and the sword rushed towards Uchiha Al with explosive force. Uchiha Al used Susanoo to trap himself and his beheading sword to meet the attack. Boom! An explosion was heard and a large amount of black smoke was produced. Nuri Jinpachi pulled himself out and landed steadily next to the ninja swordsman, stretching his muscles. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost gave him a look and asked about the situation. Wula Shenba nodded, and the corners of his mouth turned up. The damage is all done. If not dead, he will be seriously injured. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost raised his eyebrows. Could it really be so smooth? He glanced at Kurasan Shumaru, who was changing his gloves nearby. Kurasan Sumaru threw out a long sewing needle with his right hand and threw it towards the place where Uchiha Al had been standing in the black smoke. There was a rustling sound, and it was bounced back in just a moment. Everyone immediately became alert. Uchiha Xiao walked out of the black smoke, wrapped in golden Susanoo, and twisted his neck. Not bad. The explosive power of the explosive blade spray and the penetrating power of the long sword needle are amazing. Uchiha Al raised the corner of his mouth, restored Susanoo on the beheading sword, and became serious. Let's go together, Ziguishin Puffer Ghost said immediately, and Heichu Lei Ya's figure flashed, and Lei Ya swung and slashed towards Uchiha Xiao. Lightning filled the two swords, making a sizzling sound. Uchiha Xiao turned around and looked up, unafraid of the lightning, and slashed with his sword. Bang! Black Ho Thunderfang was knocked away. After all, his dual swords were too light compared to the beheading sword. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nuri Jinpachi jumped up and slashed at Uchiha Al's head. Uchiha Al was about to fight back, but his right hand was entangled by the steel wire of Kurasan Sumaru's long sword. How annoying! Uchiha Xiao curled his lips, and he controlled Susanoo to condense a shield to block above. With a bang, he blocked the flying spray of Nuri Jinpachi's sword. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost held Samehoda and stabbed Susanoo with it. Samehoda absorbed chakra tons by tons, which made Uchiha Xiao look strange and wonderful. Biwajuzo used the combined attack to chop off Uchiha Owl's neck. The 5 men each performed their duties and achieved miraculous results. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Interesting, really interesting, wonderful, really wonderful. You make me happy. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao exerted force with his right hand, and the steel wire was broken. Susanu's first form transformed into its second form, grew legs, and doubled in size, knocking all the ninja swordsmen away. A golden red giant appeared, holding a spear. Looking around with disdain, the ninja swordsmen's faces turned pale. There is a second stage? Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly. The golden Susanu roared, swung a spear, and stabbed at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Capture the leader first. Samehoda sensed the danger and became limp, causing Zigwishin pufferfish demon to curse angrily. He then used ninjutsu and his heart turned into a ball that wrapped around himself. The rest of the ninja swordsmen were all terrified. Who could block such a long spear? However, Mori Jinpachi gritted his teeth and stepped forward, holding the explosive blade spray with both hands to block the spear. The huge impact made him retreat continuously, and he couldn't help but roar. The rest of the ninja swordsmen could not stand idly by and came behind Jinpachi Mori and used all their strength to support his back. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost retracted his hair and also exerted his strength. With the full strength of the 5 people, the speed of retreat began to slow down. Uchiha Owl stood with his arms folded inside Susanu, watching all this coldly. About 2 minutes later, the impact of the spears disappeared, and the ninja swordsmen also stopped. Their muscles bulged and their hands and legs were trembling. Horrible, so terrifying. The power of a single gun, even to this extent. Is this the value of being a legendary ninja, a title-level ninja? Even if their Mizukage came, they wouldn't be able to withstand this move, right? Thinking of this, everyone felt frustrated. Comparing people will make you die, and comparing goods will make you throw them away. Uchiha Xiao nodded, released Susanu, and walked up to them. Well, you did it. You made me excited for a while. So please rest here for a while. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and controlled the trees to tie up several people. As for the ninja sword, it was tied with them except for the beheading sword. Uchiha Owl took it away. Biwajuzo was about to speak when he was glared at by Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Shut up. At worst, I can give you other ninja swords. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Biwajuzang lowered his head, his eyes a little lonely. Beheading sword will miss me. Beheading sword, don't Q. Chapter 209 Yu-Gi-Oh! For Peace. Uchiha Owl's clone returned to the battlefield, holding a beheading sword and killing every kid with it. Wherever he looked, he killed everyone. Main body. Uchiha Xiao looked at the fiery flame fan in his hand, feeling happy. He kept saying in his heart, good baby, good baby. The fiery flame sky fan seemed to be able to understand the praise in Uchiha Xiao's heart and flashed red like Otachibana Yagura's eyes were moved, and he looked at Uchiha Owl with a complicated expression. This guy really had a lot of treasures. Now he was already a little stretched compared to him, not to mention that he had not yet used Susanu at this moment. He felt like surrendering, but he didn't know how to say it out loud. Uchiha Xiao looked at him and understood what he was thinking at the moment, because Inoki, the 3rd generation of Kaminari, and Xiao Granny all had the same look in their eyes. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Lord Mizukage, I think you don't want to fight anymore, right? Well, if you agree to one condition, I can let you pay less money. Uchiha frowned and said, you talk first. He didn't want to fight anymore. There was no point in fighting like this. And this was happening right in front of his own house. The loss to their village is incalculable. Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, I heard that there was a rebellious ninja in the Hidden Mist village recently. From time to time, the tailed beasts went berserk, causing injuries to the villagers. He even killed his master, who was a high-ranking member of the Hidden Mist village. Uchiha Owl's calculations were so loud that they hit Yagura Gakuji in the face, or in other words, they were slapping Yagura Gakuji in the face. Unspoken, Vulpix or Karigakure, choose one, or don't blame me for not warning you if your country is destroyed. Yagura Karuda's face changed. On one side was the Hidden Mist village's only nuclear weapon, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yu-Gi-Oh! Although he was not under control, sooner or later he would lead people to take back the tailed beasts. On the other side were the villagers of the Hidden Mist village. One would become a slave, and the other would die immediately. He could die in battle with dignity, but he had to consider the lives of the villagers and the lives of the ninjas. Words are not enough. How can I believe you? What if you get the Six-Tails Jinchuriki and want to destroy my Mist village? Karajutsu Yagura said coldly, seeing that he was about to retreat. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, I swear on the honor of the Uchiha clan, if the Kurigakure hands over the Six Tails Jinchuriki, I, Uchiha Xiao and Konoha, are willing to renounce the alliance with the Kurigakure. Do you have the final say? At this moment, Uchiha Yagura already believed at 80%. It is well known in the history of the ninja world that Uchiha Rangayo swore an oath and he must keep his promise. Now the question is, does Uchiha Xiao have the final say? Although I am the deputy Hokage in Konoha, I am fully responsible for external United Front work. There is no doubt about that, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile after a second or two of silence. Kiruju Yagura nodded and said, okay, in that case, let's both sides cease fighting. I'll take you to find Yugao. Uchiha Xiao's mouth curled up. Great. He passed the message to his clone, who received it and shouted, the Mizukage accepts the surrender. The battle is over. All members of Konoha, stand behind me. In an instant, the whole place fell silent and both sides stopped fighting. Konoha suffered 200 casualties in this battle, while the Hidden Mist village had over 1 to 15, not a loss, right? Afterwards, Uchiha Al and Karuta Yagura returned to the battlefield, one standing in front of the Konoha ninjas and the other standing in front of the Hidden Mist village. Everyone, the battle is over. This is all the fault of me, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karuta. Please clean up the battlefield. Yagura Karuta bowed to his own ninja. Mitsuki-sama, this is not your fault. Yes, Mizukage-sama, we are proud of you. Even if it were any other ninja village, facing a Konoha like this, the result would be defeat. Don't blame yourself. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village comforted Karachi Yagura one by one, saying that he was the only one who could take on the responsibility of being a Kage. If he blames himself and abdicates or commits suicide, the Hidden Mist village will be in danger. Yagura Karuta was deeply moved. After instructing his secretary and organizing the villagers to collect the bodies, he prepared to take Uchiha Al to deal with the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Al asked his clone to take the ninjas to wait for him at the dock, as he still had to get a tailed beast for his wife. Karuju Yagura took Uchiha Al to Yugao's residence. Unlike the Hidden Mist village, Yugao was sunny and windy, without heavy fog, and was a place of good feng shui, and there was a wooden house on that piece of land, which must be Yugao's residence. This is Yugao's residence. I won't go anywhere else. After saying that, Godachi Yagura was about to leave. Uchiha Xiao held him back and said, Mizukage-sama, please sign the terms of defeat. As he spoke, Uchiha Xiao took out an agreement that had been prepared in advance, which stated that the Hidden Mist village would compensate Konoha village for its losses with 100 million taels of silver. Just this one sentence, Godachi Yagura's mouth twitched. He signed 3 copies, kept one for himself, and left here. He never wanted to see Uchiha Xiao again. Uchiha Al smiled. 100 million taels plus the tailed beast, it was worth it. Uchiha Xiao put the agreement away. He was not worried that the Hidden Mist village would not compensate him. At worst, he could just come again when the time comes. It was no big deal. Moreover, the Kurigakure is surrounded by the sea and has abundant marine resources. They could come up with 500 million, not to mention 100 million. But to still ask for so much money after killing someone and stealing their Jinchuriki is just too. Uchiha Xiao smiled and then walked towards the wooden house. Unexpectedly, when he just stepped into this territory, the wind suddenly blew and the humidity in the air became much thicker. Who are you? A voice came from the wooden house, and then the door opened, and a black-haired man walked out. He was wearing a blue kimono, holding a bubble tube in his mouth, and blowing bubbles. He looked at Uchiha Xiao with laziness and contempt in his eyes. Uchiha Al smiled. Me? I'm here to catch you. Oh? The Mizukage and the others again? It seems I was too merciful before and didn't kill his men. Well, today I will take your life and tell him what will happen if he disturbs me. After saying that, Yugao snapped his fingers, and suddenly bubbles appeared and rushed towards Uchiha Al. Uchiha Xiao took out a fiery flame fan and fanned it gently. The air became scorching hot, bursting all the bubbles. Yugao raised his eyebrows and said, what a great treasure. He wants it. After that, he began to make hand seals, then opened his mouth and spit out a strong acidic liquid, which rushed towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Al dodged and saw the acidic liquid dripping onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. The emerald green grass corroded, turned yellow, and then turned into ash. Uchiha Xiao looked up at Yugao with excitement in his eyes. He knew that this move was the mucus of the six-tailed rhino dog. Yugao only thought this guy had 2 arms, right? How could he still smile at this moment? Could it be because I was too kind? Or was this handsome appearance too charming? He touched his face at this moment, took out a mirror, and admired his appearance in the mirror. Please urge for updates, generate power with love, follow, recommend, and give 5-star praise. Thank you all. Chapter 210. Bringing back Yu-Gi-Oh! Looking at Yu-Gi-Oh's arrogant look, Uchiha Xiao felt a chill. He didn't intend to continue to argue with this sissy. Look straight at me. Yu-Gi-Oh! As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, the circular wheel-shaped 6th Magatama Sharingan, which symbolizes the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly appeared. Yu-Gi-Oh! Raised his head for just a second, and the rhino dog in his body quickly shouted, "Don't look," but it was too late. Yu-Gi-Oh's pupils reflected the same Sharingan as Uchiha Xiao's. He stood there with his hands hanging down, motionless, and the bubbles around him all disappeared. In his consciousness space, it was pitch black, and a red moon was reflected in the sky. Looking closely, the pattern on the red moon was the pattern of Uchiha Xiao's Sharingan. Yu-Gi-Oh! Wanted to break through this dark and hard space, and he used all his strength. Neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu could break through the special barrier. Vulpix, Vulpix. Can you hear me? Lend me your power. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was no longer calm at this moment, but was like a beggar, begging there. The rhino dog was not in a much better situation. A figure appeared in its space. It was Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao looked at Rhino Dog, and Rhino Dog also looked at him. This man's Sharingan must be the Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise he would not be able to control himself and Yu-Gi-Oh! So easily. Six-tailed Rhino Dog, right? Uchiha Xiao smiled faintly. How do you know my name? It was a little surprised. Many people called it Vulpix because it had 6 tails, but the number of humans who know its real name can be counted on one hand, and the person in front of him is definitely not one of them. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, I not only know you, but also Shukaku, Matatoki, Isabu. Uchiha Xiao mentioned the names of all the tailed beasts. This made the Rhino Dog a little surprised and curious. Did Jayu Lama tell you? How is that possible? How could it be so kind? But that's not the point. The point is that I'm here to save you. Uchiha Xiao said with some sarcasm. Save me? Are you kidding? A tailed beast that becomes a Jinchuriki has already lost its freedom. If you kill him, I will also die for a while. How can you talk about saving me? The Rhino Dog looked at him with contempt. No, no, no. I will save you from this rookie and put you into another person's body. And I can promise you that if you actively cooperate, I can give you 9 tailed beasts a chance to reunite. Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Rhino Dog was silent. Uchiha Xiao said something nice, asking you to leave, or something blunt, asking you to find a new master and be a good boy. But there was another meaning, which was that he would gather all the tailed beasts and let all 9 Jinchuriki live in Konoha. This was fine. After all, fighting and killing all day was really boring, so it just said calmly, do I have a choice? Apparently, not, but your new master is much stronger than this sissy. Uchiha Xiao sighed. The Rhino Dog stopped resisting and lay aside. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao grinned and withdrew from the consciousness space. Uchiha Xiao picked up Yu-Gi-Oh! After all, he was still the Jinchuriki and the container of the 6 tails. It was easier to carry Yu-Gi-Oh! Than to capture the 6 tails directly. Uchiha Xiao carried Yu-Gi-Oh! And returned along the same route to the dock. A voice rang out from the darkness. Lord Mizukage, are you just going to let Uchiha Xiao take away our village's Jinchuriki? The ninja's face was filled with pain. Yagura Gojo sighed and said, how about you capture Uchiha Xiao, and I will go and take back the 6 tails Jinchuriki. After saying this, the ninja gritted his teeth and finally sighed. Yagura Kuruda turned around and walked towards the hidden mist village. His assessment of Uchiha Xiao's danger level rose to a higher level. This boy was so terrifying. Uchiha Xiao soon arrived at the dock. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of the Konoha ninjas. The vigilant ninjas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and began to gather towards him. Lord Xiao, Minister Xiao, Owl Commander Lord Hokage. There were all kinds of strange things being said, but the same thing was that there was awe in the eyes and tone of these people just now on the battlefield. The performance of Uchiha Xiao's clone amazed them. One person changed the terrain, one person controlled the entire situation, and one person fought against the ninja swordsman alone. Well, everyone has worked hard. I will report everyone's contributions truthfully when I go back this time. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Sir, what are you doing? Someone pointed at Yu-Gi-Oh! On his shoulder with a strange look. Could it be that Lord Uchiha Xiao is fond of men? Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This man is a trophy. Don't worry about it. The boatman should prepare to set off. The businessman only now realized that these people were all Konoha ninjas. He felt extremely regretful. Didn't he just invite wolves into the house? Unfortunately, it was too late. He sighed and just hoped that Uchiha Xiao and others would not kill innocent people and just kill him as well. After Uchiha Xiao and others boarded the boat, the boatman ordered them to set sail. The boats sailed very fast and arrived at the ferry in just over 2 hours. Uchiha Xiao smiled and paid the boatman a fare, but the boatman didn't dare to take it and quickly waved his hand. Uchiha Xiao insisted on giving it to the boatman. "Boatman, you'd better accept the money. This is the rule and cannot be broken. Although we are ninjas, we are also human beings." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao put the purse on the ground, turned around and led about 1,800 Konoha ninjas towards Konoha. It was too fast, absolutely too fast. The war was settled in less than 2 days. The casualty rate was 1 to 15, and the Water Kingdom was completely defeated and could not even raise its head at the same time. This news spread throughout the entire ninja world in an instant. All countries were shocked and silent. The Sand Village even sent envoys to seek a permanent alliance between the two countries. The Iwagakure village was just about to send troops to intervene and the meeting had already begun, but when this news came, Inoki just stood up and sat down again. Fortunately, I did not send troops to Konoha in a fit of excitement, otherwise Uchiha Xiao would probably return to the village and attack me. What he didn't know was that Uchiha Madara had been sitting at the border for 2 days, feeling extremely bored. He kept hoping that the little guy Inoki would send troops to relieve his boredom, but the result was the opposite of what he wished for. "Tisk, you could transfer me to the Hidden Cloud Village. This hidden Iwagakure is such a crappy place." Uchiha Madara sighed. The border ninja came to deliver the meal tremblingly. "Lord Madara, this is your lunch today." The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, the Shura of the ninja world, and the oppressive feeling of the battlefield rose are still very great. Uchiha Madara took a look at the grilled lamb, sashimi, and tofu sushi, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stood up and took the lunch. "What's your name?" He patted the ninja's shoulder. The ninja quickly straightened up and saluted. "I am the civilian ninja Namikaze Yunmu." Uchiha Madara nodded, indicating that he remembered it. Namikaze Yunmu didn't say much, just chuckled, scratched his head and left. Chapter 211. I laugh at Izumi Nai's lack of strategy and wisdom. Unine Village. Uchiha Izuna sat in the tent, looking at the map in front of him that was covered with the marks with a serious face, his left hand hugging his waist and his right hand rubbing his chin. At this moment, a ninja outside suddenly came to report, and Uchiha Izuna hurriedly said, "Come in." The Konoha ninja outside knelt on one knee and said, reporting to Master Izuna, "The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village, led by the Third Hokage, have entered the ambush point number 1 today." Uchiha Izuna's eyes lit up. After 2 days of waiting, it finally arrived. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Pass my order. Have the ninjas above the canyon kick the oil barrels down the mountain. At the same time, have the troops in the rear push the large rocks down the mountain to block their retreat." "Understood, sir." The ninja immediately went down to pass on the order. Uchiha Izuna smiled. "It's finally here, the Third Hokage. Let me, Uchiha Izuna, give you the first big gift." The corners of his mouth rose, and his eyes were sharp, as if he saw the tragic scene in the distance through the big tent. Thunder Fire Canyon. The Third Hokage, AI, walked in front. Many people advised him to put the overall situation first and not go to the battlefield in person, but he said, "As the Hokage, if I don't lead the troops myself, how can I still have the dignity to be your Kage? How can I still be qualified to manage the village?" After these words were spoken, the ninjas were helpless but full of fighting spirit. This is the advantage of a leader going to the battlefield. As the Thunder Shadow was walking, he suddenly laughed, causing everyone to be puzzled, but young Master AI asked, "Father, why are you laughing?" "I laugh at that Kwane's lack of strategy. If I were to deploy troops, I would set up an ambush on the mountains on both sides of this canyon, pour kerosene on them, use fire escape techniques, and then block the rear. Would that put my army in danger?" It seems that the reputation of Uchiha Izuna, the warring state sage, is just that. "Ha, father is wise." Gongzi AI showed admiration on his face. Although his father was also reckless, he was confident in his actions and did not rush in blindly. Karabi's face was pale. He always felt that something bad was going to happen, but in this situation, he didn't dare to say anything more. "Didn't you see that the Third Hokage was laughing there and in a good mood? If he spoke, wouldn't it disrupt the morale of the army?" At this moment, he looked up and his pupils suddenly shrank. Hundreds of wooden barrels fell from the sky. Killer B quickly shouted, "There is an enemy attack, be alert." After that, he activated his half-tailed beast and swept the wooden barrel with his big tail. The barrel exploded and kerosene covered his whole body. He smelled the smell and his face changed drastically. Just as he was about to shout, the mountain ninja shot at a rocket, an explosive tag, and the fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Suddenly, the fire met the oil and ignited a huge fire in the Union army. The whole place was filled with wailing and crying. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly, Gongzi Ai shouted loudly, his face pale. At the same time, he asked the water ninja to perform ninjutsu, but they found that water could not put out the fire at all. This is no ordinary oil. Just when the troops wanted to retreat, their retreat was blocked by a huge rock. Judging from its size, it would take a while even for the Third Hokage to break it. Just as everyone was panicking, the Third Hokage suddenly shouted, "Everyone, charge forward. There's a pool of water not far from here. It might save your life." After he finished speaking, he activated the lightning chakra mode. The ninjas endured the burning pain and also activated the lightning chakra mode and rushed forward. Uchiha Izuna stood above the canyon, holding a feather fan made for him by his eldest grandson. It was really cool, a real tool for showing off. He said calmly, "Let's go to ambush point B, be shootin'." From above the canyon, he watched as some ninjas were burned to death, while some ninjas braved the fire and flew at high speed, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Soon, the Cloud Village troops, led by the Third Hokage, arrived at the green water pond. The Third Hokage moved quickly and jumped into the pond first, followed by the other ninjas one by one. The ninjas jumped into the pool like dumplings in a pot. The sound of thudding and the sound of flames being extinguished sounded rhythmic. The Third Hokage swam to the edge of the pond. He climbed ashore, looked up at the sky and couldn't help laughing again. Why is Lord Hokage laughing? Aren't we miserable enough? Killer Bee was puzzled. Many ninjas were both fire and water, and now their skin was covered in blood and they were stung. I laugh at that Izumi-nai's short-sightedness, thinking that a mere fire strategy could repel our army. I tell you it's impossible. Every ninja in my hidden cloud village is a hero. How could we retreat because of such a small difficulty? If I were Uchiha Izuna, you see, I would throw poison kunai, shurikens, and senbens at the people in the Bishuten Lake through the holes that protrude from the top and connect to the outside. Since you haven't reached the shore yet and are moving slowly, there's a high probability that you will die here. Killabee's face changed, and he used all his strength to get ashore. He also wrapped his tail around his elder brother Gongzi Ai and crawled towards the shore. Gongzi Ai wanted to say something, thinking that Killabee was making a fuss, but suddenly he remembered the scene just now, and he fell silent, hurriedly caught up, and no longer resisted at this moment. All kinds of kunai, senben, shurikens, and even Fuma shuriken flew out of the cave. Some of the blades of the projectiles glowed green, some glowed yellow, and the senben tail were all black. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Suddenly, screams were heard in the water, and because Kirabe and Ai moved quickly and were in the blind spot, they hurriedly dodged. After getting ashore, the two of them gasped for breath, looking at the Third Hokage as if he were a ghost. Damn, is his mouth blessed? The Third Hokage didn't know what to do for a moment. Killer Bee asked Ushio to use his 8 claws to block the projectiles, and then asked those who could still move to get ashore quickly. Some can still be saved, and other ninjas will take them with them, but those with a dark face and bleeding from all 7 orifices will be abandoned directly. The losses were heavy in a short time. After these 2 consumptions, only about 8,000 of the 4,000 people were left, and no enemy was seen. Who the hell can I complain to? Now that things have come to this, the Third Hokage knows that he can no longer fight this battle, and Killer Bee swung his sword to cut off his 8 tails, his face turning pale. He has to cut it off. If the poison spreads to his body, he will be useless. There are so many complex toxins. I'm afraid even if that old woman Xiao comes, she will have to say, "I can't do anything." Guangzi Ai hugged Killer Bee and said, "Bee, are you okay? Can you hold on?" Killer Bee shook his head and said, "Brother, I'm fine. I can still hold on. But can you please ask Lord Hokage to stop laughing?" Guangzi Ai was silent. He looked at his father with a complicated expression and murmured, "That shouldn't happen, right?" Now the Third Hokage has decided to withdraw his troops via detour, as he can no longer fight because he is outnumbered. And there is also a legendary ninja from the Warring States period on the opposite side. He ordered the ninjas to carry their companions on their backs and take a detour. The road was winding and rugged, and it was impossible for people who were not locals to find it. He saw the exit right in front of him and laughed out loud, "Ho ha ho ha. Comma, the author is not stuck. Thank you for your life. Please urge me to update, like, comment, recommend, and give me 5-star rating. I beg you, it should be pretty good, right?" Chapter 212 Finally here, ho ha ho ha. As the Raikage laughed heartily, Killer Bee and young Master AI's expressions changed. Raikage saw my father. "Don't be nervous, B, AI, the way home is right in front of us. As long as we cross this path, we will be home." As he spoke, the third Raikage AI showed contempt in his eyes. "Don't panic, everyone. Everything that happened just now was just normal operation. Think about Uchiha Izuna, a talent from the Warring States period. It would be strange if we didn't think of him, but what I'm going to talk about next is his shortcomings." The third Raikage snorted coldly. "If I were him, I would set up an ambush at the exit, take advantage of our soldiers' fatigue, and attack with all my strength. Even if I can't keep us, it will be almost over." Gongzi AI's face turned pale. "Father, how about we switch routes? I always feel that what you said makes sense. Our army can no longer afford to suffer losses." Kirabi also nodded. He had finally seen what a top-level crow's mouth was. Whatever he said came true. Who could stand it? Without encountering a single enemy, half of the 8,000 troops were lost. Uchiha Al is no more than this, right? The third Raikage's eyes drooped, his face filled with impatience. Even the wisest man can make mistakes. I don't believe Uchiha Izuna can figure out the twists and turns of the Thunder Fire Canyon in such a short time. No need to say more. Attack with all your forces. Once we pass through here, we will reach the entrance of the Hidden Cloud Village. We have only lost half of this battle. We haven't completely lost yet." The third Raikage waved his hand and immediately gave the order. Young Master AI sighed, mobilized the chakra in his body, activated the lightning chakra mode, and possessed the thunder armor. He was ready for the decisive battle. Killer Bee communicated with Jayuki, trying to get it to put a tailed beast coat on the ninjas. Jayuki nodded. The sight of the Raikage's crow's mouth made its scalp tingle. Everyone was marching quickly, and just as they were about to get out, the Raikage shouted, "Charge!" Then 4,000 people rushed out of the canyon in batches and came to the plain. This time there was really no ambush. This made the corners of the Raikage's mouth rise, and Killer Bee and young Master AI breathed a sigh of relief. "B, AI, let me tell you, no matter how smart Uchiha Izuna is, he can't always take the best path in everything." He snorted coldly as he spoke, with his nose turned up. "You are still young and have a lot to learn, but now, you are still too immature. The world will be yours in the future." The third Raikage taught the two of them with the tone of an experienced person. The two men looked at each other. There was nothing they could do. The Raikage had been so unlucky twice before, and he must have felt bad about it. Now that he was right, they had to listen carefully and let him vent. After all, who doesn't eat dumplings during the Chinese New Year? The three of them stood side by side and led 4,000 ninjas towards the Hidden Cloud Village. However, after walking only 2 kilometers, they suddenly saw a dense crowd of Konoha ninjas standing in front of them. The leader sat on a large rock, chewing an apple, shaking his legs, a happy smile on his face. "This fruit is really good. The land of lightning is at a high altitude, with a big temperature difference between day and night. This apple is really sweet and crisp." He couldn't help but sigh, and a Uchiha ninja lackey next to him said, "Hey, if the ancestor likes it, we can go pick some more." That's right, they picked these directly without paying. Uchiha Izuna waved his hand and said, "Forget it, these are all grown by the people themselves. Just pick one to taste. If we pick too many, what will become of us?" Uchiha Izuna threw away the core of the apple he had eaten and stretched. He stood up and looked up, his eyes shining. "Pass the order, all troops prepare for battle." At this moment, Uchiha Izuna was extremely excited. "Oh my god, it's been an hour, and we're finally here. Don't forget that the Uchiha's gathering place was once within the land of lightning." He had trained in the Thunder Fire Canyon many times since he was a child. He wouldn't be surprised if the current Uchiha didn't know about the Thunder Fire Canyon. It would be too insulting if he didn't know. "Finally I'm here," Uchiha Izuna smiled, stretched his muscles, twisted his neck, and sighed. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village also saw the huge crowd of 7,000 Konoha ninjas, and their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out. The third Raikage was silent at this moment. It turned out that it was not that Izuna did not realize it, but that Izuna had ambushed here early. At this moment, military discipline was lax and everyone was unprepared. The sudden appearance of the Konoha army made the ninjas of the hidden cloud village lose morale and their legs go weak. They were now tired and hungry, and some of them were dragging injured teammates. They had no chance of winning against the well-rested and fully strength Konoha ninjas. Gongzi AI took a deep breath and looked at the third Hokage. He secretly swore in his heart that he must talk less and especially laugh less in the future. Who knows if the crow's mouth is hereditary? It's like popping champagne in the first half, and hearing bad news every time. Who can stand this? Killer Bee sighed, waved his hand, and the tailed beast chakra wrapped around 4,000 ninjas, hoping to help them reduce casualties. But in Uchiha Izuna's eyes, this move was extremely stupid. Showing the power of the tailed beast in front of the Uchiha clan? Don't you know the main Gekkai Sharingan of my Uchiha clan? Originally he was not sure who the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was, but now it is clear at a glance. The corners of his mouth rose, and he said softly, I've been waiting for the third Hokage, AI. Then the Konoha soldier repeated soon, Sandame Hokage, AI. The third Hokage looked as pale as death at this moment. The village was clearly still several kilometers away and he was almost there, but at this moment, Izuna and the Konoha army appeared and gave him a head-on blow. Izuna. Always leave a way out for others. Why don't you let us go back? I won't pursue the matter of your Konoha invading my hidden cloud village this time. The third Hokage roared. Kwana rolled her eyes at him. This is fucking hilarious. Now you're trapped by me. If you want to live, beg for help. Is that how you're begging? No, buddy, are you sick? Silly dog. Uchiha Izuna sighed. The Konoha ninja's eyes lit up and he shouted, stupid dog. Uchiha Izuna suddenly turned around and looked at the Konoha ninja with a strange expression. No, I just said it casually. Why do you learn everything I say? The Konoha ninja thought that Uchiha Izuna was telling them that they were doing a good job, so they shouted again. Commander Izuna said, Hokage, stupid dog. Boom. At this moment, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village looked at the third Hokage cautiously, fearing that they would offend Lord Hokage by mistake, and Lord Hokage would kill them with one move. The third Hokage's face turned pale. He had not expected that Uchiha Izuna would speak so rudely. He was known as a gentleman during the Warring States period, but he did not expect that rumors would mislead people. If you want to fight, then fight. Why insult others? After saying this, the third Hokage's veins bulged, his face showed a ferocious look, the sound of thunder and lightning crackled, and the thunder armor was looming. Uchiha Izuna nodded. He was indeed a capable man. During the Warring States period, he could probably be a vanguard officer, and it would definitely be handy for him to charge into battle. Chapter 213, Best of 3. Izumi smiled and said, how can you be so sure that you can beat us? Besides, I'm not the only one coming this time. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and two figures walked out from behind him. One of them had a pale face, long and soft hair, and snake-like pupils. He licked the corner of his mouth with a playful look in his eyes. The other one was wearing a Jonin combat uniform, his hair was standing up and white, and he had a chakra short sword emitting white light at his waist. He looked at the enemy with a gentle face. Orochimaru. Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo may not be well known now because with the arrival of Uchiha Owl, he did not kill Chiyo's son Lin and did not get the title of Konoha White Fang, but that does not mean he is a loser. But Orochimaru is a real cage-level strong man, with a dazzling array of ninjutsu, and it is no problem for him to trap a cage-level strongman with just one move of the 10,000 snakes formation. The third Hokage's face was ashen, his brows were furrowed, and his breathing sounded heavy. Now that it was a general against a general, he was not at an advantage, as his son's strength had just touched the threshold of the cage level. I guess he can only deal with that white-haired guy. If Uchiha Owl were here, he would definitely look weird, because that white-haired guy is no weakling. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to defeat him, let alone Orochimaru. Among the cage-level strongmen, Hatake Tsukumo is one of the top few. His Hatake swordsmanship is smooth and fluent, and he can attack and defend, but when it comes to swordsmanship and ninjutsu, Izuna is probably no match for him. Of course Izuna has the Sharingan. Sometimes I have to sigh that being born into a good family and having a good bloodline is a huge boost for a ninja. If Susanoo doesn't appear, Hatake Tsukumo is invincible. Even in the original work, when the 4th generation Minato Namikaze didn't have any tailed beasts, he didn't dare to say that he could definitely defeat Hatake Tsukumo. Sir, do you want to start a war? The third Hokage asked a stupid question. Uchiha Izuna rolled his eyes at him. Isn't this nonsense? Didn't the war start a long time ago? However, He still said to the third Hokage AI, the war has already started, but you are too weak, so you may not have any experience, or the experience is not good. Okay, it's better not to say anything. These provocative lines and this nonchalant look explain the correct way to act as a ninja of the Uchiha family. The third Hokage took a deep breath and said, why not call a truce? You, Konoha, have already killed over 4,000 of our ninjas. Isn't that enough? He was suppressing his rage. If he was alone, he would have rushed forward long ago. But he couldn't. There were so many ninjas around him, he had to endure it. Ceasefire? You say to fight, then fight. You say not to fight, then don't fight. There is no such good thing in the world. Uchiha Izuna's eyes were full of sarcasm. Want to retreat? It's too late. There was a chilling coldness in Uchiha Izuna's voice. Please, we are all adults, don't be so childish. Don't do these empty things, come up with something practical, otherwise where will the face of Konoha be? The third Hokage's eyes were uncertain. He looked at his own ninjas and compared them with the spirit of the Konoha ninjas at the moment, and found that his side was completely defeated and had no fighting spirit at all. Besides, everyone is injured now. If they charge in, it will probably take less than an hour before all the soldiers he brought with him will be wiped out. In this case, there is only one way. The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Izuna and said, Izuna, you are also a hero of the Warring States period. It is impossible for me to surrender unconditionally, but I have a way to reduce the losses of our two villages. Oh? Tell me about it. Uchiha Izuna smiled. He knew that the Hokage in front of him was only rough on the outside, but very delicate on the inside. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see his arrangements before. It was just that he had been smooth sailing in recent years and was too conceited, or he underestimated Uchiha Izuna. You and I will send out 3 people to fight each other. If we win, you will make way for us when we return to the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage stared at Uchiha Izuna. How, so you lost? A playful look suddenly appeared in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. If we lose, we will surrender unconditionally, sign the terms of defeat, and compensate you for your losses. Said the third Hokage firmly. Sir, you can't do that. We have the advantage now. Even if we risk our lives, the third Hokage will die. There is no need to duel with him. Orochimaru bowed in his eyes. As long as the third Hokage's life could be saved this time, it would be worth it even if 7,000 ninjas died. After all, this was the only cage that the Hidden Cloud Village could boast of. Hatake Tsukumo held the opposite opinion. I think your excellency is benevolent and righteous. This move does not cost a single soldier and can also ensure the safety of our companions. Uchiha Izuna took a look at the two of them and had a general understanding in his mind. Orochimaru could be the commander-in-chief, while Hatake Tsukumo could only lead a team of no more than 1,000 people. After all, it is a well-known fact that kindness does not lead an army. This does not mean that Hatake Tsukumo is bad, but that he is not suitable for leading troops. In the original novel, Hatake Tsukumo never commanded the battlefield, but was just a sharp knife stabbing the enemy. The author has checked, but the author does not know other fanfiction. Uchiha Izuna thought for a moment and then smiled. Of course. But how about a best of 3? Of course. The third Hokage nodded. Okay, then let your people retreat, and I will let our people retreat too. Kwane smiled. Period. Everyone retreat 300 meters, shouted the third Hokage. You too. Orochimaru, Hatake Tsukumo Izuna smiled. In the first match, I wonder who the Hokage will send to fight. Izuna looked at the third Hokage with a gleam in his eyes. The first battle will naturally be fought by my son AI. After saying that, the third Hokage patted young Master AI on the shoulder and said with confidence, okay, then we will send out Hatake Tsukumo. Uchiha Izuna smiled, as if everything was under his control. Hatake Tsukumo? This Konoha Jonin? Izuna, you must have gone crazy. To tell you the truth, my AI has already reached the threshold of cage level. Not just any Konoha Jonin can deal with him. The third Hokage AI was very proud at this moment. Uchiha Izuna's mouth corners curled up. He took the bait. He knew Hatake Tsukumo's strength, and if he didn't use Susanoo and illusion, he could only fight him to a draw, not to mention that little, big brat in your family. Uchiha Izuna glanced at young Master AI and curled his lips. He really didn't know what the Hokage family of the Hidden Cloud Village ate to grow up. They were all big and strong men with bulging muscles. He cannot appreciate this kind of violent aesthetics. I guess only a few people can stand it. Hatake Tsukumo accepted the order, walked forward with a smile, and looked at Gongzi AI. Please give me your guidance. Young Master AI was not good at speaking, he just nodded to indicate that I understood, not modest at all. Chapter 214 Hatake Tsukumo Katsu. Seeing this, Hatake Tsukumo was not angry, but smiled slightly, and then his figure disappeared. Guangzi AI's pupils shrank. What? This speed can't even be followed by the naked eye. There were only two people present who could clearly see the trajectory of Hatake Tsukumo's movement, and they were the third Hokage AI and Uchiha Izuna. The third Hokage AI's face turned pale. This unknown guy, no, this Hatake Tsukumo's speed alone was enough to make him the best among the cage, and you have to know that he did not practice the lightning release chakra mode, and did not stimulate his own cells to reach this level with his physical body alone. The third Hokage could only imagine the hardships involved. This guy must be a genius. Konoha has so many talented people. But just like that, it's not enough to defeat AI. Uchiha Izuna smiled, thinking about how Hatake Tsukumo's speed had surprised him. During the Warring States period, Hatake Tsukumo's speed was considered among the top 5. The Hokage clan has produced a genius. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he couldn't compare to Xiao, when he thought of Xiao, Uchiha Izuna was so proud. Young Master AI was searching for Hatake Tsukumo's figure with his head and eyes, but he seemed to have disappeared and could not be sensed at all. The breath concealment technique, the most basic technique, is a required course for ninjas. But who would have thought that Hatake Tsukumo could actually practice it to a level that others could not reach? Damn it, Guangzi AI frowned. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed Guangzi AI's legs and pulled him down. Earth release, heart beheading technique. Suddenly, Guangzi AI's body was pulled halfway down. He reacted quickly, releasing his lightning chakra and kicking hard. He untied the restraints and then looked at Hatake Tsukumo on the ground with a fierce look in his eyes. Come and follow me. Thunder bomb, his right hand, covered with lightning, blasted towards Hatake Tsukumo's head. If this happened, Hatake Tsukumo would be crippled if not killed. Boy, be careful in your next life. You've spoiled my clothes, so pay with your life. Guangzi AI roared. Hatake Tsukumo seemed to have been beaten stupidly, motionless, as if he was welcoming the arrival of death. Guangzi AI's eyes were red as he roared, "Die!" The third Hokage's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Son, watch your back." At some point, Hatake Tsukumo had already flown behind Guangzi AI and pulled out the short knife from his waist, White Fang. He intended to pierce Guangzi AI's lumbar spine. Guangzi AI quickly moved his body to the side a little, and the white teeth only penetrated the flesh a little. Seeing this, Hatake Tsukumo pulled out his white fangs and stepped back. His steps were steady and his movements were agile. He looked at Master AI with a smile on his face. Uchiha Izuna glanced at the third Hokage. "You kid also has a voice-controlled son. If it weren't for that reminder just now, young Master AI would instantly lose his combat effectiveness and pierce his lumbar spine. Not to mention that Master AI will die, but he will never be able to stand up straight for the rest of his life." The third Hokage looked at Uchiha Izuna with a sullen expression. "A competition is a competition, but why did you kill him so badly?" Uchiha Izuna replied calmly, "Could it be that you've forgotten what your son did to Dori Hatake Tsukumo's clone just now? Since your family was the first to kill, Tsukumo can't be blamed." The third Hokage's expression was uncertain. Finally, he turned his head and looked at AI, who was fighting fiercely with worry in his eyes. He had already understood that AI was no match for the white-haired man, but he couldn't give up. Guangzi AI stood up, covered his lower back, then put his hand in front of him and saw the blood. His face turned dark and he looked up at the pretty boy with a murderous look in his eyes. He didn't think that all this was caused by his ruthlessness. Facing the gaze from young Master AI, Hatake Tsukumo didn't care, because he had already figured out how powerful young Master AI was. If he just fights with all his might, it probably won't have much effect on Hatake Tsukumo. Young Master AI began to take Hatake Tsukumo seriously at this moment. He saw him using the lightning chakra mode, with thunder armor attached to his body, and arcs of electricity flashing all over his body from time to time. Hatake Tsukumo raised his eyebrows and became alert. He had heard of this move before. After using it, the strength, speed, and power of lightning attribute ninjutsu were greatly enhanced. Therefore, Hatake Tsukumo perked up, frowned, and looked at what Guangzi AI would do next. In just a moment, Guangzi AI moved. Hatake Tsukumo saw his muscles moving, judged the direction and movements he was about to rush towards, and quickly dodged to the side. The left arm wrapped in lightning was only 0.01 centimeters in front of him with 4 fingers. Flash by. Guangzi AI was stunned, including the third Hokage, who all looked solemn, especially the third Hokage. He looked at Hatake Tsukumo with a gloomy face. This guy's actual combat ability is extraordinary. Hatake Tsukumo held a short knife and chopped towards Guangzi AI's third rib. Guangzi AI quickly stretched out his right arm with 4 fingers to attack Hatake Tsukumo. Unexpectedly, Hatake Tsukumo put away the knife, kicked his legs in the air, jumped into the sky, blocked the sun, and then chopped down. At this moment, Hatake Tsukumo's chakra was running at its maximum, and White Fang's light was shining. If this knife was implemented, young Master AI would lose at least one arm. At this moment, an octopus tentacle tied up Guangzi AI, who was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists to block, and pulled him away from his position. Hatake Tsukumo's sword missed and fell to the ground. White Fang silently sank his blade into the hard stone on the ground. After a while, cracks appeared on the ground, spreading over 60 meters, and then collapsed. The third Hokage AI had a solemn expression. This kid looked only in his 20s, but he had no idea he had such strength. AI was no match for him. Guangzi AI swallowed his saliva. Fear flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for his sworn brother Kirabi, he would probably have died just now. Looking at the power caused, both arms could not withstand this blow. That knife was meant to tear him in half. This guy. So cruel. Hatake Tsukumo slowly pulled out the White Fang, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped it gently, and then put the knife back into the sheath. Since the opponent had helped, there was no need to worry about the outcome of the game. Rickage, what do you say? Konoha, won this battle, right? Uchiha Izuna said in a frivolous tone, with a look of joy on her face, without any concealment. What a joke. Who the hell are you? You want me to cover up? Do you think you're a Rickage? Well, we lost the first game, I will play the second game myself. After saying that, he glanced at Uchiha Izuna and signaled him to go on stage quickly. It's a best of 3 series. Now that the Hidden Cloud Village has lost once, it must not lose the second time, so he must take action himself and win back a game for the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Izuna smiled and said, Orochimaru, you go. Then he winked at Orochimaru, who raised the corner of his mouth and said, I understand. Commander-in-Chief. Then, he slowly walked onto the stage and looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, circulated his chakra, and prepared to kill Orochimaru in one move, letting Konoha taste the feeling of losing a young cage-level fighter. Chapter 215 Absolute Strength. Orochimaru was in the open space, watching the third Hokage's muscles twitching, and he knew what he was planning. So before the fight began, Orochimaru raised his hand and said, I surrender. At this moment everyone was shocked. You looked at me, I looked at you. How could this be possible? The third Hokage's face darkened. What a bastard. Uchiha Izuna stood up and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. It's okay, you tried your best. Then he turned and looked at the third Hokage. The power of the Hokage is indeed extraordinary. In this game, Konoha lost. Now it's 1-1. Uchiha Izuna smiled slightly. The third Hokage snorted coldly. No point in talking anymore, let's hurry up and start the third match. He then asked Killer Bee to play, but the Uchiha in Killer Bee's body screamed frantically, Bee, no, this guy has a Meijekyo, it is extremely sensitive to chakra, so it can feel the yin attribute chakra in Uchiha Izuna's eyes, which is similar to that of Uchiha Al before. What does this mean? This means that Uchiha Izuna has the Sharingan. The Meijekyo Sharingan. Killer Bee's face was not looking good at this moment. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Uchiha Izuna. You can use any means in this fight, and so can I. After saying this, his face was expressionless, and he snorted in his heart. Uchiha Izuna wanted to laugh. Playing tricks in front of me? You are not qualified. Junior, Killaboo felt as if his mouth was stuffed with shit. The stench was unbearable. He took a deep breath and then said, sorry for the poor performance. After that, he closed his eyes, drew out his 2 swords and prepared to attack. Present it. Uchiha Izuna sneered. What do you think the Uchiha clan's Meijekyo Sharingan is? You can resist it with your eyes closed? Naive, but Izumi was also interested, so she decided to play with this kid for a bit. After Kirabi finished speaking, he immediately rushed over, swinging his sword with both hands like a gyroscope supersonic thunder blade, injecting thunder chakra into the blade to enhance the weapon's lethality, using thunder to trigger high-frequency vibration waves, so that it has penetrating power that surpasses wind escape. The stabbed opponent will be paralyzed and unable to move. Uchiha Izuna looked at this move with great interest, a sword technique with sonic boom. Uchiha Izuna flew up, formed a seal with his right hand, and used the fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball as big as a small sun flew out of his mouth and headed straight for Killer. Killer used the sonic blade like a gyroscope to cut the fireball, but the scorching temperature burned him all over. He stopped, looked up at Uchiha Izuna descending from the sky, and ruthlessly lashed out. Thunder Plow, Hot Blade. Concentrating lightning attribute chakra, he charged towards Uchiha Izuna. You are in the air, and I am waiting for your turn somewhere below. The third Hokage nodded. B was very powerful. Although he was a Jinchuriki, he was also very hard-working. Otherwise, it would be useless to give him any tailed beasts. Uchiha Izuna's mouth curled up. Susanoo. A turquoise shield emerged, along with a turquoise skeleton, blocking the charging Killer Bee. Kirabi only felt that he had hit a wall with a thud, then his arm became numb and a knife was knocked off. Then a green hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed Kirabi. Kirabi was unable to move and screamed. B. Young Master AI had just finished bandaging the wound on his lower back. At this moment, he looked at Killer Bee who was caught by Susanoo and shouted anxiously. Hatake Tsukumo was staring at him with a smile on his lips. This scene gave Gongzi AI goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Hatake Tsukumo, but finally did not stand up. The third Hokage didn't either. He frowned and looked at Killer Bee. Why didn't he use the tailed beast transformation? If he did, Ashiki could deal with Izuna. Even if he couldn't, he could still win the battle, right? In Kirabi's mental space, don't come out, Nia Gui. If you come out, you will be controlled and suffer with me. The cow ghost cursed angrily. It's already this late, and you're still concerned about this. Bakalu, Konolu, give me control of your body. Quick, Nia Gui snorted coldly. Kirabi shook his head, only to be beaten by the bull ghost. If you die, I have to die too. Do you think I really want to help you? Kirabi then sighed and said, okay, you can use this body. As long as you can run, run. Don't worry about the load on your body. Brother Nirgan, live. Nia Gui felt warm in his heart. This guy was willing to sacrifice his body for him and ignore the burden. Well, then I will take you with me. Really, there was no time to be sentimental. The cow demon took over the body, and then the tailed beast chakra possessed it and exploded, shattering Susanoo's palm. Uchiha Izuna was stunned for a moment, then he reacted, haha, the tailed beasts are out. Good, this will be fun. As he said that, he transformed the turquoise Susanoo into its third form. The green Susanoo rose from the ground, reaching a height of 180 meters. Everyone, including the third Hokage, looked up at Uchiha Izuna. Susanoo's third form, fully armed with the bones, muscles, armor, and ninja swords. He looked at Killer Bee below with amusement in his eyes. Killer Bee's body disappeared and turned into a giant brown bull with 8 octopus tails behind it. It was about 60 meters tall, about 1/3 of Susanoo. The body of the Ashiki appeared, roaring, and he looked at the third Hokage with hatred, then looked up at Izuna in the sky and gritted his teeth. Then he opened his mouth, and natural chakra gathered into a black ball in front of his mouth, which continued to expand. Uchiha Izuna frowned. Tailed beast ball. Period. He still knows this. He originally wanted to play with you slowly, but, tisk. Uchiha Izuna activated the Mangekyou Sharingan and started an illusion. In just a moment, the Ashiki's movement stopped, the tailed beast ball in front of his mouth began to dissipate, and his eyes became empty. If you get close, you can see that the pupils in the Ashiki's eyes are the pupils of a Mangekyou Sharingan. This naturally comes from Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyou Sharingan. The cow ghost began to shrink slowly, and finally turned into the appearance of Kirabi, motionless. Not only was the cow ghost controlled, but Kirabi was also controlled. At this moment, Killer Bee and Jayu Oni were trapped in endless darkness, unable to extricate themselves, while Uchiha Izuna was not in a hurry to take back the Susanoo. He was driving the Gundam. That's not right. He piloted the Susanoo, drew his katana, and pointed it at the third Hokage. The Hokage is convinced. Now it's 2 wins out of 3, and Konoha has won twice. What else do you have to say? Under the pressure of such strength, the third Hokage closed his eyes, let his arms droop, sat down on the ground, and sighed. My Cloud Village surrenders and is willing to sign the terms of compensation. I also ask you, Uchiha Izuna, to retract your magical powers and not harm any of my villagers. Uchiha Izuna snorted coldly, retracted Susanoo, then dropped it to the ground and took out 3 agreements, in triplicate, with the amount of compensation written on them. Chapter 216, Hoshirima's Gloom Compensation Terms. 1. The Hidden Cloud Village compensates the Hidden Leaf Village with 20 million taels of silver and hands over % of the source of the mission. 2. The Hidden Cloud Village announced its mistake to the ninja world and apologized to the Hidden Leaf Village. 3. The Hidden Cloud Village will trade with Konoha in the future and exempt tariffs for 5 years. 4. Each and every one of these treaties was draining the blood and flesh of the Hidden Cloud Village. They were all unequal treaties, but the Third Hokage no longer cared about that. He took a pen and began to write his own name, and stamped it with the official seal of the Hokage that he carried with him. It's funny to say that the Third Hokage carried the official seal with him in order to sign the terms after the war was over and Konoha village was defeated or severely damaged. But now the situation is completely reversed. Uchiha Izuna killed 4,000 of his ninja troops without using a single soldier, and robbed nearly 2,000 people. In one wave, all the efforts of the Hidden Cloud Village over the years were reduced to nothing. At this point, AI was worried that the Hidden Rock Village would take advantage of the situation. But considering that Uchiha Al had helped Iwagakure village out of trouble before, he felt relieved. So after signing the compensation terms, Izumi gave him a copy and said with a smile, "Welcome to come again next time." This sentence made the Hokage, who had just signed, almost fall down. Still coming? He made up his mind that if anyone wanted to join him in attacking Konoha in the future, he would beat the shit out of that person. 500 million taels of silver plus 20% of the mission source, and 5 years of tariffs. The Third Hokage is now in tears. Oh my god, why is the Hidden Cloud Village so plagued by disasters? Uchiha Izuna checked the 2 clauses in his hand 3 times. And after confirming that they were correct, he ordered all ninjas to make way for Konoha's distinguished VIP Hokage. The Konoha ninja suppressed his laughter and made way. Did the Third Hokage know that people were laughing at him? He knew, but he couldn't say it out loud. This is what a defeated general does. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village dejectedly followed the Third Hokage and left in disgrace, while the ninjas of Konoha followed behind Izuna, watching the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village retreat, feeling a sense of emotion and wonder in their hearts. In this battle, none of their 4,000 men died, and they took away more than 0 enemies. What a crazy loss rate of 4,002. However, Uchiha Izuna knew that it was mainly the time, place and people that were in his hands. If the Hidden Cloud Village did not choose to attack the Thunderfire Canyon, his plan would fail, and he would end up fighting a fierce battle with the Hidden Cloud Village on the plains, and there would definitely be a lot of casualties. It's all a gamble, but fortunately, God is on his side this time. Okay, everyone, pack up your weapons and prepare to return to the village. I will report your activities one by one and seek credit for you and your family. Uchiha Izuna rarely laughed out loud, and his smile was very contagious under his leadership. Smiles appeared on everyone's face. Return to the village, what a touching word. Although they had only been away from home for 4 days, they were still worried about dying on the battlefield every day now. Not only did no one die, but 4,000 enemy ninjas were also annihilated. Such a great achievement will be rewarded when they return. How can everyone not be happy? So the whole army was ready. They did not plan to go back to the village through the Lihoro Canyon, as it was too unlucky. Instead, they chose to take a detour through the plains so that they could respond in time if anything happened. From this we can see that Izumi's characteristic in using troops is that he is very steady. Only when he ensures his own safety can he come up with surprising strategies and risky moves, otherwise he will end up losing more than he gains. Konoha. When Uchiha Al returned to the village, Senju Tobirama led the villagers to welcome him at the door. After Uchiha Al led his army to exchange a few words with everyone at the door, he entered the village. After summarizing the gains after the war, everyone was attracted by the 6-tailed fox and was eager to take action. However, Uchiha Xiao announced publicly that he had already selected a candidate for the 6-tailed rhino dog, so everyone should stop thinking about it. This dispelled everyone's idea. Otherwise, everyone was still thinking of making some arrangements to have their family produce a personal sacrifice, thereby improving the family's status. Uchiha Al knew that the tailed beasts, which were similar to nuclear weapons, could only be given to those who were absolutely loyal to him. Otherwise, if a riot broke out one day, it would become a disaster for Konoha. After dealing with the matter, Uchiha Xiao carried the unconscious Yugao to the Senju clan's territory unexpectedly. Senju Hoshirama was also at home, which surprised Uchiha Owl. However, Senju Tobirama, who came back with him, explained, "Big brother placed a wooden clone there, and I made Flying Thunder God on the wooden clone. If the wooden clone gets into trouble and can't be defeated, I will take Big Brother to the battlefield to fight in person. Uchiha Xiao nodded, thinking that there were not many people in this world who could defeat Hashirama Senju's clone. Senju Tobirama was very pleased. Uchiha Owl's attitude towards the other 4 countries coincided with his. Moreover, the 2-tailed, 3-tailed, 6-tailed, and 9-tailed were all in Konoha. Konoha controlled these 4-tailed beasts. Even if their generation died in the future, Konoha would still be the number 1 in the ninja world. Oh, by the way, they may not die easily. Uchiha Owl has immortality, which cools down every 2 years. Take it slow, and none of these important people will die. Uchiha Xiao, are you sure you want to give the Vulpix to Tsunade? Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it for yourself? Senju Tobirama was a little confused. Uchiha Owl shook his head and said, it doesn't matter whether I have a tailed beast or not. You know my strength now, that's true. Senju Tobirama no longer hesitated. He thanked Uchiha Owl. Although you are Tsunade's boyfriend, you are willing to give the tailed beast to Tsunade. As an elder, I should also say thank you, Lord Tobirama, you are too kind. Let's go in. Lord Hashirama might feel a little reluctant later, so please cover for me. Uchiha Owl sighed. Hashirama was good in every way, except that he was too kind-hearted. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, don't worry, this matter concerns the prosperity and decline of the Senju clan. Even if my eldest brother disagrees, there's still my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law still has the Uzumaki clan to take care of, so she will definitely agree. He glanced at Yugao as if he was looking at a dead person. I'm sorry, your death is inevitable. For the sake of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, please don't struggle. If Yugao knew what Senju Tobirama was thinking, he would definitely call him a bastard. Why should he be sacrificed to fulfill your wishes? He refused to accept it. But does it matter whether he obeys or not? It doesn't matter. Uchiha Xiao carried Yugao and walked into the gate, followed closely by Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama looked up when he heard the voice. He smiled first, then looked at Yugao with a drooping face. 6-tailed Jinchuriki. Owl, what's going on with Tobirama? What are you going to do? His face was gloomy and his anger was rising. Uzumaki Mito heard the sound and walked out of the house. He looked at Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Owl and the 6-tailed Jinchuriki in his hands, and had some guesses in his mind, so she walked over slowly, looked at Uchiha Owl and Senju Tobirama with a stern face, but nodded secretly. Uchiha Owl and Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Uzumaki Mito supported them now. The 4 people from the Senju clan were standing there, and the atmosphere was weird. The servants hurried back to their rooms, closed the doors, blocked their ears, and didn't want to hear anything. There will be an extra update tonight, a total of 5 chapters. Brothers, can you please urge me to update more? I typed it all by hand. 5-star praise, generate power with love, pay attention, comment more, and promote Leogwin. Chapter 217. Hashirama debates with the heroes and is defeated. Hey. Owl, are you planning to pull the Vulpix out of this little guy's body and give it to Tsunade? Senju Hashirama said word by word. His anger level was visibly rising. Senju Tobirama couldn't sit still any longer. Brother, can you please stop dreaming about those unrealistic dreams where everyone can understand each other? Mito Uzumaki watched her husband and her second brother quarreling in silence and sighed. If it wasn't for Big Brother's suggestion to divide the tailed beasts, how could the enemy country use the tailed beasts to start a war? You missed it once back then. Do you think I have to stop Owl today, change his thinking, and continue to make mistakes with you? Senju Tobirama roared. Senju Hashirama's face was still gloomy. He always felt that Uchiha Owl had done something wrong. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said, Hashirama, there is nothing wrong with what Uchiha Owl did. What my second brother said is also correct. All this is for Konoha, isn't it? Before Uchiha Xiao resurrected you, the safety of Konoha depended entirely on him. He defeated the Rain Village and the Sand Village, intimidated the Cloud Village and the Rock Village, and was the first to attack wherever there was a battle. He has made countless military achievements, big and small, and everything he did made Konoha stronger. And now, he wants to take the 6 tails and give it to the ninjas in his village. Is there any problem with that? Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly. Senju Hashirama choked and turned his head away, still feeling dissatisfied. His original intention of establishing Konoha was to maintain peace in the ninja world, but Uchiha just started fighting as soon as he said so. He felt very uncomfortable. Isn't this bullying the weak? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. His elder brother's political sensitivity and personality were a complete mess. He relied entirely on his strength to make up for it. In terms of governance, Senju Hashirama was not even as good as Uchiha Madara. Brother, if you don't agree, let's vote again. Include my sister-in-law, me, Aurel, Madara and Izumina. I believe Madara has also received the news of victory and is rushing back, Senju Tobirama said. Hey, white hair, it's not a good thing to talk about others behind their backs. Uchiha Madara stood at the door with a smile on his face. Behind him followed Uchiha Izuna, but Uchiha Izuna took a look at the Yu-Gi-Oh in Uchiha Owl's hand, and then at the appearance of Senju Hashirama, and immediately had a guess in his mind. Madara, you're here at the right time. We are just about to vote on. Hashirama. Senju gently pulled Uchiha Madara over and explained the matter in detail. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth gradually flattened. He looked at Hashirama and frowned as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. So what you mean is that you want my eldest grandson to return the Six Tails Jinchuriki to the land of water and apologize to them? Uchiha Madara's voice was calm, and no joy could be heard at this moment. Uchiha Madara called Hashirama you instead of calling him Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna shook his head, walked to Uchiha Xiao, first glanced at Senju Tobirama and said, you bastard. Then he patted Uchiha Xiao's shoulder and said, well done, you are worthy of being my grandson. The Vulpix as a betrothal gift is not bad, Senju Tobirama, but seeing that they are now united, he will not care about the sins of the inherently evil Uchiha Izuna. He snorted coldly and continued to look at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. This was the first time he hoped that his elder brother would be pinned to the ground and beaten. How stupid, Madara, don't you understand? You were there at the 5-Cage Summit. That summit was very successful. The 5 major countries signed an alliance, and the ninja world has been at peace for more than 20 years. Hashirama. Senju held Uchiha Madara's shoulders with both hands and shook him slightly. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and his chakra pushed Hashirama Senju back. How many times have I told you that those countries had evil ambitions? After your death, they used the tail beasts you gave them to start a war. From that moment on, it was proven that you were wrong. Now my eldest grandson has restored order and is taking back the tail beasts, but you, the resurrected Third Hokage, want to give them back. If I weren't familiar with you, I would have thought you were the Kage of one of the other 4 countries. If you are concerned about the fair rights of other villages and other countries, you might as well think about how to strengthen Konoha and make Konoha stronger. Uchiha Madara said a lot of things, and every word was like a sharp knife piercing into Hashirama Senju's heart. Hashirama Senju looked at his younger brother and wife, but Tobirama Senju turned his head away, while Mito Uzumaki was instructing Uchiha Al on how to extract the tail beasts and how to seal them. Senju Hashirama was emo. He walked to the corner, sat on the ground, hugged his knees with his hands, buried his face between his legs, and looked decadent, completely different from the gloomy look when he just retorted. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. This time he didn't intend to coax Hashirama. He had gone too far. He was raising a tiger to harm himself and bowing down to the enemy country. He couldn't do that according to his personality. If other countries ask him for help, then he will ask them to kneel down for a few days and then kowtow to him before he will consider helping them. Note that he will consider helping them. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Uchiha Xiao stepped forward and said, Third Hokage, have you forgotten that as a Hokage you are supposed to protect someone? As the Hokage of Konoha village, my first duty is to protect the safety of the villagers. Which village? Konoha village. Hashirama Senju said nothing, but just looked up at Uchiha Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. Everyone supported Uchiha Xiao, so could it be that he was really wrong? From the beginning until now, my hands have been stained with the blood of no less than 10,000 people, but what I received was compensation from various countries and the tailed beasts. The compensation was used to build the villagers' economy, resettle the wounded, and reward the soldiers. The tailed beasts are for their own people, to enhance the strength of the ninjas in their own village and to increase the bargaining chips of Konoha village. I wonder what Lord Hashirama thinks is wrong? Uchiha Al said coldly. Also, speaking of the first 5-Cage Summit, Hashirama-sama insisted on selling the 9-tailed beasts he and great-grandfather had captured to other nations at a low price, even going so far as to kowtow to one of their cages. What did he get in return? The combat power of the other 4 countries will double. After your death, the war will start immediately. The tailed beasts will directly serve as battlefield forces and fight each other. Uchiha Al analyzed Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama didn't dare to say a word. Because he had recently read the history of recent years and knew that Uchiha Al was right, but he just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart and harm the lives of other Tsuriki to seize power for his granddaughter. So, Lord Hashirama, Please understand the current situation. Otherwise, not only will you blame me, but the other four will not sit idly by." After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, he picked up Yu-Gi-Oh and went to find Tsunade. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna stood where they were, in case Hashirama Senju got angry, refused to listen, and went in to stop their eldest grandson. Uzumaki Mito used the diamond seal to lock the door to prevent Senju Hashirama from entering. Senju Tobirama smiled and said, "In that case, big brother, just wait here. I'll go in and see if there's anything I can help with." Senju Tobirama walked to the door and glanced at his sister-in-law. Uzumaki Mito said, "Go in directly, the diamond seal will not stop you." Senju Tobirama nodded, and his body passed through directly without any impact, enjoying the smoothness. Period. Chapter 218 Six-Tailed Jinchuriki. Tsunade. Uchiha Al appeared at Tsunade's door and knocked. "Who is it?" Tsunade's voice came from inside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Tsunade opened the door and saw Uchiha Owl. Then her eyes lit up and said, "Owl-kun, you're back. When did you come home? I missed you so much." Just as I was about to hug Uchiha Xiao, I suddenly noticed that he was holding someone in his hand, a man. What was going on? Tsunade did not have the strength of Hashirama, Tobirama and others, and she could not tell the identity of the person brought by Uchiha Al. At a glance, Uchiha Xiao said calmly, "He is the six-tailed Jinchuriki, and the six-tailed rhino dog is sealed in his body. I captured him for only one purpose, and that is to extract the six-tailed and give it to you." Tsunade was shocked. "You mean, pull the Vulpix out of his body and transfer it to mine? But if you do that, Uchiha Al shook his head and said, "Tsunade, I understand. It's just for you and the village that some sacrifices are inevitable. Besides, he is not from our village." Uchiha Xiao didn't feel any pressure in his heart, but he was a little worried that Tsunade would have psychological pressure. However, what he didn't expect was that Tsunade smiled. "Mr. Owl is right, I support you." She was different from Hashirama. Although she felt a little reluctant at first, it was normal and out of human nature. Later, out of trust in Uchiha Al and the benefits to the village, she chose to support Uchiha Al. Uchiha Al grinned. She was worthy of being the woman she had her eyes on and the fifth Hokage in the original work. This decisiveness determined that she was an excellent leader and ninja. "Tsunade, thank you. Next, I will explain to you some things to pay attention to." Uchiha Xiao told Tsunade the steps he was going to take, and Tsunade was listening carefully during this time. Uchiha Al said, "Tsunade, when you become the six-tailed Jinchuriki, you will have an endless supply of natural chakra. Not only will it help your medical ninjutsu, but you will also have many more offensive ninjutsu." Tsunade nodded and smiled. "I understand. It's my honor to be the Vulpix Jinchuriki." Uchiha Xiao nodded. He gave Tsunade an hour to adjust to the best condition, but Tsunade shook her head and said, "There is no time to lose, let's start now." Her eyes revealed determination, her tone was decisive, and she was ready. Uchiha Xiao nodded when he saw this. He first communicated with a rhino dog and said, "Rhino dog, you should have heard everything. I am not avoiding you. I will replace you with a Jinchuriki who is much stronger than Yu-Gi-Oh! I hope you will actively cooperate," Uchiha Xiao said lightly, and Rhino dog nodded. "Of course, I can feel the aura of Yataru and Kurama. Since we can live in the same village, I have no reason not to cooperate." Uchiha Owl nodded, and then followed the steps taught by Uzumaki Mito to break Yu-Gi-Oh's sealing technique, and then drew the Six Tails chakra with his left hand. Yu-Gi-Oh suddenly woke up, but his body could not move. He roared and shouted, his voice shrill and echoed throughout the Thousand Hands tribe. Senju Hashirama couldn't bear it and tried to break in, but a thick golden chain tied him up and turned into a sealing technique, sealing his chakra. Then he waved his right hand, and a barrier appeared, enveloping Uchiha Xiao and his group, and the outside world instantly returned to calm. "Be quiet, Hashirama." Uchiha Madara grabbed the collar of Senju Hashirama and said coldly. Hashirama Senju felt so wronged. His wife had conferred a title on him, his brothers didn't help him, his younger brother disobeyed him, and Izuna was eating melon seeds. Why do you treat me like this? Woo woo woo. Hashirama Senju wanted to cry. Did he violate the heavenly law? Inside the courtyard, Yu-Gi-Oh felt his internal organs shifting, as if a chakra belonging to him was leaving him. He kept yelling, "Stop it, bastard! Stop it! This is my power. It's mine." He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. He could only watch Vulpix being peeled off and endure the pain. "Tsunade, come here," Uchiha Xiao shouted, and Tsunade hurried to Uchiha Xiao's side. Uchiha Xiao stretched out his right hand and said, "Give me one of your hands, and relax your mind. I will guide this chakra to be stored in your body." The tailed beasts are the materialization of chakra, so extracting the tailed beasts is also extracting the chakra. Tsunade nodded and stretched out a hand to connect with Uchiha Xiao's right hand. In that instant, a natural chakra belonging to the six tails was transmitted into her body from Uchiha Xiao's right hand. I don't know why Tsunade just felt warm. Could it be that it feels so comfortable for a Jinchuriki to absorb a tailed beast? The rhino dog entered Tsunade's body and sensed her thoughts and couldn't help laughing out loud. This little girl is so naive. However, this body is indeed much stronger than that of Yu Gao, and can mobilize more chakra. After all the six tails chakra was sucked out by Uchiha Xiao, he withdrew his left hand and injected the last bit of six tails chakra into Tsunade's body. Ding detected that the host's tailed beasts have collected 3/9. Reward, 3 tails, 6 tails chakra group. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more chakra balls appeared in Uchiha Xiao's body. Like the 2-tailed chakra ball, they were lurking in his body and could grow on their own. However, Uchiha Xiao did not have time to feel how much his chakra had increased. He formed seals with his hands, and performed the 4-symbol seal, the 8-trigram seal, and the diamond seal, sealing the tailed beast in Tsunade's body inside. Although the rhino dog agreed to cooperate with him, he still had to take several layers of insurance. It was normal that the rhino dog felt these seals and did not resist. After doing all this, Uchiha Xiao handed over the control of the sealing technique to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and exhaled. "Owl-sama, it worked. I can feel that the chakra in my body is 100 times more than before." She was very excited. She didn't expect that being a Jinchuriki had so many benefits. Uchiha Xiao wiped the sweat off his face and nodded. "The 6 tails is called Rhino Dog. You must get along well with it in the future and strive to become a perfect Jinchuriki as soon as possible." Tsunade nodded heavily and greeted Rhino Dog in her mind. "Rhino Dog, Rhino Dog. Hello, my name is Tsunade." She was not afraid of Vulpix because it was a tailed beast. Instead, she greeted it bravely. The 6-tailed Rhino Dog raised an eyebrow. What's with this host being a little cute? Much better than that taciturn guy, the one the defense-breaking guy gave it. "Hello, I just heard that man call you Tsunade. Is that your name?" Rhino Dog said with a smile. "Yes, Rhino Dog, he is my boyfriend. His name is Uchiha Xiao." Tsunade and Rhino Dog introduced Uchiha Xiao. The Rhino Dog felt a little emotional. It liked people who were bold and optimistic the most. Now that it was its first time dealing with Tsunade, it felt pretty good. The two began to communicate and introduce themselves. Although Uchiha Xiao didn't know what they were talking about, he felt at ease when he saw the corner of Tsunade's mouth. After saying goodbye to Tsunade and Rhino, Uchiha Xiao took the still-breathing Yu-Gi-Oh out the door. Rhino looked at Yu-Gi-Oh and sighed. The two of them were just not suitable, and then continued to communicate with Tsunade. 6-tailed Jinchuriki. Tsunade is online. Please give 5-star praise, urge for updates, generate power with love, and comment. Chapter 219, Senju Hashirama is too idealistic. Uchiha Xiao dragged Yu Gao, who is like a dead dog, out of Tsunade's yard and came to the Senju clan's compound. Hashirama Senju frowned and looked at Uchiha Xiao with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara stood in front of Uchiha Xiao. Only then did Hashirama Senju turn his head away to avoid looking at the scene that made him uncomfortable. Uchiha Xiao laughed. "Why? Master Hashirama, haven't you figured it out yet? Why don't you go and ask the major families whether they support or dislike what I'm doing?" HMPH, needless to say, your actions have directly destroyed the image of Konoha. Senju Hashirama snorted coldly. Senju Tabirama was hesitant to speak. On one side was his naive elder brother, and on the other side was Uchiha Xiao, who suited his taste. It was really difficult to make a decision. He could only sigh and say nothing. Not supporting his elder brother was already supporting Uchiha Xiao. Uzumaki Mito frowned. "Hashirama, have you had enough of this? Why did Xiao do all this? Isn't it all for your granddaughter and Konoha?" She was helpless because her husband was a stubborn guy. Konoha has always valued peace. How could they do such a thing? Senju Hashirama snorted coldly. Uchiha Madara was furious. "Enough. Hashirama, put away your unrealistic dream of peace. Are you still naive enough to imagine that other countries will regard us as friends? The village has no friends, only interests." Uchiha Izuna also nodded and said, "Hashirama, we usually don't want to scold him because he always makes decisions that benefit his own people. If a village always criticizes its own people and flatters outsiders, then I think there is no need for such a village to exist." Uchiha Izuna's contemptuous words shocked everyone present. Uchiha Izuna didn't care. He couldn't bear to scold his own eldest grandson. "How could you, Senju Hashirama, have such a big mouth? Senju Tobirama nodded secretly. What Izuna said touched his heart. His elder brother was indeed too much. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao laughed. He laughed loudly, then threw Yugao to the ground and stomped on his head. The red and white stuff splashed all over him, but he didn't react at all. Hashirama Senju widened his eyes. Uchiha Owl took away someone else's tailed beast and killed him. This guy has too strong a murderous nature, Lord Hashirama. Since I began leading the army to fight in the Land of Rain, I have fought in countless battles, large and small, and my hands have been stained with blood over 10,000 times. Yet, the villagers do not dislike me. Instead, they hold me in high esteem. Everyone recognized me and my philosophy as Uchiha Owl. We launched a powerful offensive against foreign enemies and worked together internally. In terms of funds alone, Konoha plundered nearly 30 billion taels of silver through the war. Excuse me, without me, how long would it take for Hashirama-sama to raise the money without stealing or robbing? In other words, could he raise the 3 billion by selling the Senju clan's land? Uchiha Owl's words did not give any face to Hashirama Senju at all. He wanted to point at Hashirama Senju's nose and scold him just now. For the sake of peace, he kowtowed to everyone and traded the tailed beasts that he had worked hard to obtain. How stupid could one be to do such a thing? Senju Hashirama shook his head and said, "You are too obsessed with power. The peace you get is not eternal. What will happen after you die? Konoha village will be weakened, and you will be powerless. We still need mutual understanding among people." Before Senju Hashirama could finish, Uchiha Owl interrupted him. "First, the ability of my eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is immortality. As long as my soul is immortal, I am immortal, so Konoha will be the strongest for generations to come. Secondly, even if I don't have immortality, as a member of this generation, I will fight wars for the next generation, and the next generation after that, leaving other countries with scarce resources so that Konoha can prosper." Uchiha Owl spoke in a decisive tone, and these words caused a huge wave of emotion in the hearts of everyone present except Hashirama. If this generation finishes the battle, the next generation will be able to enjoy it. What a noble idea! It makes people's blood boil. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. "You are worthy of being my eldest grandson. Grandfather supports your idea. If anyone is blind, I will personally detain him." After saying this, Uchiha Madara glanced at Senju Hashirama with disappointment in his eyes. Hashirama, who had died once before, still didn't understand that the ninja world was ruled by strength. How disappointing! Senju Tobirama was no longer silent. He slowly walked towards Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara, then turned and looked at Senju Hashirama. Although he did not speak, his actions had already made his position clear. "Brother, you are wrong this time. Uchiha Owl's idea coincides with mine. Please forgive me, your unfilial brother, for standing on Uchiha's side this time," Senju Tobirama said in his heart. Senju Hashirama was struck by lightning. He didn't understand why his younger brother, who had always loved and respected him and had always hated the Uchiha clan, would stand on the side of Uchiha Owl and the Uchiha clan today just because of Uchiha Owl's ideas. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Senju Hashirama, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She slowly walked towards Uchiha Owl, then pinched Uchiha Owl's face, and turned to look at her husband, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama remained silent, but his face still held a stubborn look. He was right. He simply wanted to make friends with all nations. He wanted a great era of mutual understanding to come. Senju Naki had just returned from training when he saw this scene. He was stunned. Why were there a group of people standing behind Uchiha Xiao, but no one was next to his grandfather? Tsunade was also familiar with the power of the Jinchuriki, and then she went out with a smile. Seeing this scene, her brows frowned. She asked Naki what happened. But Naki also shook his head. Then Tsunade looked at Uchiha Owl, who smiled slightly and told her everything that had just happened without adding any exaggeration. Tsunade was silent, looking at her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. She took a deep breath and said, "Grandpa, I'm sorry. If it is really what our Lord said, then I also support our Lord." After saying that, Tsunade walked towards Uchiha Owl, took his hand and smiled at him. "Your mind and mine are one." Uchiha Xiao's eyes softened. "You and I will be together through life and death." Uchiha Izuna also smiled and said, "Welcome granddaughter-in-law to join our powerful Konoha team, Grandpa Kwane." Her face turned red. Why did she feel that Xiao's grandfather was so indecent? Hashirama Senju looked at his grandson Naozuki with hope in his eyes. He remembered that Naozuki admired him the most, so he should agree with his ideas. Senju Naki gritted his teeth, looked at Senju Hashirama, bowed first, and then walked towards Uchiha Owl. Grandpa, not everyone is like you, possessing unrivaled power. You probably can't imagine the dangers ordinary people face on the battlefield. Just before, when we were fighting the Sand Village, if it weren't for the explosion-proof suit that Big Brother Owl gave me, I would have been blown to pieces by the explosive trap. Period. Other countries will not show mercy to you in times of war just because you were once powerful. War is war, not playing house. If you were not a god of ninja and did not have such strong power, I think you would also support Brother Xiao, because he led by example. He prioritized the village, defeated the enemy with fewer men, and reduced the casualties of the village ninjas. He showed no mercy to the enemy. It was because of his presence that the village gradually became stronger, and various clans continued to integrate into Konoha. So, please forgive me, Grandpa, your dream is too idealistic and too naive. After saying that, Shang Shu walked towards Uchiha Xiao, stood behind him, and looked at his grandfather with a firm gaze. Chapter 220 Challenge. Vulpix and Tsunade's run in Hashirama Senju felt lost and dazed. His wife, brother, grandchildren all sided with Uchiha Owl. Could it be that he was wrong? No. I'm not wrong. My idea is correct. War only brings hatred, and hatred only breeds war. The only right path is for each village to understand each other. After a brief moment of confusion, Senju Hashirama reaffirmed his resolve. He looked at Uchiha Owl and said calmly, "If you want to prove that your ideals are better than mine, then defeat me." Senju Hashirama challenged Uchiha Owl, betting on each other's ideals and their own beliefs, and he wanted to prove that he was right. Haha, Lord Hashirama, aren't you also using force to force me to submit? What's the difference between us? Oh, yes, there is a difference. I use force against external forces, and you use force against internal forces. Uchiha Xiao's words made Uchiha Madara look dazed. Thinking back to the past, it seemed to be like this. It was just that Izumi died, and he had no one to speak for him, which led to him being unable to fight or argue with her. Now, his eldest grandson has avenged him? Senju Hashirama did not reply. He no longer cared whether he was in the right or not. He just wanted to teach this Uchiha Owl a lesson and let him know that force was not the only way to solve problems. Uchiha Madara frowned. Are you fucking shameless? He was about to speak when Uchiha Xiao spoke in front of him. I accept this battle. The date is set for 2 days later. Senju Hashirama was silent, nodded, looked deeply at Uchiha Owl, turned and left. This was the first time he experienced this feeling of loneliness, the feeling of having no one following him. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you all for today's help." After that, Uchiha Xiao bowed to the people who supported him. Everyone also waved their hands, indicating that no matter whether they won or lost, they would support him. This made Uchiha Xiao feel warm in his heart. There were still many normal people. After all, people like Senju Hashirama were still in the minority after everyone left. Only Tsunade and Uchiha Xiao were left at the door. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao with a worried look on her face, and murmured, "Xiao-jun, Grandpa's strength is unfathomable. Compared to him, I am like a small river compared to the ocean." "You?" Uchiha Owl pinched Tsunade's cheek and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." I didn't expect that Grandpa was a stubborn guy or an idealist. Maybe it was because of his unparalleled power that made him feel that war was nothing special and he was tired of it. Tsunade's face was kneaded, but she did not struggle. "Maybe, Tsunade, I won't come these 2 days. You should prepare for this duel, and you should familiarize yourself with the abilities of the Vulpix as soon as possible. From now on, you will also be a member of the Jinchuriki and have unlimited chakra to use." Having said that, Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Tsunade nodded, and then Uchiha Owl left. Tsunade couldn't help blushing when she looked at Uchiha Owl's tall backer. Man is so handsome. Even his walk is full of beauty. Tsunade returned to her room, a little disappointed after she could no longer see Uchiha Owl's back. The rhino's voice suddenly rang out. "Tsunade, your boyfriend wanted to fight Hashirama Senju just now, right? Damn, he's really brave." "Well, I actually don't want them to fight. It would be ugly for anyone to lose, but Grandpa, it's not nice to talk about elders behind their backs." So Tsunade stopped here. "Tsunade, don't worry, these two are both super cage level warriors, and they are from the same village. They will definitely not fight to the death." The rhino dog comforted, and it was also a little curious in its heart who is more powerful, Hashirama Senju, the strongest man of the last era, or Uchiha Owl, the strongest man of this era, is the most powerful? I believe the winner will be decided in 2 days, and then you will be able to feast your eyes. Tsunade also sighed and continued to communicate with Rhino Dog to understand each other's hobbies, habits, and strengths. Rhino Dog said that it is good at ninjutsu-type attacks and can give the Jinchuriki strong acid spray and foam techniques, as well as recovery capabilities and chakra acquisition speed. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She originally only knew how to use close combat techniques, but now she can also perform ninjutsu. So Tsunade wanted to give it a try and asked Rhino Dog, who nodded. The two of them were now one and shared the same honor and disgrace, so of course they could give it a try. Then Tsunade tried the strong acid spray in the training ground. She aimed her right hand at the wooden man, then activated her chakra, and white strong acid liquid sprayed out. The moment it touched the wooden man, it corroded it and then burned this power. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She had only tried it lightly and didn't use too much force, but it had such an effect. If she used her full strength, wouldn't the range of damage be enormous? Rhino Dog, you are so awesome. So awesome. Tsunade shouted without hesitation, and then Rhino Dog couldn't do anything about it. Ahem, it's nothing, this is just the beginning. Although Rhino Dog said so, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. This was the first time he was praised by the Jinchuriki. That guy Yu-Gi-Oh only knew how to borrow power and didn't even say thank you. Humph. The bond between Rhino Dog and Tsunade quickly grew stronger, and then Tsunade had a flash of inspiration. Rhino Dog, you and I are one now, right? Does that mean I am immune to strong acid liquids? That's right, with me in your body, you are immune to acidic and alkaline damage, but why are you asking this? The Rhino Dog was a little confused. Tsunade smiled and said, I have a brilliant idea. Enchant my fists. Rhino Dog, let the acid liquid cover my fists and feet and replenish automatically. Next, watch carefully. Tsunade moved instantly and kicked the wooden man with a painted kick. After breaking the wooden man, the broken part of the wooden man still made a crackling sound. Even the Rhino Dog was stunned. Could strong acid liquid be used like this? Enchanting. So this is what enchantment is. Huge physical damage plus ninjutsu damage. This master of mine is really something. It worked. She was delighted as she watched the wooden man emitting white smoke. If it were a human, not only would they have to endure violent physical damage, but they would also have to endure secondary damage from the corroded wounds after being knocked away. Tsunade, you are simply a combat genius. Rhino Dog praised generously. In fact, only Tsunade could perform this kind of fighting style, because her physical fitness was extremely high, and her physical damage was maximized. Once the ninjutsu damage was supplemented, then her title of the strongest female ninja would be gone without any water at all. Tsunade chuckled, and it was obvious that she couldn't help but praise. Then, under Rhino Dog's explanation, she began to train the bubble technique, the explosion technique and corrosion technique of small bubbles, and the flying technique of large bubbles. This made Tsunade have a lot of fun, and Rhino Dog couldn't help but smile when he saw Tsunade's lively, cheerful and energetic appearance. This little girl is much better than the one who suffers from paranoia and has a cold ice face every day. Please urge me to update, follow, comment, and give me 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 221. Oh, that's pretty impressive. 2 days is neither long nor short. It passes in the blink of an eye. Valley of the End. This is the place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had their final battle. 2 statues stand there, making opposing seals, and a waterfall separates the two. Senju Hashirama was the first to arrive here. Looking at the scenery here, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was his sad place. He didn't expect that when he revisited the old place now, it would have a different taste. Oh, Hashirama, you came early. Madara followed closely behind with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The Valley of the End really makes people miss it, Madara, Senju Hashirama murmured, his mind a little dazed. The last time he and Uchiha Madara fought to the death here. On the day he challenged Uchiha Al to duel, he went back and thought about it for 2 days. It was true that Uchiha Al killed people and took the tailed beasts for the sake of Konoha's strength, so his starting point was good, but this goes against his philosophy. What he wants is a family in the ninja world, not this kind of conquest by suppressing everything with force. We must know that human power is limited. Only when people truly understand each other can they stay away from war and oppression. Based on this, today he would use the force he despised the most to wake up Uchiha Xiao. Let him understand that strength is not everything, and excessive pursuit of strength will only make him lost. Uchiha Madara did not respond to Hashirama Senju, but just nodded. He had been very troubled by the stubborn Hashirama Senju these past 2 days. Although he could understand some of Hashirama's actions, he also knew Hashirama's character. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. Then Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna came together. Today, they did not quarrel, but their faces were solemn. Hashirama Senju's strength is very clear to both of them, as one is his biological brother and the other is the brother of his mortal enemy. Therefore, there was worry in their eyes. Worried that Uchiha Owl would be injured in the upcoming decisive battle in the next second, Uchiha Owl and Tsunade slowly appeared. The two walked over talking and laughing, without any tension of an impending duel. Uchiha Owl was chatting and laughing, telling humorous jokes, trying to distract Tsunade. Although Tsunade covered her mouth and chuckled, there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Senju Hashirama watched this scene, his brows softening. It was his dream for the Senju and Uchiha clans to marry, but sticking to his own heart's desire was equally important. Owl, now that you're here, are you sure you want to duel with me? I won't show mercy. Hashirama Senju crossed his arms across his chest, with a glimmer in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Xiao stopped, raised his eyes, looked at Senju Hashirama calmly, took a deep breath and said, "There is no point in talking anymore, let's do it." After saying that, Uchiha Owl gave Tsunade a look. Tsunade first pouted, then looked reluctant and then worried. She looked back at Uchiha Owl every 3 steps. After reaching a safe place, Uchiha Owl breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Senju Hashirama. Looking at this ninja god who was famous in the ninja world during the Warring States period, we will know how powerful he is after this battle. No matter what, he couldn't lose. Uchiha Xiao was full of fighting spirit and mobilized the natural chakra in his body. Facing Senju Hashirama, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Natural chakra, that's interesting. Hashirama Senju's perception was so sharp that he could tell the quality of Uchiha Owl's chakra the moment the natural chakra flowed in his body. Then Hashirama Senju clapped his hands and shouted, "Wood style, tree world arrives." As soon as he finished speaking, huge vines rushed out from under the water and changed the terrain. Hashirama Senju leaped up and stepped on the trees created by his wood release, looking down at Uchiha Owl from above. Uchiha Owl made the same move and also summoned wood release, tree world advent. The two forests are intertwined, making it impossible for outsiders to distinguish them. Only the two of them understand the subtleties in their hearts. Hashirama Senju took a deep breath. He didn't expect that his famous move would be perfectly performed by Uchiha Owl, and the internal structure was almost exactly the same. Uchiha Owl leaped up, stepped on the tree he controlled, and looked at Hashirama Senju. The two men remained motionless, observing each other's weaknesses, while the others stood outside the attack range, watching the two people testing each other in silence. In the next second, the two men moved simultaneously. Transforming into a black shadow, they engaged in battle. Except for Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki Mito, no one present, including Tsunade, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, could clearly see their movements. Uchiha Owl turned around and stabbed with a kunai in his hand. Hashirama Senju raised his right hand, blocked the kunai, and sent Uchiha Owl flying in the first move. The two seemed to be evenly matched, but in fact, Uchiha Xiao was at a disadvantage. Uchiha Owl, who was flung away, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Raishinki." That's right, Uchiha Owl had already engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on Hashirama Senju's kunai. Upon seeing this scene, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up. "This kid is similar to me," he smiled broadly. Uchiha Owl made him proud. He could imprint the mark in just a moment and could even use it. Uchiha Izuna rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean by this kind of kid? What have you contributed? Besides the cricket Flying Thunder God technique, what other contributions have you made? What else are you?" But this is not the time to argue. Uchiha Izuna gave Senju Tobirama a cold look, and then continued to stare at the two people fighting. Hashirama Senju was stunned, but he reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a substitution technique. Uchiha Owl's kunai pierced the wooden stake. Then, Uchiha Owl pulled back. If Senju Hashirama was really hit by his kunai, that would be how Senju Hashirama reappeared, his lips curled up. Tobirama's forbidden technique? It's a little interesting, but only a little. Uchiha Owl waved his right hand, and iron sand was sucked out from the ground. It then turned into a spear and stabbed towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama said, "Oh, very powerful." Then he clapped his hands and used wood style, wood wall. Layers of trees rose from the ground, forming a semicircle, blocking the way of Senju Hashirama. With a swish, the spear was embedded in the wooden wall and could not move forward an inch. Uchiha Xiao was a little angry. Why could Hashirama Senju say with praise that the enemy was amazing, and then just clap his hands and the enemy's attack was neutralized? Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought I would be pierced. Looks like I'm lucky. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth. Although he knew that Hashirama Senju didn't do it on purpose, as a bystander, he couldn't help but feel a little upset when he recalled the past scenes. Chapter 222 Susanoo Great Buddha Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his body. No, he couldn't be provoked, otherwise he would fall into the trap of this black-hearted pillar. He had reason to suspect that it was because of Hashirama's behavior that Madara became anxious during the fight, and then lost to Hashirama Senju due to lack of strength. Senju Hashirama raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, you didn't fall for it? Well, it doesn't matter. I'm sure I can hold on to the end because I have a sage body. Sometimes it doesn't mean that you will win just because you are strong. There are many cases of the strong losing to the weak. You must know that the strong are at the bottom and the weak are at the top. The one who fights to the end is the winner. After Uchiha Xiao sorted out his thoughts, he slowly exhaled. Everyone said that Senju Hashirama was a kind person, but he now understood that it was all superficial. He was just a black sesame dumpling. White on the outside, black on the inside. Uchiha Owl's sage body began to restore the chakra consumed in Uchiha Owl's body, and Uchiha Owl also began to reformulate the battle plan. Period. Senju Hashirama saw that Uchiha Owl no longer attacked, and the corners of his mouth rose. Since you won't do it, then I will. After saying that, Hashirama Senju disappeared, and Uchiha Owl instantly opened the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan and captured the movement trajectory of Hashirama Senju. Above, Uchiha Xiao took out the Uchiha fan and raised it to block. With a bang, Uchiha Owl's flame fan and Senju Hashirama's fist collided. Strangely, Senju Hashirama was not bounced away, but the force was transmitted from the fan to Uchiha Owl's body. The ground under Uchiha Xiao's feet shattered and then collapsed, and spider-web-like cracks spread everywhere from under his feet. Uchiha Xiao's face flushed. Sure enough, Senju Hashirama's physical strength was stronger than his. This strength was even able to resist the rebound effect of the Uchiha fan. Senju Hashirama's pupils trembled. He didn't even knock down Uchiha Xiao in one go. This guy has good physical fitness. Then can my granddaughter withstand it in the future? Uchiha Owl's right eye pupil rotated, and the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan activated the will of the god of war. I am the god of war. All attributes doubled, the golden light, the sage body, and the bonus of the sage mode actually made Uchiha Owl's power surpass that of Hashirama Senju. He raised his hands, and Hashirama Senju was knocked away by the huge force, but Hashirama Senju did not panic. He just bounced in the air, stabilized his body, and clapped his hands. The trees grew wildly, providing him with a foothold. Senju Hashirama landed steadily on it. Seeing this, Uchiha Owl put away the Uchiha flame fan and then took out the fiery sky fan. Hashirama Senju's eyes flickered. He had never seen the weapon of Uchiha Owl before, but when he felt the rich fire attribute chakra inside, he couldn't help but be shocked. Uchiha Xiao didn't look at his reaction, but held the fiery flame fan in both hands, took a deep breath and said, "Fire style, great fire extinguishing." A red flame spurted out of his mouth, and after passing through the fiery flame fan, the flame turned golden, and both its mass and range doubled. Hashirama Senju's pupils shrank, and he clapped his hands and performed wood style, woodman technique, wood style, wood dragon technique, and simultaneously performed two major wood style ninjutsu. The wooden man stepped forward to block, and the wooden dragon carried Hashirama Senju away from the battlefield and circled around to observe the situation. The huge wooden man was seen being stained by the golden flames. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not get rid of the golden flames, and the golden flames spread very quickly. In just 10 seconds, the originally intact wooden man was completely engulfed by the golden flames, and in 30 seconds, the wooden man was reduced to ashes. Senju Hashirama had a look of fear on his face, while the spectator Uchiha Madara was moved. He murmured, "What a treasure! If he had this treasure, two Senju Hashimas would not be his match." Senju Hashirama was flying in the air on a wooden dragon, and Uchiha Owl also saw it. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but wherever the wooden dragon passed, no grass grew. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Senju Hashirama rushed towards him riding a wooden dragon. The wooden dragon roared and rushed towards Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique. The moment the attack landed on him, he teleported to another spot. The spot where he was originally standing exploded. Just as Uchiha Xiao was still admiring Senju Hashirama's masterpiece, a hand touched his shoulder and said in a silly voice, "Are you okay?" Uchiha Xiao shuddered all over and kicked out with a right whip kick. Senju Hashirama raised his arm to block, and with a bang, Uchiha Xiao felt like he had kicked an iron plate. Senju Hashirama just groaned. This kid is going to kill him. In fact, it's not Uchiha Xiao's fault. Who wouldn't be afraid if someone suddenly patted his shoulder and asked, "Are you okay?" Uchiha Xiao saw the appearance of Senju Hashirama clearly, retracted his whip kick, and then kicked Senju Hashirama in the chest. Seeing that he couldn't kick him, Uchiha Xiao used the force to distance himself. Senju Hashirama scratched his head with an innocent look on his face. However, thinking of the purpose of this duel, his eyes darkened, he clapped his hands, and shouted, "Wood release, true thousand hands." The sage mask appeared on his face, and Hashirama Senju looked serious. With a loud crash, a giant Buddha rose from the ground, 300 meters high. Senju Hashirama was now on top of the Buddha's head, standing with his arms folded, looking at Uchiha Xiao below. Uchiha Madara! Exclamation mark. No, Hashirama is serious. Vulpix, Kyuubi are trembling. Uzumaki Mito frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Could it be that Hashirama wanted to kill his grandson-in-law? Tsunade couldn't believe that her grandfather actually used this technique to fight for his own ideals. Now she began to worry about the safety of the Owl Lord. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao raised his head and looked at the giant Buddha rising from the ground, and took a breath. Is this Senju Hashirama? However, he will not sit still and wait for death. Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and shouted, "Wood release, Sheen thousand hands." A purple sage's mask appeared, and a similar giant Buddha rose from the ground, but it was about 50 meters smaller than the giant Buddha of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju could still look down at Uchiha Xiao, but his face looked a little surprised. He didn't understand why Uchiha Xiao could perform the true thousand hands. However, judging from the height, Uchiha Xiao was still some distance away from him, which meant that in this move, Uchiha Xiao was a little inferior to him. Just as Hashirama Senju was about to activate the Buddha's transformation technique, Uchiha Xiao's Sharingan activated. Damn Tsunade! The golden red Susanoo appeared and wrapped around Uchiha Xiao's big Buddha, and then the bones, muscles, armor, and the true thousand hands merged into one. Uchiha Xiao's big Buddha suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected Uchiha Xiao's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His body doubled in size to 500 meters. This time, the situation was reversed. Even the legendary god of ninja, Hashirama Senju, was a little overwhelmed at this moment. Susanoo no my Buddha, my hand slipped. Chapter 223 Defeat Hashirama with one move. When Susanoo appeared with a huge Buddha statue on his body, the audience couldn't help but gasp. Such an incredible and unprecedented combination is beyond everyone's imagination. Even the usually calm Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he secretly sighed in his heart. This grandson of mine really has some abilities. Uchiha Xiao on the side was also shocked. He had originally used this move just to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to actually work. What is even more surprising is that this move not only successfully integrated, but also gave new vitality to Genkai hands. If the true thousand hands in the past was just a fixed move, then the true thousand hands at this moment has been reborn, becoming a genuine Buddha with a lively aura. Facing the Susanoo Buddha, Hashirama Senju gritted his teeth and shouted, "The Buddha on top." As his words fell, the enormous thousand hands instantly moved, and with destructive power, they slammed fiercely towards the big Buddha controlled by Uchiha Xiao. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, the Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Xiao made an astonishing move that stunned everyone. Half of its arm suddenly stretched out rapidly, like a flexible giant python, and suddenly wrapped around the Buddha of Senju Hashirama, and swung it hard, directly knocking it to the ground, causing it to fall heavily face down on the ground. Seeing this, Hashirama Senju turned pale and hurriedly controlled the wooden dragon to leave the Buddha. His Buddha fell to the ground, and the sound of it hitting the ground was continuous. The thousand-handed warriors who dominated the battlefield and were invincible were broken today by a young man who was less than 20 years old. The eyes of everyone present were filled with excitement, confusion, or disbelief. Hashirama Senju stood on the wooden dragon, listening to the roar of his thousands of hands hitting the ground, and fell into a daze. His famous magic was now broken. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's Susanoo Buddha, he opened his mouth and knew that he had lost in an instant. He felt that all his energy was drained away. Hashirama Senju retracted the wooden dragon and landed beside Uchiha Madara and others. He opened his mouth, and finally walked to the corner, buried his head in his legs, hugged his knees with his hands, and looked lost. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Seeing Hashirama Senju like this, some of them wanted to laugh. It was you who insisted on fighting in the first place, in order to make Uchiha Xiao accept your ideas. As a result, now that his own big Buddha has been broken, what can he use to fight Uchiha Xiao? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Xiao with emotion. His eldest grandson actually defeated Hashirama, and crushed him. The pride and sense of accomplishment could not be described in just one word. Uchiha Xiao controlled the Susanoo Buddha, and the legs of the Susanoo Buddha changed from sitting cross-legged to standing upright, and the height of the entire Buddha increased by another 100 meters. Susanoo Daibutsu is 600 meters tall. A true 1,000-footed figure, wearing a golden robe, stands above the Valley of the End like a true Buddha. Some wealthy businessmen, when passing by the road near the Valley of the End, saw this giant Buddha, and they all knelt on the ground, kowtowed and worshipped, without spending a penny, and made wishes worth tens of billions. I hope the Buddha will help me with my business this time, importing raw stones and producing a truckload of imperial green. Then, I will be as powerful as I was back then, and I will have hundreds of concubines, immortality, and endless descendants. It was only because Uchiha Xiao couldn't hear it, otherwise he would definitely roll his eyes. Damn. How could these people be even greedier than him? Uchiha Xiao adapted to the control of Susanoo, performed a set of Tai Chi, and then retracted it. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. Great, great. He then retracted his chakra, and the Buddha fell to the ground, transforming into an ordinary piece of wood. Landing on the surface of the Valley of the End, he also flew to the crowd and found a strange scene. Hashirama Senju was sitting there with his legs hugged, looking lost, and a group of people surrounded him to comfort him. Hashirama, it's okay. We're just a little small, a little dumb, and a little weak. Don't worry too much. Yes, Hashirama, except for Uchiha Owl, no one else can beat you? And Owl is your grandson-in-law, there is no need for you to compete with him. Exactly. How can a deified ninja god become so lax and lazy when faced with setbacks? Stop it, and get up quickly. Uchiha Xiao looked at the painting and his mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he was the bad guy, and Hashirama Senju is the warrior who was beaten by the villain? Well, that. Uchiha Xiao wanted to say something to comfort Senju Hashirama, but who knew that at this moment? Senju Hashirama looked up and sniffed. Fuck. Uchiha Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. What did I do to you? I didn't beat you, I just broke your big Buddha. Why are you still crying? Come on, how old are you? But what Uchiha Xiao didn't know was that he was destroying the dignity and honor of Hashirama Senju. Okay. Big brother. Look at what you look like. Stop crying, said Senju Tobirama. You know what? Senju Tobirama's words are very useful. Senju Hashirama stopped crying immediately, wiped his tears and snorted Uchiha Madara's sight and said, Hashirama, failure is not terrible. What is terrible is to lose all hope and lose the courage to fight against a strong enemy. Senju Hashirama's eyes turned red again, and then he threw himself into Uchiha Madara's arms and said, Madara, woo woo woo. Why did Uchiha Xiao feel that this scene was a bit green tea? He glanced at Uchiha Izuna, who had a dark face. This green tea Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito, she didn't believe that Hashirama would really be lost. This should be his way of attracting Madara's attention. Madara just fell for it. He hugged Hashirama, stroked his back, and sighed. Finally, several people left, and Uchiha Xiao did not say anything about his ideas, but everyone, including Senju Hashirama, agreed with what he said at this moment. Even Hashirama Senju glanced at him before leaving, with recognition and hope in his eyes. If it were out, he should be able to achieve peace in the ninja world. Tsunade hugged Uchiha Owl's arm and said with a smile, Congratulations, you defeated Grandpa and are now the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Xiao smiled. The strongest in the ninja world? That wasn't enough, because he knew that the enemies he would face in the future would be much stronger than Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He couldn't be complacent just because he had achieved some results. Okay, Tsunade, just a few of us need to know about this. Don't spread it out. On the surface, the strongest ones are still Lord Hashirama and my great-grandfather, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Tsunade nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Owl's words, and then the two of them walked back to Konoha. Today is destined to be a day worth remembering. Although not many people know about it. Everyone knows that the world in Konoha has changed. Chapter 224 The Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Owl. After returning to Konoha, Senju Tobirama immediately went to the Sarutobi clan's territory and told him that he would be ready to abdicate the next day and hand over the position of Hokage to Uchiha Owl. As a politician, he knew very well that if he wanted to tie Konoha and Uchiha Owl together, marriage alone would not be enough. Period. Uchiha Owl's strength is not weaker than his elder brother, and his strategy is not inferior to his elder brother. After defeating his elder brother Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju became more determined in this idea. So he immediately went to the home of his apprentice, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually been prepared when Uchiha Al resurrected the two Hokage, but when this day came, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He asked, "Teacher, what happened?" Senju Tobirama glanced at him, then told Sarutobi Hiruzen about the battle that had just taken place. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath after listening. Our Lord defeated the Shadame-sama. Defeated him head-on. And gained the approval of the Shadame-sama, the teacher, Mito-sama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna. His expression was complicated, thinking back to when he first met Uchiha Xiao. It was because of his activeness and wisdom in the Rain Country at that time. Uchiha Xiao seemed to be just a jonin. I didn't expect that in less than 2 years, Uchiha Xiao's strength would reach this level. He has strategy, strength, and most importantly, he is still young. If you were Senju Tobirama, he would have made the same choice. After hearing the teacher's narration, Sarutobi Hiruzen's original dissatisfaction disappeared in an instant. Therefore, after bidding farewell to his teacher, he prepared to ask someone to notify the higher-ups to announce this matter, and asked Danzo to do the notification. When Danzo heard the news, he was surprised at first, then fell silent. There was no dissatisfaction, no scheming, just a look of conviction. He and Uchiha Xiao went through a lot, from dislike to respect, and then to trust and conviction. Thinking about it now, he shook his head and smiled. Okay, Hiruzen, you've worked hard over the years, but I believe that Konoha will be the strongest village in the ninja world in the future. Danzo Shimura patted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense and go quickly. Don't delay the fourth Hokage's important event." Shimura Danzo was relieved to see his old friend like this. "Okay, I'll go and inform them, and you can go to your thing." The two men acted separately, and Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to go to meet the daimyo and hand over the appointment letter of the fourth Hokage. When the daimyo saw that it was Senju Tobirama in person, he did not hesitate and signed the appointment letter immediately. I originally wanted to invite Senju Tobirama to dinner, but Senju Tobirama waved his hand and said, "There are still many things to deal with in Konoha village. I appreciate the daimyo's kindness. The Senju clan will always stand by the daimyo." This sentence made the daimyo happy. "Okay, Nidame, go ahead and get busy. Tomorrow, the fourth Hokage will succeed you, and he will be the son-in-law of the Senju family. That means he will be the consort of my daimyo. When the time comes, I will send someone to prepare a generous gift to congratulate the fourth Hokage on his succession." Senju Tobirama bowed and said, "Thank you very much, I'll see you later." "Well, see you later." The daimyo was also very happy. Originally, when Uchiha Al heard his name, the daimyo's face turned pale. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan is famous for its violent temper. In the end, after all the fuss, Tsunade's man. My Fire Country prince is his man, that's fine, one of our own. So I must strongly support him. Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo prefers to use his own people, which is nepotism. After seeing Senju Tobirama leave, the daimyo immediately asked the Minister of Finance to count the 2 billion silver, and then set off immediately to Konoha, making sure to deliver it before the succession ceremony. Yes, Daming. The Minister of Finance quickly led the troops to check the finances. This matter concerned the marriage of the state son-in-law, and a powerful son-in-law at that. He must put all his energy into it. Shimura Danzo arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. The guard at the gate saw Shimura Danzo and hurriedly said, "Danzo-sama, please take a seat. Are you here to see Elder Al? We will inform you right away." Because of Uchiha Al, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Shimura clan became closer, and Shimura Danzo also often visited the Uchiha clan because he is the distinguished guest of Elder Owl and is inclined towards the Uchiha clan. Everyone calls him Lord Danzo at this time. A guard entered the clan territory to report, and another guard notified the young people in the clan to make tea and bring it over to quench Lord Danzo's thirst. Danzo Shimura looked at this scene and did not refuse but smiled. The Uchiha today is very different from the past. The Uchiha today is more approachable and respects him enough. He has emotional intelligence in everything he does, and even regularly announces the performance of the guard court to let the whole village know about their contributions to Konoha. All of this seems to be due to the appearance of Uchiha Owl, and now the Uchiha clan also calls themselves Konoha, Uchiha. Just as he was thinking about what had happened during this period, Uchiha Xiao's voice came out, "How dare you? I've said it so many times, Danzo-sama is my friend, someone I respect. If he comes, just let him go. You really are Uchiha Xiao pretended to be angry and scolded the guard with a gloomy face. The guard looked nervous, pretending, but it's true, this scene made Shimura Danzo feel warm in his heart. I'm so important to Owl. Shimura Danzo's already kind eyes became even softer. Sir, the servants are doing this because they are afraid of disturbing you. Don't be too harsh on them. Danzo Shimura said to the two guards like a kind old grandfather. HMPH, since Lord Danzo pleaded for you, let's let this matter go today. Otherwise, you will all be given 20 lashes. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Fengho, we are grateful for your kindness. The two highly emotionally intelligent actors knelt on one knee with sincere voices. Oh, what are you doing? Although Danzo's tone was helpless, the corners of his mouth were raised. He fell for it. This made Danzo Shimura feel respected and feel that he had a very high status in the Uchiha clan. Routines have won people's hearts since ancient times. Please come in, Lord Danzo, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Shimura Danzo also laughed. From now on, don't call me sir. Tomorrow, you will take over the position of the fourth Hokage. From now on, I will call you sir. Danzo Shimura patted Uchiha Xiao's shoulder. The two guards' pupils shrank, but they didn't dare to say anything. There was joy in their eyes. Nonsense, Konoha village is thriving under the leadership of you and Lord Hiruzen. Why should I succeed a Hokage? It's not appropriate. Uchiha Xiao symbolically refused. Now it was Danzo's turn to be in trouble. He scratched his head and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Woohoo, my hand slipped today and I posted today's chapter. These 2 chapters were written by me. I hope you like it. Give it 5-star praise, generate power with love, and leave more comments. Chapter 225 3 Refusal. In 3 Refusals, Danzo Shimura was invited into Uchiha Xiao's house, and the two sat on the floor. Uchiha Xiao poured a cup of tea for Shimura Danzo, and Shimura Danzo said thank you. Uchiha Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. It's what Lord Danzo said before, about the Hokage. Shimura Danzo took the tea, took a sip, and then slowly said, tomorrow, according to the teacher's arrangement, Hiruzen will abdicate in public, and you will take the stage to take over the position of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Xiao's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Senju Tobirama to move so quickly. He defeated Senju Hashirama in the first move, and was then arranged to become Hokage. Everyone is smart and knows each other's purpose, so Uchiha Xiao was only distracted for a short time and then returned to normal, which was expected. Danzo Shimura sighed in his heart. He was worthy of being called the Owl Lord, and was given the highest leadership position in Konoha village, but he could remain calm. If it were him, his performance at this moment would not be so calm. Lord Danzo, what do you think about this? I am a little worried that I may not be able to do this job. Uchiha Xiao sighed. Danzo Shimura was stunned. He looked at Uchiha Xiao with a complicated expression. If Uchiha Xiao was not capable of being the Hokage, then who else was there? I, Danzo, will not accept this important task from anyone except you, Lord Xiao. Please do not refuse. Danzo persuaded again. Uchiha Xiao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, I'm still young and it's hard for me to convince others. Please, Master Danzo, don't talk about this anymore. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao was about to leave. Danzo became anxious and said, Mr. Owl, please inherit the position of Hokage for the prosperity and development of Konoha. If anyone dares to gossip, I will clean up the mess for you. At this point, Danzo's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. This was the 3rd time he had comforted Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Well, Lord Danzo, I accept the position of Hokage. I also ask you to supervise and encourage me on behalf of the whole village in the future. If there is anything I do not do well, please correct me, Lord Danzo. Danzo Shimura bowed his head and said yes. He was moved by Uchiha Xiao's sincerity at this moment, but he didn't know that this was all done on purpose by Uchiha Xiao. The 3 refusal and decline shows that Uchiha Xiao is not so utilitarian, and he inherited the position of Hokage for the sake of the overall situation. It gives the villagers the impression that Uchiha Xiao is wholeheartedly serving the people, and that is why he took on such a heavy responsibility. Danzo Shimura was completely fooled by Uchiha Xiao. Originally, he had ambitions for the position of Hokage, but when Tobirama Senju is resurrected and designated Uchiha Xiao as the 4th Hokage, he felt that it should be so, but he still felt a little regretful in his heart. After experiencing this 3 times of refusing and giving up, he no longer had any doubts and only wanted to assist Uchiha Xiao wholeheartedly and support Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao, who is so humble and pragmatic, gives people the feeling of a wise leader. The two had a very pleasant conversation, and Uchiha Hiratoshi organized a meeting among the clan members. Because the guard reported that Uchiha Owl was about to become Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan was extremely excited. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna also returned. Uchiha Itachi stood up and wanted to make room for them, but Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna smiled and refused. Today they were just supporting roles, and there was no need for them to sit in the main seats. Seeing the two great gods like this, Uchiha Guangzi stopped persuading them, but sat in the main seat without saying a word, and the Uchiha clan members had no objections either. They are all waiting tonight, waiting for Danzo Shimura to leave, waiting for the arrival of the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Owl. After nearly 40 years, the position of Hokage is finally the turn of their Uchiha clan. About 2 hours later, Uchiha Xiao went out to personally see Shimura Danzo off, and then a clan member came to report to the sixth elder. The clan leader has been waiting in the conference room for a long time. The Uchiha clan member bowed. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao raised the corners of his mouth and followed his clansmen to the meeting room. It's here. The tribesman pointed to the closed door of the meeting room and then retreated. With his strength and status, he was not allowed to enter the meeting room. Thank you for your hard work, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile, then opened the door of the conference room. A group of Uchiha knelt on the ground, opened their eyes that were originally closed, and looked towards the door with red eyes. Uchiha Xiao was no longer surprised by the scene. He slowly walked into the conference room and moved towards the front step by step. Uchiha Guangzi stood up and said quickly, Mr. Xiao, come and sit here. Uchiha Guangzi pointed to his seat with a smile on his face. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Everyone in the clan knew each other, and he didn't need to pretend like he did in front of Shimura Danzo. He took the position of the head of the Uchiha clan without hesitation. Uchiha Guangzi smiled and sat in the second seat without any dissatisfaction. Uchiha Xiao glanced around, then slowly said, I'm sure you've heard that tomorrow, I will succeed the fourth Hokage. Everyone nodded, with fanaticism in their eyes. This was the first Hokage of his Uchiha clan. Yes, we are willing to fight to the death for Lord Hokage. The voices of the Uchiha clan members were uniform and powerful. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, what I want to say is not just this, there are also some rules. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao's eyes darkened. Although I am about to succeed the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan members must remember to be more strict with themselves and serve the villagers. If I find anyone using the name of Hokage to commit crimes, don't blame me for being merciless. As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, the Uchiha ninjas responded in unison, yes. Uchiha Owl nodded, and then gave a speech in the clan, from the beginning of the Uchiha clan to the lineage of the Hokage. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement, their eyes became brighter and brighter. And they implemented all of Uchiha Xiao's requests, and obeyed all of Uchiha Xiao's words. Uchiha Itachi also laughed at this moment, looking at Uchiha Owl on the stage. In the beginning, the Uchiha clan was ostracized and slandered, but because of Owl, they began to gradually reverse the situation and integrate into the village. But that is not enough. Now Uchiha Owl is about to become the fourth Hokage, which means that their Uchiha clan will become the lineage of Hokage from now on. They will play an important role in the history of Konoha, and no one can accuse them of rebellion anymore. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Owl at the family meeting, with a smile on his face. His eldest grandson actually became Hokage, and it was arranged by Senju Tobirama. That guy Senju Tobirama who has quite good taste. Uchiha Izuna raised his head and snorted coldly, his eyes full of pride for his grandson. Okay, stop being so ungrateful, Izuna, let's have something to eat together tonight? Uchiha Madara said gently. Okay. Uchiha Izuna, who had a proud look on her face just now acted like a good baby and said coquettishly. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth and touched his head, while Uchiha Izuna laughed foolishly. Chapter 226 Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen called the elders to hold a final meeting. Kaharu, this is the last time I will hold a meeting with you as Hokage. Utane Kaharu and Midakato looked at each other with disbelief and shock in their eyes. Hiruzen, what's going on? They said in unison. That's what the teacher meant, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. When the two people opposite heard it, they didn't dare to speak. They all knew that the teacher had been resurrected and had also visited him recently. They were absolutely obedient to Senju Tobirama, Midamanan and Utane Kaharu. They lowered their heads and sighed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Yutain Kahoru's eyes rolled. Hiruzen, are you just going to give it up? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at her and said, the one who gave way is Uchiha Owl. Even if he is very capable, how can he get the chance based on seniority? Is the teacher confused? Midman Yan was indignant. Sarutobi Hiruzen added, he just defeated Hashirama-sama in his prime, and Hashirama-sama didn't hold back. Midman N choked, then sat down with a wry smile, and Yutain Kahoru sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh at the look on his two old friends. You two, Owl's rise to power is a good thing for Konoha. Konoha's current prosperity is inseparable from him. As long as you two abide by the law, there won't be any major problems. The two men smiled bitterly in their hearts. Obeying the law? They were all thinking about how to benefit their own family. If it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was in power, they would feel a little relieved. If it was that Uchiha Owl, he probably would never have the chance to embezzle in his life. After a brief exchange of greetings, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the end of the meeting. Mito Kato and Yutain Kahoru bowed and took their leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at their backs and chuckled. He knew exactly what kind of people his two old friends were. If he were the Hokage, he might be able to turn a blind eye. But now, he was going to retire and warn them that if anything went wrong in the future, it would not be his fault. Yutain Kahoru and Midman N left and met Shimura Danzo, who had returned from the Uchiha clan. The two looked at each other and asked quickly, Danzo, did you know that Uchiha Xiao will become the fourth Hokage? Shimura Danzo saw that it was his two comrades, so he stopped and nodded. I know, Sarutobi told me. What do you think? I remember you always talked about the Uchiha clan being inherently evil. Yutain Kahoru's eyes lit up. Shimura Danzo roared, stop talking nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? Don't lie. Do you have any evidence? If not, I will punish you. Yutain Kahoru, Midman N. In the end, the three people parted unhappily. After Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen talked about this matter, they left the Hokage's office. The Uchiha clan members found a nearby tailor shop and asked it to expedite the making of a Hokage's sacred robe with the name of the fourth Hokage written on it. The tailor shop manager was shocked. Was the Uchiha planning a rebellion? Then, Shimura Danzo arrived and explained the situation. The tailor shop manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to the Uchiha clan with a smile, time is a bit tight, but if you can do it, this is the price. The Uchiha clan members threw their money bags and said, the faster the better, the more refined the better. The Uchiha clan is not short of money, okay? The store manager smiled happily and asked his tailor to work overtime. The Uchiha clan members were very grateful to Shimura Danzo for rescuing them, and the two men bowed in greetings. Shimura Danzo smiled and said, we are all serving the Hokage. Thank you, Lord Danzo. The two ninjas saluted and handed over a box. This is the gift that Lord Owl asked us to give you. Please accept it. Otherwise, Lord Owl will punish us when we return. An Uchiha ninja said respectfully. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo nodded, took the box, but did not open it. Thank Owl for me, I understand. The two ninjas left the tailor shop. Shimura Danzo shook his head and walked towards home. When he got home, he opened the box and found 3 silver notes worth 100 million taels. His eyelids jumped. What does this mean? Which cadre can withstand such a test? In the fierce struggle between money and principles, Danzo Shimura didn't know what he was thinking about. He closed the box, hid it in the secret compartment in the floor himself, and sighed. How could he refuse the new Hokage's kindness? This was also for his own benefit. In this way, countless people were busy and running around that night, while Uchiha Xiao went to bed early at home. Thousand Hands clan Land Senju Tobirama informed Senju Hashirama about this matter, and Senju Hashirama nodded and said, just handle this matter as you see fit. I am not as good as you in politics. Senju Tobirama paused and said, brother, you? Senju Hashirama waved his hand and said, it's okay. I've seen a lot, your elder brother. Although I have different opinions from Xiao, a man should do what he says. After saying that, Hashirama Senju stood up, smiled, and returned to the room. Senju Tobirama looked at the back of Senju Hashirama and thought to himself, I'm sorry, brother, this is all for Konoha? Tsunade hid behind the door and overheard the conversation between Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Her mouth opened slightly. What? Her man is going to become Hokage. There was joy in her eyes. Hokage, that was the position that all the ninjas in Konoha village aspired to be, and her man, or her boyfriend to be exact, was about to become the 4th Hokage when he was less than 20 years old. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Then I ran towards my room humming a song and skipping Rhino Dog. Is the position of Hokage really that good? Of course. Think about the leader of all the ninjas in the village, the top leader of the village. There are only 5 such positions in the entire ninja world. The value is extremely high, Tsunade explained patiently. Rhino Dog was stunned. That was indeed quite high. There were only 5 of them in the entire ninja world. Congratulations, Madam Hokage, Rhino Dog complimented. At the right time Tsunade blushed, but she didn't argue, snorting, go to sleep. Tomorrow's a big day. The next day the village became bustling before 6 o'clock. Each family had its own channels. After hearing the news that Uchiha Xiao would soon succeed to the throne of the 4th Hokage, they all went out one after another to give gifts to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Guangzhou also got up early. He remembered what Uchiha Xiao said at the meeting last night, so he stood at the door and warmly welcomed the representatives of each family and served them tea personally. However, he did not take any gifts, but returned them in the same way, saying that this was Uchiha Xiao's order. They were all compatriots from the same village, and he would also act impartially and make decisions for the villagers. Chapter 227 Succession Ceremony. The Uchiha clan did not accept any gifts from anyone, and this matter quickly spread. Some people praised Uchiha Oshiro for being fair and honest, some complained that he was hypocritical, and some were jealous of him and said that he had obtained this position in an illegitimate way. This shows that no matter how well you do or how outstanding you are, there will always be people who like you and there will always be people who are dissatisfied with you. We cannot be perfect. We can only do our best. Danzo Shimura had heard about all this. His face darkened and he wanted to take action, but suddenly he remembered something, so he went to the Uchiha clan's territory. When the Uchiha clan members saw Danzo Shimura coming, they quickly invited him into the clan to have a chat with Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao saw Danzo coming and smiled slightly. Sit down. What's the matter? You are so anxious that even our Lord Danzo's breathing is a little disordered. Shimura. Danzo rolled his eyes and said, do you know what people outside are saying? Today is the day you succeed a Hokage. If you let them talk nonsense there, it will have a huge impact on your reputation. Then what? Lord Danzo, are we going to arrest them just because of a few words from them? Would that be telling others that we are the kind of people they say we are, and we are guilty as thieves? Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes and took a sip of tea. Danzo Shimura was stunned. What Uchiha Xiao said made sense. If he really did it, regardless of whether he could restore Uchiha Xiao's reputation, it was estimated that the reputations of both of them would be ruined. So, what do you think, Lord Xiao? Danzo Shimura calmed down, sat cross-legged on the ground, and asked seriously. Uchiha Xiao smiled, unfolded the note that the guard regiment had just written down and handed it to Shimura. Danzo then sipped his tea. Shimura. Danzo looked at the names on the list and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Tenkin and Kazita, Midam and Kiyoshi, Tenkin and Yushin, Midam and Sen, Kajimura Shido. Shimura. Danzo's eyes widened. He had never thought that Uchiha Xiao was so well connected that he already had the names of so many people without even showing up. Moreover, the Ten family and the Midam family. His eyes narrowed. Hokage-sama, you tell us what to do. The Shimura family will actively cooperate. We will obey your orders. Shimura. Danzo's address changed, and he realized that at this moment Uchiha Xiao's thinking had shifted from a high-level leader to shadow. Those lists are the death warrants of their family. If he doesn't put himself in the right position, one day, something might happen to his Shimura family. Haha, Lord Danzo, you're joking. The Uchiha and Shimura families are close friends and loving brothers. How could we possibly let you handle such dirty work? Uchiha Xiao said lightly. It is not necessary to use force to destroy a family. Force is the lowest level solution. Uchiha Xiao smiled and then whispered in Shimura Danzo's ear. Danzo Shimura's pupils shrank, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked at Uchiha Xiao. So cruel. Uchiha Xiao stopped talking and patted Shimura Danzo on the shoulder. Then he stood up, put on the Hokage's divine robe, opened the door, and the sunlight came in, dazzling Shimura Danzo's eyes. Shimura Danzo raised his hand to shield his eyes, then slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao turned back to look at Shimura Danzo and said with a smile, Danzo, you will always support me, right? Danzo Shimura was stunned and looked at Uchiha Xiao. His heart trembled. What was Uchiha Xiao doing? He did not answer immediately. Uchiha Xiao did not seem to be in a hurry. He turned around and walked out. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Xiao's back and fell into deep thought. Thinking of Uchiha Xiao's character, he finally sighed and said, forget it. Let me, with my old bones, accompany you for a while. Fourth Dame-sama, Uchiha Xiao appeared in front of everyone wearing the Hokage's divine robe. The villagers who were originally noisy suddenly fell silent, looked at Uchiha Xiao with respect in their eyes, and stepped back one after another. Although Uchiha Xiao is currently only the quasi-fourth Hokage, he will be the real fourth Hokage soon. Even those who had secretly slandered Uchiha Xiao before are now afraid to move. This gentleman has killed more than 10,000 enemies and is invincible. Good morning, everyone. Uchiha Xiao smiled warmly and looked at the villagers. The villagers' originally nervous mood was instantly calmed down. Everlasting sister shaman, always take my sister. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, everyone, please don't be anxious or excited. I hope everyone will make way for me. There will be a succession ceremony soon and I need to participate. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back, making way for a path leading to the succession platform that had been built overnight, and Uchiha Xiao walked along the path surrounded by villagers, smiling as he moved forward. The Uchiha clan members guarded him, and the Konoha guard maintained discipline. However, the various ethnic groups did not have any dissatisfaction, but instead felt that it was as it should be. The platform was not far from here, and the whole village could watch the ceremony. Uchiha Xiao quickly walked to the bottom of the platform and looked up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing the Hokage's sacred robe at this moment, which had the Sandaime Hokage engraved on it. Unlike Uchiha Xiao, he was also wearing a Hokage hat on his head. He arrived at the platform early and looked at this scene with endless emotion in his heart. Seeing Uchiha Xiao being surrounded by the people, he thought of his own time back then. At this moment, a voice rang out, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has decreed that Uchiha Xiao be appointed as the fourth Hokage, and that he be given 2 billion silver taels as a gift. This is the messenger from the Fire Nation. This made the villagers gasp. When the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded to the throne, this incident did not happen. Uchiha Xiao reacted. Tsunade's father married the biological daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so Tsunade and the daimyo are relatives, and Uchiha Xiao is Tsunade's fiancé, so rounding it off, Uchiha Xiao is a relative of the daimyo. The Fire Nation daimyo will fully support and provide supplies to his relatives. Thank you, Your Majesty. Uchiha Xiao will definitely lead Konoha to expand the territory of the Land of Fire and protect its security. Uchiha Xiao's voice was loud so that everyone present could hear it. The Fire Nation envoy smiled and nodded. I will definitely report your words to the daimyo. I hope you will continue to work hard to protect the safety of the Fire Nation. Of course, Uchiha Xiao smiled, and then the envoy from the Land of Fire was arranged by the Uchiha clan ninjas to the best viewing seat and sat down to watch the ceremony. Uchiha Xiao looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, the succession ceremony begins. Please invite the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, to the stage for the succession ceremony. Uchiha Xiao threw out the flying thunder god Tsunade, and then in a flash, he appeared on the platform. The ninjas from the big families nodded. The second generation's flying thunder god technique? He was so proficient. Chapter 228 Undercover Operation. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Uchiha Xiao standing next to him, who was a head taller than him, and smiled. Congratulations. Period. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, we are all serving the villagers. There is no need to congratulate them. Uchiha Xiao said this politely and was greeted with cheers from the villagers. Always take my sister. Always bring your sister with you. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It must be said that Uchiha Xiao was very powerful. With just one sentence, he mobilized the enthusiasm of the villagers. Combined with his previous actions, he immediately won 90% of the public opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became serious. Uchiha Xiao, the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm asking you, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the village, to burn yourself, to illuminate the direction of Konoha, to dedicate your life to everyone? I, Uchiha Xiao, am willing to inherit the will of our ancestors, be proud of Konoha's prosperity and ashamed of Konoha's decline. I will sacrifice myself, burn myself, and dedicate myself to make Konoha the largest village in the ninja world. Uchiha Xiao said firmly. The villagers gasped. They originally thought that today was just a formality, but they didn't expect Uchiha Xiao to make such a vow. To be the largest village in the ninja world, what a grand wish. The young man's eyes were filled with passion and fighting spirit, eager to join the battlefield and serve the village. The old man smiled, thinking that this was the way it should be. Konoha should be the largest village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little dazed, obviously not expecting Uchiha Xiao to say that. He was stunned for 3 seconds, then coughed twice and said, where Konoha dances, the fire will also continue. I hope you can take on the responsibility of Hokage and bring prosperity to Konoha. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the Hokage's hat and held it in both hands. Uchiha Xiao lowered his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the hat on Uchiha Xiao with satisfaction and relief in his eyes. He felt a lightness on his shoulders. From this moment on, the responsibility of Konoha village was handed over to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao raised his head and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't let us down, we? Uchiha Xiao immediately realized that they were referring to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Xiao nodded, of course. After getting the answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down slowly from the platform. Each step was so slow Uchiha Xiao turned and looked at the villagers. Uchiha Xiao will live up to everyone's expectations. After that, he raised his arms and shouted, "Long live Konoha, long live the villagers." The villagers cheered, happy that the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, had succeeded. Long live Konoha, long live the Hokage. Long live Konoha, long live the Hokage. After the succession ceremony ended, Uchiha Xiao was taken to the Hokage's office by the former Enbu, and sat on the throne that once belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen to review and approve documents at noon. Uchiha Xiao summoned all the major families and civilian representatives of the village to hold his first meeting since taking office this time. Everyone was there. Uchiha Xiao sat in his seat, his head down, reviewing things without saying a word, as if he was the only one in the office. The patriarchs of the major families frowned, not understanding what Uchiha Xiao was going to do. To intimidate them? No, based on their understanding of Uchiha Xiao, he was not that kind of person. It was not until the two Hokage assistants, Utenkaharu and Mito Katoen, opened the door and walked in that Uchiha Ashibi paused, then raised his head with a cold look in his eyes, which made the hearts of the clan heads present tighten. They came for the two former third Hokage assistants. Some people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Uchiha Xiao. Some stared at Uchiha Xiao, and some looked at Utenkaharu and Midamanen with a gloating look. Utenkaharu and Midamanen's heart trembled, and they forced themselves to cheer up. Hey, our two Hokage assistants are here. Hurry up and arrange seats for them, Uchiha Xiao said to the Anbu with a smile. Everyone looked a little strange, not understanding what Uchiha Xiao was going to do, but it was obviously better not to speak at this time. You don't have to be so polite, Hokage-sama. Yeah, everyone is doing this for Konoha. Utenkaharu and Midamanen acted in a very organized way, as if it was the right thing for Uchiha Xiao to do. Haha, Uchiha Xiao sneered. The two Hokage assistants have worked hard for Konoha. Thank you for your hard work. The work during this period is enough to demonstrate your strong abilities. However, with great abilities comes great responsibilities. Therefore, I hope that you two can select 300 ninjas from your families to serve as spies for my village. I believe that the two assistant Hokage are highly respected and will definitely not have any objection, right? Uchiha Xiao's words were like a sharp knife, piercing the chests of the two men. Utenkaharu and Midamanen's faces turned pale. They were furious. Who knew that Uchiha Xiao would praise them first, and then ask them to send their family ninjas to do undercover missions the next second? You should know that the mortality rate of undercover missions reached 90%, and most of these missions were done by civilian ninjas and orphans of the battlefield. Now, ninjas from their two clans were asked to do it. Isn't this clearly asking the two families to bleed and die? The expressions of the other families changed and they looked at Uchiha Xiao. They knew that Uchiha Xiao was different from the third Hokage. He kept his word, and if he asked you to go, you had to go. Why? Uchiha Xiao, you are harming your fellow villagers. Utenkaharu roared. Midamanen's face darkened. That's right, everyone knows that this mission has the highest mortality rate, and our ninjas are basically adults, so the risk of being undercover is greatly increased. You are clearly sending our ninjas to their deaths. Utenkaharu was furious. Haha, being an undercover agent is risky? The mortality rate is high? Is this the reason why you're shrinking back? Whose family doesn't have casualties? Whose family hasn't been an undercover agent? Could it be that in your eyes, the Tadian family and the Midaman family are noble? Uchiha Xiao criticized the two of them from the commanding heights of Justice Nara. Luming's eyes lit up. Hokage-sama is right. The two Hokages assist us. Please consider the overall situation. I know Shikajo has long been in cahoots with the Uchiha clan. No, it's not the same thing. It's them working together. No, it's not the same thing. It's them working together. Although I don't know why Uchiha Xiao wants two Hokage to assist him at this moment, Nara Rakumai just wants to support Uchiha Xiao. Haha, Chief Nara is right. We should prioritize the overall situation. So please ask the two Hokage to assist and quickly select someone. If you can't choose, I will choose for you. The wind is strong in the bed, the Mito gate is clear, the bed is in the bed according to the heart, the Mito gate is fighting. Every time Uchiha Xiao read a person's name, the two people's faces turned paler. He knows everything. Utenkaharu and Midakato looked at each other, and a chill ran up from the soles of their feet. Look at the stupid things these two have done. They think that by tarnishing Uchiha Xiao's reputation, they can prevent Uchiha Xiao from being elected Hokage. It's a joke. Uchiha Xiao was appointed by the Second Hokage and supported by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Why do Utenkaharu and Midakato think they can change these people's minds? 4 chapters were updated today, mainly about political struggles. I hope you all like it. Urge for more updates, click and comment with your love. Chapter 229 Punishment and Reward. Utenkaharu and Midamanen were sweating profusely. They had not expected that Uchiha Xiao was so omnipotent that he could investigate the matter thoroughly in just one morning. They had never expected that his revenge would come so quickly, leaving them unable to refute for a moment. At this moment, they could only kneel on the ground and beg Uchiha Xiao to spare their families' lives if the entire family were to go undercover, regardless of whether it would succeed. Even if it did, by the time the undercover agents completed their mission and returned to Konoha, the family's inheritance would probably have been cut off. What? Weren't the two elders very arrogant just now? Now you back down when talking about contributing to Konoha. Uchiha Xiao said lightly, "We dare not, please show mercy, Sister Yonde." Mizuto Menayan spoke first. At this moment, he didn't care about his demeanor and temperament. The most important thing was to keep his people alive. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Mizuto Menon, who lowered his head even deeper. At this moment, he had given up the dignity of the elders and only wanted to protect his clan members. Looking at Utenkaharu again, she seemed to be hesitant to speak, biting her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly and was about to make the decision. At this moment, Utenkaharu immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Please show some mercy, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha family has been in Konoha for so many years. Even if we have no merits, we have worked hard. We must not do this undercover thing." Uchiha Xiao's fingers, as green as scallions, tapped rhythmically on the table. No one in the Hokage's office dared to stand up and accuse Uchiha Xiao or plead for the two Hokage assistants. Instead, everyone focused their attention on Uchiha Xiao. They wanted to know how Uchiha Xiao would deal with this matter. In the end, for a moment, the office was silent, with only the sound of Uchiha Xiao knocking on the table. Thump, thump, thump. Time passed by minute, and in the next moment, the sound of finger tapping disappeared. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He smiled slightly and said, "Please stand up quickly, both of you." "I was just joking." Utenkaharu and Midamanen looked at each other, not daring to stand up. They knelt on the ground and bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. "Are you kidding? That was a joke." Uchiha Xiao's murderous intent was almost solidified at that time. How could it be a joke? Then I heard Uchiha Xiao mutter, "Alice, now that I have just taken office as Hokage, the first thing I think is education. The buildings and facilities of the old ninja school are too old." Utenkaharu's eyes lit up. "Hokage-sama, my Uchiha family is willing to be responsible for the reconstruction and renovation of the school." Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded, but hesitated. "Elder Tsunetsugu, is this too much trouble for you?" When Utenkaharu heard that there was a chance, she quickly said, "No trouble, no trouble. My Uchiha family has quite a bit of experience in construction. Leave the renovation of the school to us." As she spoke, Utenkaharu patted her non-existent chest and said confidently. Mizuto Yan gritted his teeth. Damn it, he let this old guy get ahead of him. He had to quickly figure out the role of the Mizuto family. As long as the clan members could stay in the village, everything would be fine, but building a school is a huge expense, and Konoha is poor. Uchiha Xiao pretended to be embarrassed and sighed, but in fact he was glancing at Mito Menayan out of the corner of his eye. Midomanen's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "The Midoman family is quite wealthy and is willing to bear all the expenses of rebuilding the ninja school. The local rich man is just arrogant." At this moment, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that the Mito family was so rich. When Nara Looming saw Uchiha Xiao's actions, he couldn't help but sigh. It was simply amazing. He was able to order the reconstruction of the campus without spending a penny, and people even contributed money and manpower. I still have a long way to go. I have to keep learning. Nara Looming looked at Uchiha Xiao with fear and awe in his eyes. In that case, Please make preparations early and start work tomorrow, Uchiha Xiao said slowly. Mito Menon and Utenkaru quickly agreed. Uchiha Al waved his hand, and the two stood aside, breathing a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt grateful for Uchiha Al's kindness. People are like this. If you treat her well all the time, she won't appreciate it. After a long time, she will think it's her due, and Uchiha Xiao wants to break the status quo of these two people, make them realize their own identities and put themselves in the right position. The art of controlling people is not just about being kind and benevolent. This will only make people think you are a goody-goody who can be bullied. The most important thing is to use both kindness and force, among which kindness is secondary and force is the core. Why is there a proverb that goes give a slap in the face and then a sweet date? The reason behind this is nothing more than this. Perhaps in the past, Uchiha Al was the deputy Hokage. As the elder Uchiha, he would not be too harsh on veterans like Utenkaru and Mito Kadoen, but from today on, he is the Hokage, the head of Konoha village, and he must be serious. Don't say that doing so is unjust, ridiculous, lamentable, and sad. As Uchiha Xiao's tactic of suppressing first and then praising was used, the authorities were thankful for his kindness, while the onlookers were shocked and cited as good tactic. In addition to rebuilding the ninja school, there are also the following appointment notices. Please cooperate actively. Hyuga Akagi of the Hyuga family has been nominated as the Hokage's assistant, in charge of Konoha Hospital. Nara Rikumi has been nominated as the Hokage's assistant, in charge of the Hokage's government affairs. Akemichi Torikes will contract Konoha school and food for public officials. Yamanaka Unkei will be in charge of Konoha's intelligence department, and any disturbance will be reported to the Hokage. Uchiha Xiao issued one appointment after another. Whether it was Hyuga, Nara, Akemichi, or Yamanaka, their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly bowed and praised. We will live up to the cultivation of the fourth Hokage, and devote ourselves to the public good, devoting our own strength to the prosperity of Konoha. Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. These families were on good terms with Uchiha Xiao. Since Uchiha Xiao took office as Hokage today, he must reward them and give them status and authority. Why else would people support you? Because you're so arrogant? Because you don't shower? In this regard, Uchiha Al is better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not consider the big families in the village, but only considered his comrades. This could certainly achieve the goal of centralization, but he did not consider the feelings of those powerful families. Why are rubbish ninja clans like Utane and Mitaman able to hold such great power, while we big families can only watch them abuse our power? Just because no one mentioned it before doesn't mean that the major families don't have any grudges now. The appointment of Uchiha Al has immediately broken the situation. The Uchiha clan, as well as the Hyuga clan, the Ino Shikachu clan and other families have gained real power and voice. It also gave other originally neutral families hope, that is, to follow Uchiha Al. The rewards would be huge. Uchiha Xiao looked at the people he had just appointed and smiled. I believe in the abilities of each of you clan leaders. I hope you will not forget your original intentions and keep your mission in mind. Period. Yes, the people who had just been rewarded shouted loudly. Chapter 230, Gratitude from all races. Next is the transfer of personal positions. Hatake Tsukumo will serve as the captain-in-chief of the Anbu, responsible for the personal safety of the Hokage and executing the Hokage's orders. Uchiha Al glanced at Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo couldn't believe it. He just came to listen to the fun, and he and Uchiha Al were just an acquaintance. He didn't expect that Uchiha Al would give him such an important position. Might I saw Hatake Tsukumo in a daze and quickly whispered, Mr. Tsukumo, kneel down and thank the Hokage for the reward. Hatake Tsukumo came back to his senses and quickly knelt on one knee. Hatake Tsukumo, I will live up to the Hokage's expectations, the captain of the Anbu, second only to the Emperor, above all others, the one who kills first and asks for permission later, a figure with special authority over the shadows. Uchiha Xiao had unexpectedly handed him over to someone from an outsider. This, Uchiha Al smiled and nodded. No need to be polite, Tsukumo. I hope you will be loyal to your duties and make contributions to Konoha in the future. Uchiha Al dared to use Hatake Tsukumo because he knew that Hatake Tsukumo had excellent character. It would be a pity to use such a talent just as a spearhead. The most important thing is that Uchiha Ashige is not afraid of being too successful and threatening his master. Apart from the first-generation leader, Hoshirama Senju, whose contribution can be greater than his, this move gave some small families and civilian ninjas hope, that is, as long as you have the ability, I, Uchiha Xiao, will use you, regardless of your background or your family. Those who deserve rewards will be rewarded, and those who deserve appointments will be appointed at this moment. All the hundreds of clans in Konoha were looking at Uchiha Xiao with fiery eyes, and those big families also looked at Hokage Tsukumo with goodwill. They believed that Uchiha Xiao would definitely hire people based on their abilities. Okay, the first wave of rewards ends here. As for the Uchiha clan, their original positions will remain unchanged. Uchiha Itachi will take over the Konoha Guard and be responsible for protecting the security of Konoha. If anything goes wrong, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Uchiha Xiao obviously has higher requirements for Uchiha Itachi than other ninja clans. Uchiha Itachi bowed and said solemnly, I will live up to the expectations of Lord Hokage. This made the other ninjas nod in conviction. The fact that they had such high demands on their own people showed that our Hokage was a leader who led by example. Uchiha Xiao nodded, and then said, if the other clan leaders have any opinions, they can raise them. No matter how big or small the matter is, I will handle it fairly and impartially. The other families looked at each other and said, Hokage-sama, I would like to ask about the taxation of doing business. Hokage-sama, how can one be elected to public office? Lord Hokage. Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Come one by one. Then he gave Naraluming a wink. Naraluming nodded and began to record the questions in this way. Uchiha Xiao solved the problems one by one, convincing the various families and civilian ninjas. Finally, the meeting was adjourned, and everyone left the conference room with joy and excitement on their faces. Uchiha Uritamo, Hyuga Akagi, Narakumei, Akimichi Tofu, and Yamanaka Unkei stayed behind, while Hokage Tsukumo took over, closed the door of the conference room, and stood guard outside with a serious expression. Okay, everyone, there's no one else here, please sit down. Uchiha Xiao smiled and started to make tea for the people here. This scared them. Judging from his performance just now, Uchiha Xiao was definitely a capable and skillful leader. He meant what he said and did not try to take advantage of the situation or act as a peacemaker. He's a completely different person from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If someone like him pours tea for them, they have to think about whether they are worthy of it. Lord Hokage, there is no need to do this. Hinata Akagi spoke first and said quickly. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, assist Akagi, in front of everyone, we are superiors and subordinates. In front of our own people, we are friends and brothers. There is no need to be so formal. Uchiha Xiao smiled and poured a cup of tea for Hinata Akagi. Hinata Akagi felt warm in his heart and said, thank you, Hokage, you are so reserved. Look at Luming, he is pouring his own tea now. Uchiha Xiao looked at Naraluming with admiration in his eyes. Narashikoku chuckled, that's because Hokage-sama is so wise and brave, and has been so kind to us. Narashikama sighed that the deal he had made with Uchiha Xiao was so great, and the rewards now were so huge that even he was moved. Akimichi Kwifeng nodded and said, yes, Hokage-sama, we are truly flattered by what happened today. Don't worry, from now on, the Akimichi clan will do its best to ensure that the meals of public officials and students are well-fed and well-fed. Otherwise, I will bring my head to you. Chudao Kwifeng is now equivalent to contracting a canteen. The profit is huge, much higher than his barbecue restaurant. The key is that this kind of contract is a stable job, and the harvest will not be affected by the number of people. Since Uchiha Xiao believes in him, he must live up to Uchiha Xiao's trust and provide everyone with the most delicious food at the most affordable price. Chief Kwifeng, I have been to your house for dinner many times during this period. I am naturally confident in your cooking skills. You can decide the price, as long as the food is delicious. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Akimichi Kwifeng shook his head and said, thanks to the Hokage's trust, our Akimichi clan will definitely provide everyone with the most affordable prices. We will not raise prices arbitrarily, I believe you. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Yamanaka Unkei stepped forward shyly and said, thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama. From now on, no matter how big or small the information is, the Yamanaka clan will deliver it to the Hokage building as soon as possible. This is exactly what Uchiha Xiao wants. He poured a cup of tea for Yamanaka Yunhei. When it comes to intelligence, no family in Konoha can compare to the Yamanaka clan. I also believe that under the leadership of Brother Yunhei, the intelligence department can become bigger and stronger. Hinata Akagi was stunned. Hokage-sama asked us to take charge of Konoha Hospital. Is it because of the Byakugan? Uchiha Xiao nodded. The Hyuga family's Byakugan can see through and see the veins of ninjas. To be honest, they are natural doctors. I hope the Hyuga family can make a contribution to Konoha's surgical field. Hinata Akagi nodded. This was not a problem because he had also considered this. It was just that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that was all. If he mentioned it to him, he would probably still have wild thoughts and wonder if the Hyuga family wanted to seize the power from him. Uchiha Xiao looked at Hyuga Akagi with a complicated look. They were currently discussing the affairs of the village. He actually wanted to talk to Hyuga Akagi about a branch of the main family, but he didn't say it in the end, because the Hyuga family attaches great importance to rules and the eldest son. As an outsider of the Uchiha clan, saying such things might cause dissatisfaction among the main family of the Hyuga clan. Finally, Uchiha Xiao shook his head and looked at Uchiha Guangzi. Chapter 231. Carrying home Chief Hirachi. The rules of the Konoha Guard have been established. We will arrest people according to the rules and maintain law and order. Although I have now succeeded the position of Hokage, this is not something the Uchiha clan can boast about. As members of the Hokage clan, we must be selfless and serve the villagers. I hope that Chief Guangzi will emphasize this point when he returns. If I hear that anyone is using the reputation of the Hokage clan to do anything wrong, I will tell you. Deal with him seriously. Expose the whole village, understand? Uchiha Xiao's voice was so loud that everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Such a Hokage deserves the respect of all the villagers. Nara Shikagami pondered what he had just said. Uchiha Xiao must have his purpose for saying this in front of them. Perhaps they needed to announce this to everyone, in order to further enhance their own reputation compared to the Sandaime Hokage who indulged his clan members. Then, I'll take care of this matter. Nara Luming thought so. Uchiha Xiao noticed Nara Luming's thoughts and raised the corners of his mouth. He is indeed a smart man. Uchiha Guangzi bowed and said, yes. The Uchiha clan will live up to the expectations of the Hokage and will not bring shame to the Hokage. If anyone in the family really bullies others by taking advantage of their power, I will personally take action and clean up the mess. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, okay, that's all. You can leave first. Luming will come to the Hokage's office tomorrow to get familiar with handling government affairs. If you encounter anything you can't solve, come to me. Yes. Everyone bowed and left the office. Hatake Tsukumo heard the noise and opened the door. After going out, several people saw Hatake Tsukumo and smiled kindly. Hatake Tsukumo nodded, and when most people had left, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile, Tsukumo, come in. Hatake Tsukumo asked others to guard the office door and then walked into the office. Lord Tsukumo. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Hatake Tsukumo quickly knelt on the ground and said, Hokage-sama, no, just call me Tsukumo. Now that you are the Hokage, etiquette cannot be abolished. Okay, Tsukumo, get up, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Upon hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo stood up and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao turned his back and looked into Konoha village through the window. Tsukumo, I know your strength and I know what kind of person you are, but you were not valued in the past. So I am willing to give you a chance to show your skills, Uchiha Xiao murmured, so, please don't panic. You are qualified to be the captain of the Anbu, and I believe you will do a good job. Uchiha Xiao's words reached Hatake Tsukumo's ears. Hatake Tsukumo felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that Uchiha Xiao was so good at using people. He had surrendered to the government, but today he had made it to the top and became the captain of the Anbu after returning. I guess Marco will be very happy. Well, now that Konoha has been established and I have embarked on a career in politics, shouldn't I consider having a child? Hatake Tsukumo thought to himself, yes. Please rest assured, Hokage. Thanks to your trust, Tsukumo will be a good captain of the Anbu, protect Hokage's safety and carry out Hokage's tasks. Hatake Tsukumo responded loudly, I'm looking forward to your performance. Uchiha Xiao smiled and patted Hatake Tsukumo's shoulder. The two chatted about some family matters, and then Uchiha Xiao let him go. Uchiha Xiao watched the sunset outside, then glanced at the pile of government affairs on his desk. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Get off work. I'll hand those things over to King Fang Mingyao and Luming tomorrow. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao picked up his briefcase and left work. He saw a beautiful figure standing at the door, who looked like a beautiful scenery. After seeing her, Uchiha Xiao felt that all the fatigue of the day disappeared in an instant. Tsunade, you're here. Uchiha Xiao's voice was filled with excitement, and the shining eyes in his eyes made Tsunade's heart warm. Mr. Xiao, congratulations on becoming the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade smiled slightly and stopped his arm. Uchiha Xiao stroked her soft, light golden hair and said, congratulations on becoming the wife of the fourth Hokage. After saying this, Tsunade's already rosy face turned even redder, and she said shyly, I'm not married yet. It's almost there, 3 days left. Uchiha Xiao smiled. He lowered his head and buried his nose in Tsunade's neck, smelling her unique fragrance and taking a deep breath. Owl-kun, stop making trouble. This is the Hokage building. There are a lot of people watching us. Let's go back and talk. Tsunade felt hot all over because of Uchiha Owl's actions. Her legs went soft and she unconsciously increased the strength of her pull on Uchiha Owl's arm. Uchiha Owl was stunned, and put his mouth close to Tsunade's earlobe, breathing hot air from his mouth, and the hot air sprayed into Tsunade's ear. Okay, let's go home. Tsunade shuddered, the shyness on her face very endearing. Jiraiya had just gotten off work, and when he saw this scene he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he was in no position to say it, so he remained silent, turned around and walked towards home. Uchiha Owl saw Tsunade swallowing and trembling a little at this moment. He immediately understood, so he squatted down and put his hands behind his back and said, "Come up." Tsunade's eyes lit up when she saw this. Was Uchiha Owl going to carry her on his back? Thinking of how she was trembling with shyness at the moment and Uchiha Owl's broad and strong back, the corners of her mouth curled up. Okay, Tsunade hooked her hands around Uchiha Owl's neck, the two soft lumps on her chest pressed tightly against Uchiha Owl, and her two fleshy thighs were supported by Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Xiao's pupils constricted. This feeling, this touch, made his throat suddenly dry, and evil thoughts continued to grow in his heart. Our lord, Tsunade was puzzled. Why didn't Uchiha Owl move? Could it be that she was too heavy? Uchiha Owl came to his senses and quickly stood up. His movement was a bit big, so Tsunade quickly hugged Uchiha Owl, and her chest was in more complete contact with Uchiha Owl's back. Uchiha Xiao took a breath. What did Tsunade eat to grow up? He shook his head, put aside his distracting thoughts and slowly walked away. Tsunade's face flushed, she hugged Uchiha Owl's neck, and imitated Uchiha Owl, whispering under his earlobe, breathing hot air, "Owl-sama, am I too heavy? Otherwise, I'd better get off." Uchiha Xiao was stunned, his whole body trembled, then he shook his head and said, "No, you are not heavy at all, on the contrary, you are very light." Uchiha Xiao was suppressing his desire. This is the street, if the little guy holds his head high, it will be troublesome. Be good, Tsunade, I will take you home. Oh, Tsunade curled her lips. Why was Owl-kun so calm when they were both blowing air, while she was so useless? She sighed, feeling the warmth and comfort on Uchiha Owl's back, and Tsunade closed her eyes and fell asleep unconsciously. Chapter 232. Don't mind the young people's affairs. Uchiha Owl felt his shoulders slump and heard snoring in his ears. His eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth turned up. He walked slower and kept his upper body steady, allowing Tsunade to sleep as comfortably as possible. Watching the sunset, enjoying the tranquility here, I gently squeezed my hands, and heard a hum sound in my ears, which made me intoxicated and ecstatic. The touch of the palm is fleshy and smooth, which makes people imagine. Period. No, Uchiha Xiao can't take advantage of others in distress. There are still 3 days, and you will get married in 3 days. Uchiha Xiao thought to himself, forcing the evil thoughts in his mind to disappear. He walked step by step towards the territory of the Senju tribe. During the journey, he met many old friends and subordinates, but he simply nodded to them. Others were also tactful and either nodded or bowed without disturbing the two of them. At this moment, Tobirama Senju was standing at the door of the Senju clan's territory with his hands on his hips, looking around and enjoying the beautiful scenery. Soon, he saw Uchiha Owl carrying Tsunade on his back and walking towards his clan's territory. Owl, Senju Tobirama was about to speak, but when he saw Tsunade sleeping with her head resting on Uchiha Owl's right arm and drooling, he took back his words. Tsunade's expression when she is sleeping is so comfortable and beautiful. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade has transformed from that little kid who gambled away on money into the great beauty she is today. Is Uchiha Owl's right shoulder really okay? There's a large wet patch on the White Hokage's divine robe. Uchiha Xiao looked at Senju Tobirama, who understood immediately. He went to open the door for Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao nodded gratefully and expressed his gratitude to Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama shook his head, indicating that it was okay, and made way for Uchiha Owl. Uchiha Owl walked in and carried Tsunade to her boudoir. Uchiha Owl walked to the bed and put Tsunade down, but Tsunade had fallen asleep with her arms still tightly clasped around her. Uchiha Owl was not paying attention and ended up lying on the bed with Tsunade. Tsunade was lying on Uchiha Owl's left side, her arms around Uchiha Owl's neck, and her left thigh resting on Uchiha Owl's abdomen. Uchiha Owl licked his lips and whispered, "Tsunade, Tsunade." Tsunade smacked her lips and said, "Don't move, husband, hug me again," and then she used her hands and legs to hold Uchiha Owl tighter. Tsunade is talking in her sleep. Uchiha Xiao was certain of this, because she had never called him that before. Usually, he was called Xiaojin, Xiao, boyfriend, and husband, but this was the first time Uchiha Xiao swallowed his saliva, and gently placed his right hand on Tsunade's thigh and squeezed it. It felt good and smooth. Then he turned around, put his left arm around Tsunade's waist, sniffed her fragrance, looked at her tempting red lips. Uchiha Xiao was a little dazed, and then kissed her with a light peck and a quick taste. Tsunade liked her lips and was still asleep. Looking at Tsunade like this, Uchiha Xiao was mesmerized. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep with Tsunade on the soft pillow. Senju Tobirama paced back and forth in the yard. Why hadn't Uchiha Al come out yet? He sensed two balls of chakra in the room, one golden red and the other green. Clearly the chakra of Uchiha Al and Tsunade. The two balls of chakra were so close that they were almost merging. Could it be that the two of them were? Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank, and he prepared to go in and interrupt them. Only 3 days left. How could this be possible? Senju Tobirama was a man who valued tradition. Just as he was about to push the door open, 8 golden chains flew out from under his feet, binding his legs, feet, arms, and hands. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama wanted to shout. But who knew that another chain flew out and blocked his mouth? Tobirama, don't meddle in other people's business. Let the young people solve their own problems. Uzumaki Mito had already sensed this scene early on. Originally, she didn't want to care about Senju Tobirama pacing around, but when Senju Tobirama wanted to disturb the two people in the room, she had to stop him. This instant diamond blockade would probably make even the Ten-Tail's legs tremble. Damn, how can I break free from this thick, big and long chain? Senju Tobirama was struggling constantly, but unfortunately the diamond seal not only had a control function, but also had the function of imprisoning chakra. His physique was not even comparable to Hashirama's, so how could he break free from the chains? She could only struggle there with a humming sound, leaving Uzumaki Mito speechless. Alright, stop humming. My granddaughter is fine. She just fell asleep due to exhaustion. Xiao is a good child. She didn't step out of line and fell asleep due to exhaustion. The two of them just slept in bed with their clothes separated by each other. Why are you making such a fuss here? Listen carefully, Tobirama, I will unseal you in a while, but you have to speak in a low voice, understand? Uzumaki Mito threatened. Senju Tobirama nodded. Uzumaki Mito snapped his fingers, and the chain on Senju Tobirama's mouth was untied. He said speechlessly, Sister-in-law, how could you be so careless? Although the two children are engaged, it's inevitable that a man and a woman will get together when there's dry firewood and a fire is hot. Aren't you worried? Senju Tobirama hesitated to speak. What are you worried about? With you and your eldest brother dead, the Senju clan is left with only me and my grandchildren. It was Al who chose to shoulder the future of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans and keep working hard. It was also his appearance that changed Tsunade's eyes from being critical to being full of love. Why do you want me to worry? Such a good boy, not only gifted, but also devoted to Tsunade, never messing around with other women. You can't find him even with a lantern. I am very relieved that Tsunade is with him, and he has emphasized many times that they would continue to do sexual things after marriage, and they have been doing so until now. The two of them have just become more intimate. What are you worried about? Uzumaki Mito said unhappily. Senju Tobirama was stunned, then lowered his head and dared not speak. He couldn't even respond to the first point. Yes, his eldest brother was dead, and he also died at the hands of King Kaku. The Senju clan had no helmsman. If Tsunade could not hold on, the Senju clan would surely disappear in the long river of history. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiao, the Uzumaki clan might have been divided up by various countries and become mobile bloodbags or sealing extracts. These 2 points left Senju Tobirama speechless, not to mention the personal questions that followed. After feeling that Senju Tobirama had calmed down, Uzumaki Mito retracted the diamond seal and exhaled. Alright, I'll keep an eye on this place, you can go back first. After saying that, Uzumaki Mito sat on a nearby stone bench, crossed his legs, and looked into the house with a blessing of Kagura's mind's eye. Uzumaki Mito can see everything, including the two people who are sleeping at the moment. One hugging her neck and the other kneading her thighs and hugging her tisk-tisk, the sour smell of love. Why doesn't Hashirama have this kind of interest? Uzumaki Mito sighed. Sister-in-law, can you tell me what Uchiha Xiao has done recently? Senju Tobirama asked seriously while sitting on the other side. What he knew about the Uchiha Xiao incident came from a book, which might not be detailed, so he wanted to ask his sister-in-law, as she should know more. Chapter 233, Leave Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. You've asked the right person. She has witnessed Uchiha Xiao's rise to power and the development of his love with Tsunade. Usually, I often show off to the ladies of various families. My grandson-in-law has the figure of a Hokage. Seeing Senju Tobirama being so understanding, Uzumaki Mito strategically drank a sip of water and said, "Ahem, since you asked, as your sister-in-law, I will tell you something." Senju Tobirama sat up straight and concentrated his attention. He wanted to remember every word his sister-in-law said next and carefully analyze Uchiha Xiao's character. The story begins with a Konoha oath-taking ceremony during the Second Ninja World War. Uzumaki Mito began to tell the story of Uchiha Xiao. Senju Tobirama was sometimes surprised, sometimes sighed, and sometimes did not know whether to laugh or cry. What surprised me was Uchiha Xiao's military strategy. What impressed me was Uchiha Xiao's skilled diplomatic means and political skills, and what made me laugh and cry was the reason why Uchiha Xiao opened his eyes. He actually opened a Magatama in anger because he was afraid of death as he listened. Senju Tobirama, who was already grateful to Uchiha Xiao, became even more fond of him. He didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Uzumaki Mito suddenly stopped, took a sip of water and said, "Now that they are awake, that's all I have to say." Senju Tobirama was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, since my sister-in-law is watching here, Tobirama will leave." After that, he glanced at Tsunade's room, then circulated his chakra, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared on the spot. Uzumaki Mito nodded and looked at his granddaughter's boudoir. Drinking tea and eating melons outside, it's good to be young. His granddaughter is blessed. Looking at Uchiha Xiao's figure and Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. Tsunade woke up slowly, opened her eyes, blinked, and looked surprised and shy. Uchiha Xiao was actually lying next to her. She was actually still hugging Uchiha Xiao's neck, and the two of them were so close. For a moment, Tsunade's heart was pounding. She suddenly felt a heat on her leg, and slowly looked over, only to feel dizzy. Xiao-Jun's big hand was actually on her thigh, pinching it from time to time. This. Tsunade's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her breathing became heavier. Her hot breath hit Uchiha Xiao's face, and he couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly calmed down. She observed Uchiha Xiao's magnificent beauty, with the corners of her mouth raised, muttering in her heart, long eyelashes, fair skin, angular face and just the right waist. Finally, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Xiao's lips, swallowed her saliva, and began to move closer like a possessed person, and then pecked him lightly. For a moment her eyes widened and her face flushed with embarrassment, because Uchiha Xiao had already opened his eyes at this moment, and then he smiled and said, "Madam, kiss?" After saying that, without waiting for Tsunade's response, he held Tsunade's head with his left hand, pressed his lips against her red lips, and put his right hand around her waist. Tsunade groaned, and the two of them became addicted and unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, Uchiha Xiao let go, and a crystal light emerged. Tsunade's eyes were blurred, her face flushed with shame, her whole body was limp, and she didn't want to move at all. "Madam, what's wrong?" Uchiha Xiao said with a smile on his face. "HMPH." Tsunade snorted and turned away. She would never admit that she was confused by Uchiha Xiao's kiss. She also wanted to save face, okay? Uchiha Xiao didn't tease her and slowly stood up. Tsunade turned around and looked at Uchiha Xiao with a pout on her lips. "What? You're leaving after the kiss?" Uchiha Xiao was stunned and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade's expression was like that of a resentful woman, looking at a guy who ignored her as soon as he pulled up his pants. "Ahem, Tsunade, we're not married yet." Uchiha Xiao sighed, comforted Tsunade, touched her soft hair, and murmured, "Well, then don't leave. Stay with me to sleep and do nothing, okay? I want a hug." Tsunade said, stretching out her arms and winking at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao looked at the cute Tsunade and sighed for the last time. He took off his divine robe, put it on the clothes hanger, put on a black innerwear, and slowly lay down on the bed. Tsunade chuckled, hugged Uchiha Xiao, and rubbed her face on his chest. Suddenly she said, "Owl-kun, hug me." Uchiha Xiao put his hand under Tsunade's neck, then turned around and hugged her. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, and then her jade-like fingers like green onions drew circles on Uchiha Xiao's chest. Uchiha Xiao was amused by Tsunade's actions. "Tsunade, if you don't sleep, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." "No, I've slept for so long, I'm not sleepy." At this moment, Tsunade was shaking her head like a rattle. She didn't want to sleep. Now that the handsome guy was next to her, how could she have the heart to sleep? "Then how can you sleep?" asked Uchiha Xiao. "Come shopping with me tomorrow. We're getting married and there are still a lot of things we haven't bought." A hint of cunning flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Uchiha Xiao thought about it for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll let Lu Ming and Qing Feng Ning you handle government affairs tomorrow. I'll make a call. Tsunade nodded and released her hands. Uchiha Xiao smiled, stood up, took out her pager, dialed the number, and after 3 beeps, the call was connected, and Lu Ming's listless voice came from the other end. Hello? Lord Hokage? Is there anything I can tell you about? Asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's like this. I have something to do tomorrow, so you take Qing Feng Mingayu directly to the Hokage's office to handle government affairs. I'll give you a raise. Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Nara Shikoku was startled, then instantly perked up. No, Hokage-sama, on this first day you... Then he heard Tsunade's voice. Owl-sama, are you still not feeling well? Immediately, he took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and Uchiha Xiao covered his PHS and said, Tsunade, stop it. But what he didn't know was that Narakumari had very good ears. When he heard this, he swallowed his saliva. So that's what happened. The Hokage had serious business. After coaxing Tsunade, Uchiha Xiao said to Xiao Lingtuang, Lu Ming, I will pay you 3 times your salary and will definitely not treat you unfairly. Unexpectedly, Nara Shikoku smiled and said, it is my honor to share the worries of Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, please be busy first. Okay, Lu Ming, I knew you were the most reliable. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao hung up the phone and looked at Tsunade, who avoided his gaze. Okay, it's done, madam, what were you going to say just now? Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. Tsunade was just trying to be funny. Now that Uchiha Al had finished his call, she felt a little embarrassed. Go to sleep. Yes, Owl-kun, go to sleep. Uchiha Xiao laughed twice. This time it's my turn to be awake. Then he jumped on the bed and started playing with Tsunade, occasionally letting out exclamations. It's just a normal play, don't think too much about it. Chapter 234, Beautiful Woman. Hoshirama screamed. The two of them fought for a long time, and it ended with Tsunade admitting her mistake. I was wrong. I will never do anything weird or bad when you're on the phone again. Tsunade curled her lips, and Uchiha Al stopped seeing this. If she continued to make trouble, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He snorted coldly. Okay, we can go to bed now. Yes, Mr. Owl, I will listen to you as long as you stop tickling me. Tsunade blushed, bit her teeth lightly, and looked at Uchiha Al pitifully, but in her heart, she had another thought. Cricket. Uchiha Xiao, after you get married, I will kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. Haha, you're the best. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao covered himself and Tsunade with a quilt, said goodnight, and fell asleep in an instant. After a while, Tsunade called out twice, Owl-kun, are you asleep? Seeing that Uchiha Al didn't respond, she hit him on the top of his face, muttering in her heart, I told you not to bully me. I'll beat the shit out of you. But after just 2 or 3 hits, Tsunade sighed and lay down looking at the ceiling. 3 days, there's still a long time. As she was thinking, Tsunade closed her eyes and fell asleep. Period. The next day Uchiha Xiao stood up and saw Tsunade's bare thighs against his abdomen. He sighed and put his hand on her thigh and squeezed it. Tsunade frowned, then slowly opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Owl, greeting him with her usual greeting. Good morning, Owl-kun. Well, good morning, get up quickly, the sun is shining on your butt. As he said that, Uchiha Owl slapped Tsunade on the thigh. Tsunade blushed, said oh, and then stood up. Uchiha Owl was wearing a black inner layer and no outer robe. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao, this is the robe that Grandma prepared for you. It was made by Grandma herself. Take a look and see if it fits you, Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Okay Grandma, I'll be right out. Then Uchiha Owl gave Tsunade a wink. Tsunade received it and went to the closet to choose clothes. Uchiha Owl walked out and did not forget to close the door. Grandma, Uchiha Xiao felt a little embarrassed. He stayed overnight at a girl's house and let her grandma know. Uzumaki Mito covered his mouth and chuckled. Xiao, I understand everything. Come, try this robe. Uchiha Xiao couldn't be walking around the streets or shopping in his divine robe, right? Who would dare to ask for money? Uchiha Xiao nodded and took the robe. His eyes lit up. It was a black robe, his favorite color. He opened the robe and put it on. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. Uchiha Owl is really handsome. His black robe is patterned with waves and dragons. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He walks with the wind. Coupled with his 360-degree handsome face, I wonder how many girls he will charm. However, compared to the readers, they are far behind. The readers are the most handsome in the universe. I wish you all pass all the exams, good health, and all the best. Uchiha Xiao's eyebrows were filled with joy. He looked at himself and then smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandma. Your craftsmanship is really good. I like this style too." Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. Be alert when you go out and don't lose face. You are the Hokage now, the son-in-law of my Senju family, and the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "I understand, Grandma." Then he heard the door behind him creak open. Uchiha Xiao turned around and looked at Tsunade's outfit with his eyes widened for a moment. Tsunade tied her light yellow long hair into a bun with a red hairband, with her two willow-shaped hair hanging on both sides, revealing the 100 healing seal on her forehead. She wore a green slim-fitting short robe on the upper body and a goose yellow long skirt on the lower body, which just reached her ankles. She walked out slowly, holding a small palm leaf fan and wearing ninja cloth shoes. What a lady from a noble family. This made Uchiha Xiao gasp. Our lord, what's wrong? Doesn't it look good? Then I'll go back and change it." After saying that, Tsunade's face turned red and she wanted to go back to her room. Uchiha Xiao quickly grabbed her and said, No, it's very beautiful. I like it very much." He spoke haltingly and nervously. It was also the first time he saw Tsunade dressed like this, and he felt difficult to calm down. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Tsunade to take out this set of clothes. She vaguely remembered that this set of clothes was sent from the daimyo's mansion. It is said that there is only one such piece in the world. Its craftsmanship combines the skills of all the skilled craftsmen of the 5 major countries, and the material is silk that is exclusively used by the royal family. Except for the daimyo, not even a prince can enjoy so much silk. This shows Tsunade's status in the land of fire. Tsunade usually doesn't want to wear this outfit, but now she actually came out wearing this outfit. She smiled and nodded, then said, Xiao, you must keep an eye on Tsunade when you go shopping later. I don't know how many people will be charmed by my granddaughter dressed like this. If you don't keep a close eye on her, she will be kidnapped." Uzumaki Mito teased Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade. "Grandma. How could that be? I don't look down on anyone else. Besides, my Uchiha Xiao-kun is the most handsome man in Konoha, and the most powerful man. He is the only one in my eyes." Tsunade snorted, then grabbed Uchiha Xiao's arm. "Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Tsunade. If I lose her, I will cry to death." Uchiha Xiao smiled and did not object. "Tsunade, you too, keep an eye on Xiao. He is so young, handsome, strong, and at the pinnacle of power. I wonder how many people are eating this piece of fat meat." Uzumaki Mito began to tease Tsunade, who knew that Tsunade nodded seriously, glanced at Uchiha Xiao, pinched his arm, and snorted coldly. "Grandma, I will keep a close eye on Xiao-kun." Uchiha Xiao hissed and quickly expressed his opinion upon seeing this. "Grandma, please don't talk nonsense. I started from nothing. I was grateful to Tsunade for taking a liking to me and giving me a chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to grow to where I am today. Besides, my heart has long belonged to Tsunade. Apart from Tsunade, all the women in the ninja world are nothing but skeletons in my eyes." Uchiha Xiao expressed his opinion immediately with these words. Tsunade then let go of her hand and turned to rub the place where she had pinched Uchiha Xiao. Feeling sweet in her heart, Uzumaki Mito curled her lips and said, "Alright, you two, stop showing off your affection in front of me. Go away, it's bad luck." Uzumaki Mito sighed again. If only Hashirama could learn from Xiao. He's been acting like a fool all day. Just talking about this makes me angry. No, I have to go talk to him. After saying that, Uzumaki Mito walked angrily towards his and Hashirama's room. Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade looked at each other. "How about we go take a look? The two of them spoke in unison and followed Uzumaki Mito, ready to watch the show. Uzumaki Mito didn't stop them. He snorted coldly and pushed the door open. Then the voice of Teacher Tom came from inside. 6 chapters have been updated. Please give your love and recommend the novel. Urge for updates, add it to your bookshelf, and give a 5-star rating. The kid wants to be famous." Chapter 235. Ichiriko Ramen has a store now. Hearing the screams of Hashirama Senju from inside the house, Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade shrank their heads, looked at each other, and hurriedly left this place of trouble. Uchiha Xiao took Tsunade's tender white hand, ran to the door, pushed open the gate of the clan territory, and walked towards the street. "I never expected that the great Hashirama Senju, the god of the ninja world, would be brutally beaten by his own wife just because she didn't understand romance. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Uchiha Xiao didn't know that he just wanted to take the beauty beside him to go shopping, and Tsunade thought even less. As long as she was held by Uchiha Xiao's hand, it would be fine. She looked at Uchiha Xiao with a smile on her face. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows as if he felt something. He turned his head to look at Tsunade, only to see that Tsunade was smiling with her teeth showing. Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt an emotion called happiness lingering in his heart. It seemed that it would be fine to live in Konoha with Tsunade like this. Suddenly, he no longer wanted to be the Hokage and just wanted to be an ordinary villager. The two walked hand in hand onto Konoha's commercial street. The commercial street had changed a lot now. The original small vendors had seized the entrepreneurial opportunity proposed by Uchiha Xiao. Now they all have their own stores, and the Ichiriko ramen stall has also become a store. Through the glass door, you can see the hand with his eyes narrowed and a smile on his lips, stretching noodles there, as if just stretching the noodles makes him extremely happy. Uchiha Xiao nodded outside. No wonder he makes money. He is not only kind-hearted but also passionate about his work. Tsunade noticed that Uchiha Xiao's eyes and movements were all looking at Ichiriko ramen and suggested, "Owl-kun, why don't you go in and have some noodles? We haven't had breakfast yet." Uchiha Xiao came back to his senses and felt warm in his heart when he heard Tsunade's words. Tsunade thought he wanted to eat ramen because he was distracted by Ichiriko ramen, so she suggested it first. How considerate. Uchiha Xiao was a little touched. He nodded and said, "Okay." Then the two of them held hands, pushed open the glass door, and entered the Ichiriko ramen store. Because of their beautiful appearance, they immediately attracted the attention of most people. "Mom, that female ninja is so beautiful. Don't point at that, Tsunade-sama, you little brat. Why does that man in the black robe look so familiar? You're crazy." "That's the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Xiao-sama, coming to dinner with his fiancée. My dear, Hokage-sama also wants to eat Ichiriko ramen. I eat ramen too, and Hokage-sama also eats ramen. Does this mean you think it's beautiful?" The civil servants and workers who were originally at work were a little tired, but after seeing Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade, they immediately became energetic. Some civil servants even stood up and walked towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao had very good ears and could hear everyone's discussions. As expected, gossip was human nature no matter where they were. At this moment, he saw the civil servants walking towards him and Tsunade. He is a civil servant of the Hyuga family. His obvious white pupils and the Konoha uniform he wears tell everyone his identity. "Greetings to Lord Hokage and Mrs. Tsunade. My name is Hinata Fangin, a new surgeon at Konoha Hospital." Hinata Fangin's face was a little excited. Uchiha Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "Fang Yuan?" Then he shook his head. He wasn't from the Aburane clan, so it was okay. Tsunade blushed. Although she and Uchiha Xiao were close, they were not married yet. How could she become his wife? However, what Hinata Fangin said made her happy, and she nodded to Hinata Fangin secretly. "Well, hello, I'm Uchiha Xiao. Nice to see you here." Uchiha Xiao stood up, stretched out his hand, and extended his hand to Hinata Fangin with a warm face. Hinata Fangin was flattered and bent down, shaking the hand extended by Uchiha Xiao with both hands as a sign of respect. Uchiha Xiao patted his shoulder to signal him not to be so polite. After a brief greeting, Hinata Fangin took his leave, then returned to his table and continued eating noodles. "Huh? Lord Hokage seems to be very easy to talk to, huh? Don't you know? The Hokage-sama's appointments and rewards and punishments at the meeting yesterday were truly for the benefit of the people. Furthermore, the Hokage-sama is not arrogant towards villagers and grassroots civil servants. He only unleashes his mighty power towards corrupt officials. That's great. The fourth Hokage is so wise." There were many different opinions, but 90% of them were positive. Tsunade couldn't help but raise her nose higher and higher, thinking to herself, "He's my man, so of course he's excellent." The waiter heard the discussion and was startled. He informed the boss Xiao about it. Xiao was stunned, stopped stretching the noodles, washed his hands, and personally walked towards Uchiha Xiao's table with a menu and order book. Uchiha Xiao obviously noticed this inside. He was causing trouble for Xiao. Xiao was so busy with his work, but he still came out to entertain him in person. "Hokage-sama, you are welcome to our shop to eat noodles. Just tell me what you want to eat. It's all free." The hand typing was very smooth. He knew very well what he should do and what he should not do. "It's okay, just hand make it and bring your signature deluxe ramen. I suddenly miss your cooking skills. Here's the money, take it." Uchiha Xiao ordered 2 servings of deluxe ramen and handed over a silver note of 10,000 taels. This is too much, too much? 2 bowls of noodles shouldn't cost that much money. Xiao shook his head. Haha, just consider the extra money as a deposit with you. Come back to eat it next time you have a chance, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. This sentence made Xiao stunned. Saving money, this is a learned marketing idea. A lot of ideas came to his mind in an instant. For example, there are discounts for depositing money, and if you deposit more than a certain amount, you will get a bowl of ramen for free. If Uchiha Xiao could see what his hands were typing into his mind, he would probably exclaim, "Fuck, man, this is a VIP membership system. Not only can it pool a lot of money, it can also stimulate consumption." He first cleared his mind of thoughts. The more important thing at the moment was that Lord Hokage and Lady Tsunade were eating noodles in his shop. As the owner of the shop, he must entertain these 2 distinguished guests well, so he smiled and nodded. Please wait a moment, I'll go make ramen right away. He wrote down 2 servings of deluxe ramen, wrote down the marketing ideas he had just realized, and then washed his hands and kneaded a dough. He planned to make ramen for Uchiha and Tsunade first, and let the others wait. He thought no one would have any objection after all, compared with a small act of capriciousness on the part of the powerful. What does this matter? Soon, the hand beater came to the 2 of them with a luxurious bowl of ramen filled with meat and meatballs, and said with a smile, "Please enjoy your meal." 2 distinguished guests. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "There is no Hokage here, only diners. Don't be nervous about beating the store manager." Chapter 236, Catching the Criminals. Period. Isn't this the first time that Lord Hokage comes to my place for dinner? I'm a little nervous." He scratched his head with his hand and didn't plan to leave. Instead, he stood there waiting for Uchiha Owl's evaluation. Uchiha Xiao smiled, then picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the cod fillet. It was crispy in the mouth, with a hint of wine. After chewing, it was soft, fresh and delicious. After tasting the noodles, my eyes lit up. Not only were they chewy, but the fish flavor was rich and not fishy. The noodle soup was clear and not greasy. Sure enough, the boss's hand typing skills are really good. He has improved a lot compared to last time, Uchiha Xiao commented with a smile. Tsunade also took a bite of ramen and was immediately amazed. She didn't expect that Uchiha ramen would taste so delicious. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the best ramen. That's right, the ramen made by the handmade boss is the best ramen I have ever eaten. Tsunade was at a loss for words to praise, so she just followed her heart and said the 3 words, "the most delicious." The hand typed and chuckled, "As long as the 4th Hokage and Madame Tsunade like it, I'm still busy here, so I'll go back to work first." Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work. Go quickly and don't keep the diners waiting anxiously." He typed back, "Yes," and went back to making ramen. Everyone present heard the conversation between the 3 people, and they suddenly thought that Uchiha ramen was going to be a hit. Don't underestimate the celebrity effect. It's a trademark. If you use it well, you can make a lot of money. If you don't use it well, even if you can become popular for a while, it's just a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. Whether a restaurant can last long depends on its taste and the owner's exploration and dedication to food, rather than just relying on celebrity publicity while giving up the pursuit of food itself. This is putting the cart before the horse. Uchiha Owl and Tsunade enjoyed the luxurious ramen and discussed wedding matters in a low voice. "We're getting married in 2 days. Tsunade, are you excited?" asked Uchiha Xiao. "You ask even though you already know the answer." Tsunade snorted and ate noodles in a good mood. Her 2 little feet were shaking under the table, and her eyebrows were curved into crescents. "Who should we invite the day after tomorrow?" Uchiha Xiao was a little curious. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan must be invited, and then the other ninja clans will be invited. The seating arrangement will be the Sarutobi clan, the Hyuga clan, the Inoshikacho clan. The reason why the Sarutobi clan ranks first is because they produced a 3rd-generation Hokage. Therefore, out of respect, the Sarutobi clan is the first clan under the Uchiha Senju. This matter is reasonable. Uchiha Xiao nodded. As for the bride price, neither of them considered it. One was the Hokage and the 6th elder of the Uchiha clan, and the other was the princess of the Land of Fire and the princess of the Senju clan. Someone must have prepared the bride price. This is the son of a wealthy man. He doesn't need to consider the bride price at all. Secondly, they are well matched. The Senju and Uchiha are both powerful families in the Warring States period, so no one would think it is inappropriate. Soon the 2 bowls of noodles were finished, and they got up to leave. They pushed open the door and walked out. The sun is shining and the temperature is pleasant. Many shops have already opened. From clothing, food to daily necessities, all kinds of shops are arranged in an orderly manner and are very lively. Looking at this prosperous scene, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Konoha went from economic depression at the beginning to flourishing today, thanks to the support and assistance of the 4 major countries. I have to find some time to thank them. Uchiha Xiao was immersed in the prosperity of Konoha. At this moment, a quarrel broke out in front. Why are you arresting me? I don't accept it. Can the Uchiha clan arrest people at will? A man was pinned to the ground by an Uchiha ninja and struggled, cursing the Uchiha clan. Soon the crowd gathered, and it was quite lively. It was not that they thought Uchiha had done anything wrong, but that they thought this man was very brave. The crowd had long accepted the idea that the Uchiha clan enforced a law for the people, and did not believe that the Uchiha clan would arrest people at will. Uchiha Xiao pulled Tsunade along as they walked through the crowd, observing the scene. Uchiha Kiyoshi first showed his police ID, and then Hyuga Hisashi came out and said, Jounin Kenji-doin is a wanted criminal in Konoha. He has committed rape, murder, robbery, burglary, espionage, and organized crime. He has been wanted since the 20th year of Konoha. Hinata Hisashi took out a wanted poster and showed it to the crowd. The crowd was puzzled because the person on the ground looked different from the person on the wanted poster. Nonsense. I look nothing like the person on the wanted poster. You are wrongly accusing me. I will report to the Hokage and let him make the decision for me. Kenji Doitana roared. In fact, he was already sweating profusely. Damn it, it's been almost 20 years and the case was about to be closed, but he was arrested today. He just hoped that the 2 policemen were just fooling around. After all, there were so many people with similar body shapes and backs. Uchiha Xiao's eyes flashed. He was observing Kenji Doin's expression and found that his cheeks seemed to be paralyzed. Apart from his mouth being able to speak, he had almost no micro-expressions. This is very strange. Even the calmest person would have no micro-expressions at all. This person is weird. Tsunade frowned and said, Sir, is there any misunderstanding here? Uchiha Xiao pondered, I don't think so. Uchiha Queen is an old man and acts steadily. Moreover, Hyuga Hisashi is upright and observant. His white eyes have seen through the disguises of countless people. Speaking of disguise, Uchiha Xiao immediately understood. He activated his Sharingan and looked at Kenji Doimadoka. He found that there were some bulges on Kenji Doimadoka's mandible, which was obviously different in color from the skin around his beard. At this moment, he understood everything in his heart. He smiled and said, Tsunade, keep watching. It's very likely that we caught the right person. Tsunade nodded, then took Uchiha Xiao's arm and looked at the field. I saw Uchiha Queen pinning him to the ground and handcuffing him. This made Doiun Kenji anxious. Why are you arresting me? I don't look like the person on the wanted poster at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyuga Hisashi sneered, You look different? Look everyone. After that, Hyuga Hisashi walked forward and gave Kenji Doitano a small acupressure to seal his chakra flow. This made Kenji Doitano even more panicked. He originally wanted to use public pressure to make the 2 men retreat, but he didn't expect that the 2 men would be so brave. One captured him and the other sealed his chakra. If he really saw something, he couldn't even resist and could only curse and abuse in order to win the sympathy of the villagers. But the villagers didn't buy it. They looked at Kenji Tobiko with a teasing look in their eyes. Everyone knew that the Konoha guard was absolutely fair. Hinata Hisashi walked up to Kenji Doitano, squatted down, pinched his jaw and tore it upwards. With a swish, the human skin mask fell off, revealing his original appearance. Everyone's faces changed. It was none other than Kenji Tobiko himself. He looked 9% similar to the one on the wanted poster. Please like, urge for updates, give 5-star praise, generate power with love, and comment. Chapter 237 I will feel bad if I dirty your hands. Everyone was shocked. Transformation techniques were common, but human skin masks were rare. They watched as Kenji Tobiko was pinned to the ground and saw his various crimes that had just been introduced. The villagers showed disgust on their faces and threw the rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs in their hands at him. A sour, foul smell came from the air as for why everyone dared to vent their anger in this way without fear of being hated by Kenji Doi. It was because the crime he committed was too serious according to the laws set by Uchiha Xiao. This man is definitely dead. Since he's already dead, what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Uchiha Queen picked up the sealed Doin Kenji to block the rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves that were thrown at him, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. And Doin Kenji glared at the villagers and cursed in his heart, You damn troublemakers, if I'm lucky and alive this time, you all just wait for me. Hinata Hisashi narrowed his eyes and said loudly, villagers present, please stop. Hinata Hisashi has a good relationship with people. After joining the Konoha Guard, he was promoted quickly and gained a certain status in Konoha village. Even the Hyuga family respected him a lot. When everyone heard this, they immediately stopped and looked at Hinata Hisashi. They didn't understand why Hinata Hisashi didn't let them vent their anger. It was not like this in the past, however, out of trust in the Konoha guards, or in other words, trust in the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, they believed that the Konoha guards must have their reasons for doing things. Hinata Hisashi smiled and said, thank you all for giving me and the guard corps some face. I believe everyone has seen that Kenji Mito has committed countless serious crimes. He cannot escape the death penalty for multiple crimes. However, the look he gave you just now is clearly filled with anger, which means he wants revenge on everyone. Therefore, in order to prevent future troubles and implement the Hokage's ideology, those who kill must pay with their lives, and those who commit serious crimes must be put to death. Please step back, everyone. I'm about to sentence him on the spot. On the one hand, this will put an end to his crimes, and on the other hand, it will reassure everyone that a criminal like him will have no chance of revenge. The villagers' eyes lit up when they heard this, and they applauded. Well done, Captain Hisashi. Beheading him in public is the best outcome. That's right, the look in his eyes just now is so scary. If he hadn't died, I think many people wouldn't have been able to sleep well before he died. Kill him, kill this heinous criminal. Avenge the innocent. Everyone, please step back and don't get in the way of Master Hayashi's execution. The villagers had different opinions, but most of them advocated killing the criminal on the spot. After all, everyone was afraid that the criminal would escape and come back with a different face to take revenge on them, which the villagers could not accept. Fuck you, Hinata Hisashi, you have no power to judge me. If you want to sentence me to death, you need to go through layers of approval from the guard corps. You only have the power to enforce the law, not the power to dispose of things. What you are doing is illegal. Kenji Madoka understands the law. To be precise, a person like him with a serious criminal record studies the law because he wants to exploit loopholes in the law to protect himself. So far, what he said is correct. The villagers looked at Hyuga Hisashi worriedly, and even Uchiha Xiao was observing secretly. He wanted to know how Hyuga Hisashi would deal with the situation. At this moment Hinata Hisashi smiled. His smile was cold, with contempt in his eyes. The Konoha Guard serves the villagers and Konoha. This is an iron rule. You have now threatened the safety of the villagers. You are right. You must abide by procedural justice, but even if I have to give up this tiger skin, I will kill you on the spot for the safety of the villagers. Afterwards, I will report everything to Lord Hokage. At that time, it will be up to the Hokage and the higher-ups to decide whether to sentence me or not. After saying that, Hyuga Hisashi took out the katana he carried with him and walked towards Kenji In's face turned pale. Crazy, you are all crazy. If you don't follow procedural justice and kill people in the street, how big an impact will it cause? Do you know? Hinata Hisashi remained silent, still looking at him, while the villagers spoke up. Captain Hisashi, there's no need to implicate you for a scumbag. Yes, Captain Hisashi, we appreciate your kindness. You are a good officer. Please be patient and let the situation remain calm. If you take a step back, the sky will be clear. Captain Hisashi, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Xiao looked at all this and nodded. The officials have the villagers in their hearts, and the villagers will also hold the officials high and think about them coming from the masses, going back to the masses, using one's power to solve the villagers' problems and serve the villagers. This is the kind of official that Uchiha Xiao recognizes. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xiao pushed through the crowd and appeared in front of Hyuga Hisashi with Tsunade. Susanoo blocked Hyuga Hisashi's katana. Hinata Hisashi was stunned and looked at Uchiha Xiao, then his heart trembled. Hokage-sama. Hinata Hisashi knelt on the ground, his heart trembling. He was not sure what Uchiha Xiao meant at the moment, so he only said Hokage-sama. Kenji's eyes lit up, and he quickly crawled to Uchiha Xiao's feet, crying, Hokage-sama, please take care of your men. Killing people in the street is such a heinous act. I know I can't escape death, but I can't ignore procedural justice like this. Prisoners also have human rights. Kenji Tano is making trouble. Even if he dies today, he will strip Hinata Hisashi of his tiger skin. Uchiha Xiao glanced at Kenji Madoka, his eyes slightly cold, and sneered. Then he summoned Susanoo to grab Kenji Madoka and lifted him up into the sky. Then Uchiha Xiao turned around, patted Hinata Hisashi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Hisashi, you are right. Procedural justice is important, but for the safety of the villagers, all this is not important. I'm pleased that you can understand the official philosophy I'm talking about, but don't dirty your hands with this kind of scum, or I'll feel bad." Uchiha Xiao snapped his fingers. The golden red Susanoo arm suddenly exerted force, and Kenji-doi was crushed by you, and the white and red intertwined together and fell to the ground because the villagers were far away. The dirt did not get on them. Hinata Hisashi was stunned. He originally thought that Uchiha Al would punish him for his impulsiveness, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Al would stand up to support him and stand up for him. Uchiha Xiao looked at Hyuga Hisashi and sighed in his heart. He has the talent to be a good official, but he is too young. If someone catches him, his career will end here. Therefore, Uchiha Al chose to take action. His identity was Hokage and the former head of the Guard Corps. Whether before or now, he had the power to decide the life or death of a criminal and would not be caught by anyone. The villagers were stunned at first, then looked at Uchiha Xiao with fanatical eyes, shouting, "Long live Yongdame-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama, rid the people of this evil! We swear to follow Hokage-sama until death and support all of his ideals." The villagers may not have been educated, but they know who is good and who is bad. Those who had received education and intended to take the civil service exam narrowed their eyes and realized that Uchiha Al's purpose was to protect Hyuga Hisashi. Chapter 238, Protecting Talents and Discussing Marriage. After Uchiha Queen told him the purpose of Uchiha Xiao's actions in his ear, Hyuga Hisashi reacted and quickly said, "Thank you, Hokage, for standing up for me. This prevented me from going astray." Uchiha Xiao glanced at Uchiha Queen with a smile, and Uchiha Queen scratched his head and chuckled. The main reason was that he and Hinata Hisashi had been working together for a long time, and the two of them had a good understanding of each other. Period. He was shocked when Hisashi Hinata insisted on killing Kenji-doi Tano. He was about to speak up to stop him, but who knew that Hisashi would take the lead in justice and join hands with public opinion? What should he do, persuading Hisashi Hinata? Can the villagers not worry about their own personal safety, not trying to persuade him? Not trying to persuade him would become a lifelong stain on Hisashi. If someone were to pick on him in the future and use his immaturity as an excuse, it would be almost impossible for him to improve. But now, Lord Hokage took action personally, not only protecting Hinata Hisashi, but also resolving the villagers' worries and improving his status in their hearts. Killing three birds with one stone. You are worthy of being the Hokage. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't be impulsive in the future." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Hinata Hisashi said hurriedly. Uchiha Xiao reminded him, "By the way, don't forget to collect your bonus. After all, this guy is still very valuable." Uchiha Xiao pointed to the pool of blood on the ground, then he pulled Tsunade away from the scene. Hinata Hisashi and Uchiha Kiyoshi were responsible for cleaning up the bloodstains, while the villagers spontaneously picked up brooms, buckets and mops to help clean up. Hinata Hisashi looked at Uchiha Al's departing back, feeling emotional in his heart that Lord Hokage was indeed far-sighted and caring about his subordinates. He would definitely follow Lord Hokage for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Hinata Hisashi's eyes became firm. He took a deep breath, and made up his mind. Then he lowered his head and began to deal with the bloodstains. Uchiha Xiao was holding Tsunade's hand and walking on the street. At this time, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Mr. Owl, you are protecting Hyuga Hisashi, right?" Tsunade said with a smile, "Well, yes, there are too few people like this. They can be of great use in the future. If we don't help him today, it will be difficult to promote him in the future." Uchiha Xiao said slowly, "As expected, Mr. Owl is a gentle person." Tsunade smiled like a flower, tilted her head on Uchiha Owl's shoulder, and smiled without showing her teeth, looking like a lady from a noble family. Uchiha Xiao asked himself, "Gentle? Perhaps only Tsunade, a little fool, thinks that he is a gentle person, or perhaps he would only be gentle when facing his beloved woman and loyal and capable subordinates. As for enemies and criminals, he always suppressed them with thundering means. After all, he has at least 8,000 lives on his hands. How can such a person be gentle? If the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, the Iwagakure Village, and the Mist Village were asked to evaluate Uchiha Owl, they would all look to see if there were any people from Konoha nearby, for fear that Konoha would find something on them and send troops to attack them. I guess Tsunade is the only one in the ninja world who thinks Uchiha Xiao is gentle." Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly, looking at the picturesque beauty beside him, feeling happy in his heart. Tsunade put her arm around Uchiha Owl's arm, and the two of them walked in the street, talking and laughing. Looking at the bustling streets, they had smiles on their faces thanks to policy support, funding and supply of goods. The commercial street of Konoha village has a wide variety of food, clothing, drinks and jade from all over the world. The living standards of the Konoha villagers have quadrupled compared to when the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, left. Now, not only do they all wear gold and silver, they can also eat meat every day. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but sigh that sometimes if you want to be rich, it is very simple, just develop business. If you only rely on the little things in agriculture, you will never get rich in several lifetimes afterwards. The two of them bought jade and ate delicious food. The day was quite fulfilling. This was not only because they were about to get married, but also because they were in a good mood because they had material security. Both of them are wealthy, so when they see something they like, the only thing they have to do is buy it. Shopping brings joy, and this is not just talk. When it was dark, Uchiha Al sent Tsunade home, but found that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were also in the Senju clan's territory. The two were having a good chat with Uzumaki Mito and the Senju brothers. As Uchiha Al and Tsunade stepped into the clan territory, several people looked at them at the same time. Hey, isn't this our bride and groom back? Uchiha Izuna was the most unserious. Of course, since everyone around was familiar to him, he didn't need to disguise himself. Uchiha Xiao sighed helplessly. Grandpa, how old are you? Why are you still so frivolous? Uchiha Izuna sneered. You're getting married soon. Why are you taking your bride out shopping every day and still blaming me? You're getting married the day after tomorrow. Have you booked the venue? Have you bought a candy and wine? Uchiha Xiao was stunned. It seemed that his grandfather knew a lot about these things. Uchiha Madara slapped Uchiha Izuna on the back of the head. You're the only one who talks too much nonsense. Owl is the Hokage. He has so many things to do every day. How can he have time to think about these things? Aren't we here to discuss these things? Why do you always put pressure on the child? Uchiha Izuna felt aggrieved, and Uchiha Xiao was ashamed. Is he, the Hokage, very busy? How many things are there? Why does Uchiha Madara seem to be talking about Grandpa, but is actually criticizing the two of them? Uchiha Xiao muttered in his heart. Okay, Madara, the day after tomorrow is a big day for the Senju and Uchiha. Don't do anything. Two kids are watching us. Aren't you ashamed? Senju Hashirama spoke up to stop them. He couldn't help but be stunned when watching this scene. He didn't expect that the scene that could only be seen in fantasy or dreams would become a reality because of Uchiha Owl's existence. Madara and Izuna stayed behind, with his second brother also staying by his side, and with Mito by his side. Konoha grew stronger. If this is a dream, I hope God will never let me wake up. Hashirama sighed inwardly. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hashirama, crossed his arms, and snorted. Well, another tsundere. Senju Tobirama looked at this scene with a smile on his face, but soon his mood calmed down. Why don't we ask the children's opinions? You parents should stop talking on your own. Senju Tobirama interrupted. Uchiha Owl's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that among the 5 parents, the most rational one was the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade's second grandfather. Everyone then realized that it wasn't their wedding, so what if the children didn't like their arrangements? What would they do then? Then he looked at the two of them and said, whatever you two think, we still have to listen to your opinions. Tsunade blushed. I listen to our lord. I'll do whatever he says. The corner of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched. How could his eldest granddaughter be so completely dominated by Uchiha Xiao? She obeyed him in everything. It would be better to give the Senju clan land to Uchiha Xiao in the future. If Tsunade heard this, she would probably think about it carefully and finally make up her mind. There's nothing wrong with it, it's decided. Chapter 239 Frugality. Diamond Ring. Uzumaki Mito was very surprised by this. She had been taught that a daughter should obey her husband. She was originally worried that with Tsunade's hot temper, no boy would be interested in her granddaughter. She even thought about paying some money to her now. She felt relieved. Even she couldn't find any fault with Tsunade's petite and ladylike appearance. Instead, she felt that the two of them were a good match. Hashirama also thought that Tsunade was doing the right thing, as his granddaughter was just well-behaved. Uchiha Izuna supported Senju Tobirama's idea. He felt that girls should stand up. At this moment, he stood with Senju Tobirama. Tsunade, you have to stand up and not let this kid get too arrogant. A woman can't just listen to her husband when it comes to managing the household, Uchiha Izuna said solemnly. Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up, and it seemed that the naturally evil Uchiha Izuna didn't look so unpleasant at this moment. Uchiha Madara looked at Tobirama, then at Izuna and sighed helplessly. What a childish guy. A glimmer of light flashed in Tsunade's eyes, but it was quickly hidden. She smiled like a flower and said nothing, but she listened to what her second grandfather Inazuna said in her heart and thought in her heart. Uchiha Xiao said, "Let's hold the wedding in the village hall. It doesn't have to be too luxurious. Just make sure the clan leaders of each clan have seats in the hall and the clan members of each clan have places to eat." He didn't want to be extravagant, and as the Hokage, he should set an example and take the lead in frugality, but who knew that Uchiha Madara frowned and said, "No, the venue can be set in the auditorium, but our Uchiha clan has not fallen into poverty. Although you have your considerations as the Hokage, you are also my Uchiha Madara's eldest grandson, the most honorable Uchiha." Uchiha Izuna also nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao, even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider Tsunade. She is the princess of the land of fire and the Senju kingdom. The wedding only happens once in a lifetime. How can you be so careless?" Hoshirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki did not answer. They did not care about the scale of the wedding, as long as the young people were happy. Senju Tobirama nodded. He supported Uchiha Xiao's idea of frugality, based on the political stance of the second Hokage. If the Hokage is too extravagant, his subordinates will follow suit and learn this extravagant lifestyle. Then corrupt officials will continue to exist despite repeated bans. Instead of this, he thinks it is better to be frugal. Uchiha Xiao was helpless. He looked at Tsunade. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. She was not an ignorant girl. Naturally, she knew that their wedding had its pros and cons. However, as the wife of the Hokage, she should share the worries for her husband. So Tsunade stood up and bowed to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna to express her gratitude. This made the two of them feel confused. It was the first time that their grandson's wife bowed to them, and they seemed a little embarrassed. "Get up, kid." "Yes, granddaughter-in-law, we are all family, there is no need to formally greet each other." "Hurry up, get up," Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna hurriedly said, anxiety flashing in their eyes. "Grandpa Madara, Grandpa Izuna, I know you are doing this for my own good and don't want my wedding to seem too cheap." "I understand that." Tsunade expressed her thoughts without blushing or breathing heavily. A hint of tenderness flashed in the eyes of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Tsunade, her granddaughter-in-law, is still very understanding, but what came next made them feel a little uncomfortable. "I think it doesn't matter if two people get married in a luxurious way. As long as they truly get along and love each other, even if it's just a meal with their family, that's enough. So please, grandpas, don't make things difficult for Lord Owl. I, Tsunade, will be satisfied if I can marry him in this life." After saying that, Tsunade's eyes were filled with admiration. Uchiha Xiao was stunned, looked into Tsunade's eyes, and sighed. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? He grabbed Tsunade and kissed her forehead softly in front of everyone present, showing off to everyone present. This, Senju Hoshirama was at a loss. He didn't understand why Uchiha Owl suddenly kissed him. He scratched his head, looking confused. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna looked at each other, and finally nodded, deciding to let the young man handle the matter. Senju Tobirama sighed, then finally got up and went back into the house. Seeing this, the others stopped talking and went back home. Tsunade blushed. "You said you would just say what you wanted to say. Why did you kiss in front of so many elders? You have no shame." "Haha, it's natural for me to kiss my wife. Why don't you let me kiss you?" Uchiha Xiao said in a naughty way. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, "Kiss me, kiss me. I really can't do anything about you." After the two of them were together for a while, Tsunade was sent back to the room. While Uchiha Owl walked towards the clan territory, he felt a little complicated and felt sorry for Tsunade because he had listened to what Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna said. After all, Tsunade is the princess of the land of fire and the Senju clan. It is reasonable for him to give Tsunade a grand wedding, but because of the status of Hokage, somehow, the figure of Orochimaru flashed through Uchiha Owl's mind, and his eyes lit up. Yes, Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Uchiha Owl went to Orochimaru's laboratory. He knocked on the door. Uchiha Owl guessed that Orochimaru should not have slept yet. Sure enough, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Uchiha Owl said. "It's me, Uchiha Owl." When Orochimaru heard this, he hurried to the door, opened it, and welcomed Uchiha Owl in. "Hokage-sama, why are you here? Is there something important you need me to tell you so late at night?" Orochimaru said in a gentle voice. "There's no way. This is his financial sponsor. If I don't serve him well, how can I support him to continue his research? This technology geek invented refrigerators, televisions, mobile phones, and even a calculator. This technology tree is really crooked." After Uchiha Xiao came in, he slowly said, "There is a kind of stone called diamond. It is extremely hard and transparent. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This had been recorded in various books given to him by Uchiha Xiao before, and he had also bought some from merchants in the Iwagakure village. Hokage-sama, are these what you are talking about? Orochimaru walked to his raw material area, took out some transparent stones from a box and handed them over. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. This Orochimaru's laboratory really has everything. He looked at the one with the best quality, the highest transparency, and the least impurities and said, Orochimaru, I need you to help me grind, polish and cut this diamond and make it into this shape. As he said that, Uchiha Xiao handed over a drawing. On it was a drawing of the appearance of a diamond that Uchiha Xiao had drawn based on his memory. Orochimaru took the blueprint and was a little confused. Isn't this just a beautiful stone? He was a little confused as to why it was made like this. However, since the fourth Hokage had said so, he naturally had to obey. Yes, Hokage-sama. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Uchiha Xiao nodded and handed over the drawings of two rings with the specifications written on them. One had a nest on it, and the other had a dragon carving on it. Once the diamond is finished and placed in the ring with a nest, the other one will be unnecessary. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, I will pay you 100 million taels of silver as compensation, and you can distribute it as you wish. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will finish all of this in just one day. Uchiha Xiao nodded and left the laboratory. Chapter 244 Shadows want to watch the ceremony. The next day Uchiha Xiao got up and went to the Hokage's office. Even though tomorrow was his wedding day, as the Hokage, he had to stick to his duties, so Uchiha Xiao dressed up and went to the Hokage building. During the trip, many Konoha villagers took the initiative to greet Uchiha Xiao when they saw him. What the hell is Naruto? Morning, Hokage-sama. Hokage, these are freshly fried dough sticks. Take one. It's free, Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hands, thinking that strong public opinion is always a good thing. Then, surrounded by a group of secret guards, he walked into the Hokage building. The villagers on the streets also calmed down from the hustle and bustle and began to busy themselves with their livelihoods. When Uchiha Xiao pushed open the office door, he saw someone who had arrived earlier than him. The man was Naruto, who was sitting upright and reviewing documents. When he heard the sound of the door being pushed open, he raised his head and looked towards the door. This sight made the boss's eyes widen, and then he stood up and said respectfully, Hokage-sama, well, no need to be so polite. Thank you for your hard work yesterday. Uchiha Xiao walked to the table, looked at the more than 100 documents with the Hokage's red approval on his left, and nodded, as I should. If it weren't for the Hokage-sama giving me this opportunity, I wouldn't be able to hone my ability to handle government affairs. Moreover, the Hokage-sama is about to get married. As the Hokage's assistant, Lu Ming should share the Hokage-sama's worries. Naruto-Ume's speech is impeccable and even pleasant to listen to. Uchiha Xiao patted his shoulder and said, okay, there are only two of us in the office. There's no need to be so formal. After that, he poured a glass of water for Naruto and handed it to him. Hokage-sama. Naruto took the water with emotion in his eyes. There were too many government affairs yesterday. Because Hokage-sama was about to get married, envoys from various countries and villages were sent to watch the ceremony and send gifts. Therefore, Naruto has not slept for almost 24 hours and has been dealing with government affairs, and has not yet finished them. This is not Naruto's fault. There are really too many things involved. He has to cheer up, approve the details, and arrange manpower. Thank you for your hard work. Tell me some key points, and then you can go home and go to bed. Oh, by the way, remember to come to the ceremony tomorrow. You don't need to bring anything, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. He is quite caring towards his subordinates, let alone such capable subordinates. He took a look and found that there were more than 20 documents that had not been approved, which was enough for him to handle alone. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your consideration. I am very grateful. But please forgive me for not being able to comply with your request to attend the ceremony tomorrow without giving any gifts. Naruto bowed. Just kidding, everyone gives gifts, and if you don't, it won't work no matter how awesome you are. Forget it, don't make it too expensive. Uchiha Xiao waved his hand. Naruto bowed and agreed, but the amount of gifts he would give at that time was not certain. Okay, now tell me about the big thing that happened yesterday. Uchiha Xiao sat naturally on the Hokage's throne, crossed his legs, put his hands on his legs, and leaned back to look at Nara's Shikoku. Nara looming nodded and said, "Most of the things that happened yesterday were ordinary. There are only a few that I can't draw conclusions about." Looming handed the 4 documents on the side to Uchiha Xiao and continued, "When the 4 great nations heard that the Hokage was getting married, they not only sent huge gifts but also brought countless local specialties. However, there is one thing that concerns me a lot." Nara Shikoku murmured in a low voice, "Tell me in detail." Uchiha Xiao's face showed no sadness or joy, his eyes flickered with a thoughtful look. "I have responded to the matter of the envoys delivering gifts and attending the ceremony, but these 4 documents state that the 4 shadows will come to our village for a visit the day before the wedding, which is today, and participate in the ceremony tomorrow. I dare not approve this matter, but I believe that several people are already on the way. If Lord Hokage agrees, please approve it. Otherwise, if they come to our Konoha village and cannot enter, it will ruin our reputation." Nara Shikoku frowned. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows. These old guys and little monsters were mixed together. If they said they had no plan, Uchiha Xiao would not believe it even if he killed him. As for worry, that doesn't exist. Then send Oshirama Senju to keep an eye on Reikage, Madara Uchiha to keep an eye on Inoki, Izuna Uchiha to keep an eye on Shio and Yagura, and Tobirama Senju to keep an eye on Mizukage Kuruda Yagura. There is no need to say much about Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna and Tobirama Senju suppressed the 2 countries in the first place, but we can still hold our own against them. What's more, even the most powerful ninja in the ninja world can suppress Konoha. Uchiha Al doesn't know what he's afraid of. Really, how can I lose with this lineup? How can I lose? Looming, you go and approve it. Just say that I agree to let them watch the ceremony, but they need to control their hands and mouth. If they cause trouble, we will punish them severely according to the laws of Konoha." Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. "I welcome you to come, but if you cause trouble, I'm sorry, I have to teach you a lesson. It can't be solved without hundreds of millions of dollars in compensation. After all, murder and arson are the golden belts, and this incident can also be used to intimidate the 4 major countries, making them carefully consider the price of offending Konoha. Can they afford it?" Looming nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I will approve it immediately. Is there anything else you want to order?" Uchiha Xiao waved his hand and said, "No more, Looming, thank you for your hard work." Nara Looming nodded and gave Uchiha Xiao a slight okay. After dealing with the matter of watching the ceremony, Nara Looming breathed a sigh of relief. His straight back began to bend. "Tisk tisk, I'm so tired of studying in this class." Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene. What a good employee. After Naruto left, Uchiha Al called the Anbu and asked them to pass on tomorrow's arrangements to Uchiha Madara and others. Then he began to review the documents. When Uchiha Xiao opened them, he found that most of them were trivial matters. What about the guy next door, Zhang-san, who went to the public toilet but didn't bring any toilet paper, so he pulled down the toilet curtain and used it as toilet paper? Not only did he not give any compensation, but he also turned around and asked why their public toilet didn't provide any toilet paper. Uchiha Al's face turned green. What the hell are these people doing? He, a Hokage, is supposed to handle all this? Is he crazy? But despite what he said, Uchiha Xiao was still seriously reviewing the documents, but he was muttering something, as if he was a little dissatisfied. After about 3 hours, Uchiha Xiao finished approving the documents, put them away, and then stretched. Although it is a trivial matter, it is still a waste of time to deal with. Just as he was thinking about the specific events of tomorrow's wedding, the door was suddenly pushed open. "Hokage-sama, the cages of the 4 great nations have arrived and are standing outside the village waiting to be received by Hokage-sama," Uchiha Xiao said and stood up and walked towards the village entrance. Chapter 241, The Mission of the Anbu. Uchiha Al walked towards the village entrance, followed closely by the Anbu captain Hatake Tsukumo holding a sword, and behind him was a group of Anbu ninjas. Some followed Uchiha Al, while others moved around the houses, looking for the best foothold and observing the situation. If anything went wrong, they would release flares. Then he rushed forward and fought desperately to ensure Uchiha Xiao's safety, even if it meant exchanging his life for injury. Maybe they are not as strong as the cage-level strongmen in terms of strength, and they are exchanging death for injury and using their lives to buy time for Lord Hokage, but they came with a mission. They are the most respectable group of people. Moreover, after Uchiha Al came to power, he changed various welfare benefits so that they can have no worries and fight to the death. Compared with a cage-level strongmen, most of them are as powerful as mayflies. When they draw their ninja swords and rush towards the invincible enemy, It means that their lives have entered the countdown. Little did they know that before becoming Anbu, they had to undergo solid training step by step from being a Sharingan, and had to go through dozens of selections and life and death battles of all sizes. They had to work tirelessly and experienced countless dangers. Eventually they became members of the Anbu, and they were proud of themselves because they were elites, ninjas who stood out from thousands and tens of thousands of ninjas, who could protect the Hokage and use their abilities to contribute to their hometown. However, this also means that their lives are on countdown, and every day may be the last day, so when they work, they all put their heads on their pants. No one knows who will die in front of them in the next moment. They have only one mission in their hearts, which is to protect the Hokage, protect the villagers, and protect the future of Konoha. This is the life of an Anbu. Doesn't it sound ridiculous and stupid? But it is precisely because of the existence of such people who are not afraid of life and death, that the wheel of history continues to move forward, and history becomes more rich and exciting. Although their lives are not as exaggerated as those of mayflies, which are born and die in the same day, they have found the meaning of their lives and are not living in a muddle. Perhaps the value of life lies not in its length, but in whether it is lived fully with a lifespan of 100 years. Have we ever truly survived under the influence of external substances? The figures of the Anbu swayed in the cold wind, the bloodstains on their swords becoming their epitaphs. Maybe they are about to die in the next moment, but there are still people like them who keep working hard to become Anbu ninjas, repeating what they have done just like we are repeating our own things. The difference is that they came with a mission and died after completing it. They knew why they were born and why they died. While we are still on the road to finding the answer, Uchiha Xiao knew the mission of these Anbu members and cherished the lives of Anbu members, but he could not stop them from realizing their ambitions for them. Uchiha Xiao chose to respect them and to improve their treatment so that their families could live a peaceful and happy life. Just when Uchiha Xiao was lost in thought, Hatake Tsukumo behind him suddenly said, "Hokage-sama, the village entrance is ahead, please be careful." As he spoke, he walked up to Uchiha Xiao, pulled out the white fang from his waist, and looked forward with a serious expression. When Uchiha Xiao saw Hatake Tsukumo's expression, he couldn't help but be stunned. And suddenly he smiled with relief. He didn't let him retreat, but chose to respect him and let him walk in front. Soon, Uchiha Xiao and Hatake Tsukumo saw several figures at the entrance of the village: Sand Village, Xiao and Yakang the Hidden Mist Village, Kiruta Yagara the Hidden Cloud Village, the Third Hokage, and Young Master Ai Iwagakure Village, two scales of Inoki, and Lois. Several people were arguing and slandering each other at the entrance of the village. Suddenly, they stopped and looked towards the gate of Konoha village together. Hatake Tsukumo walked in front with a solemn look on his face, while Uchiha Xiao followed behind with a smile, staring at them. As long as they did anything, he would suppress them with thundering means. Several people cheered up at the same time, because they all came here with a purpose. Some came to repair the neighborhood relationship, some came to ease the previous atmosphere, and some came to seek alliances and discuss ancillary issues. It was Granny Chiyo who spoke first. She smiled and said, "As expected, heroes have always emerged from youth. At such a young age, you are unrivaled in strength, and even became the fourth Hokage. I would like to congratulate you, Chiyo, who experienced the Second Shinobi World War, witnessed with her own eyes the annihilation of nearly 70% to 80% of the Sands village's manpower." She also heard about Uchiha Xiao's growing strength, his defeat of Iwagakure, his battle with the Hokage, and his conquest of Mist Village. She had already accepted her fate. As long as Uchiha Xiao was there, Konoha would be the strongest in the ninja world. What's more, Uchiha Xiao also resurrected Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, so Chiyo no longer had the desire to compete. So she came here this time to form an alliance with Konoha. "Thank you so much, mother-in-law Chiyo. You have turned the tide and saved the dying Sands village. You are a heroine who is as capable as any man," Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. He doesn't mind showing kindness to those who show kindness to him. Respect is mutual. Since you respect me, I won't embarrass you in front of everyone. The Third Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village twitched his mouth. He didn't expect that Chiyo of the Hidden Sand Village was so talkative at such an old age. He almost believed that Inoki also stood up at this moment. "Mr. Xiao, it's been a while since you helped us avoid the Thunder Earth War last time. How have you been recently?" "Well, Lord Tsuchikage, you are still strong and energetic despite your old age," Uchiha Xiao replied. "At that time, I knew that you would become a great man in the future. Look, now you have become the shadow of the village, in charge of the affairs of the village," Inoki said with a smile. Period. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Tsuchikage. I still have a lot to ask you about village management. I am considered a junior in front of you." Uchiha Xiao's answer was perfect. This made Inoki couldn't help but sigh. At such an old age, having inherited the position of Hokage, he was still able to be humble and cautious. He was really jealous of Konoha, Mr. Oki. Everyone knows that I, Inoki, am a peace lover. I apologize for any offense I may have caused you before. I hope you will forgive me." Inoki bowed. The third Hokage's eyes almost popped out. "Didn't we agree to cause trouble beforehand? Why do you all have this attitude after you arrived? Am I the only one who believed this? Are you guys here to mend fences with Konoha?" Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Let's let the past go. We can't always live in the past, right? 5 more today. Please use your love to generate power, comment to urge for updates, and give 5-star praise. My dear friends, recharge me with love." Chapter 242, Lust Leads to Disaster. The third Hokage had a sour face and said nothing, and so did Yagura Kuruda. One of them lost the two-tailed Jinchuriki, and the other lost two-tailed beasts. In any case, neither of them could laugh. Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything about this. "It's none of my business whether you say it or not." Afterwards, Uchiha Xiao brought the 4-Hokage into the village and first took a stroll around Konoha's commercial street. The stalls and stores were filled with a dazzling array of goods. The villagers walking on the street had happy smiles on their faces, which did not seem like a disguise. The 4-Hokage believed that the information of their arrival must not have been made public, because when the villagers saw them, they only called Uchiha Xiao Hokage-sama. He looked them up and down as he would look at ordinary people, and didn't have any other reaction. Looking at the prosperity of Konoha, the 4-Hokages were filled with envy. Thinking of the desolate streets in their own hometown, they couldn't help but feel curious. Uchiha Xiao introduced Konoha's industry to them with a smile on his face, and the 4-Hokage nodded from time to time, either in approval or asking Uchiha Xiao how to govern and how to support it. Uchiha Xiao smiled but did not answer. The support policies and legal regulations he implemented were the essence passed down from the great country in the previous 5,000 years. How could he tell them casually? The few of them were also tactful. Seeing that Uchiha Xiao had changed the subject, they stopped asking questions and instead wrote down what they saw and slowly figured it out. After returning, who in power would care if their fellow villagers lived a better life? It was not until noon that they had finished shopping in half of the commercial street. Some of the things there were familiar to them, while some were not. They looked very novel and practical. However, it's time to eat. I guess a big country like the Fire Nation should provide top-notch food, right? This is indeed the case. The 5-Hokage were led by Uchiha Xiao to a restaurant, which is a business of the Uchiha clan and is called Guifin. It is usually famous for its expensive, luxurious and delicious food. Uchiha Xiao adjusted his menu, mainly thanks to this system. He spent several thousand points to exchange for a recipe, most of which were dishes from his previous life. It covers fish, meat, vegetables, and wild delicacies, and focuses on large quantities and deliciousness. This meal is free of charge, which is considered as an advertisement for this store, expanding its business territory in the future, and laying the foundation for sending people to open stores in Shikoku in the future. The boss of Guifang was waiting outside the door, because after Lu Ming left the Hokage's office, he informed him that there was a big order today and he must seize it. The people who came were Hokages from various countries. Therefore, from around 10 o'clock, he took the Uchiha in maid uniform out to greet them, and finally saw the Hokage and 4 tall, short, fat and thin people with unique temperaments walking towards them, talking and laughing. "Welcome to the Guifang restaurant. Please move to box 0001 of Paradise on Earth," said the boss with a smile. Afterwards, except for the Hokage, each person was equipped with a maid to lead the way. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. "I have fought in battles all my life, but I have never received such treatment as expected. The upper beam is crooked and the lower beam is crooked." The young master stared at the Uchiha maid's chest and waist with a squinting look, thinking to himself, such a tender girl is not common in the Hidden Cloud Village. Most of the women in the Hidden Cloud Village have dark skin. Perhaps because the terrain is high and the exposure to sunlight is strong, most people have dark skin. Such white hair is rare in Konoha. Just as Gongzi Ai was about to touch it, the male waiter and security guard of the Guifang restaurant opened their Sharingan and warned him, "Mr. Hokage, please respect yourself." The store manager opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan with a stern look on his face. Gongzi Ai's mouth twitched and his face turned red. He was so embarrassed. Who would like to be caught on the spot? The third Hokage's head was bulging with veins. If this were to happen, he looked at young Master Ai with a face full of disappointment. It would be a disgrace to the whole country, right? The third Tsuchikage sneered. I didn't expect the Raikage to be so bold in love and hate, and not shy about it. He is a role model in the ninja world. Wang Tu also crossed his arms and looked at Gongzi AI. As a fellow son of Shadow, he looked down on Gongzi AI. This behavior undoubtedly lowered the status of their second generation of Shadow. What level? A second generation movie star like me? A worthless person with no brains, only thinking with the lower half of his body. Granny Chihaya remained calm, but Yukang looked at the third Raikage and young master AI with disgust and disdain. Tisk, like father, like son. Yagaragoji glanced at them, retracted his gaze, and moved away from the two people from the hidden cloud village. This kind of person would be an eyesore if he looked at them for one more moment, and would explode if he looked at them again, and would melt if he got any closer. Uchiha Xiao turned around, his smile gone, his face now frosty, and he said calmly, Master Raikage, if you can't control your lower body, I don't mind confiscating the tools you used to commit the crime. At the same time, the eternal Mangekai of Sharingan's pupil power and chakra far exceeding Hashiramas were released. Everyone felt that the air was distorted, and a strong sense of oppression descended from the sky, making them unable to straighten their backs, especially young Master AI. While the others were just affected. He was also the main target. His face was pale at the moment, and it was difficult for him to straighten his back at this moment. The third Raikage resolutely stood in front of young Master AI to share the pressure with him. Father. Guangzi AI's face turned pale and he regretted his previous frivolous behavior. He should have thought of it earlier that the current Hokage is Uchiha Xiao. Who was Uchiha Xiao? He was a ruthless killer. Furthermore, this shop was clearly owned by the Uchiha clan. He was truly blinded by lust. Uchiha Xiao, I'm sorry for my son's disrespect. Please forgive him. The third Raikage was under tremendous pressure and couldn't even finish his words. Uchiha Xiao was silent for a while, then withdrew his chakra and pupil power, snorted coldly, if it happens again, no one can save him. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao turned and walked towards the box. There were no more maids serving the Raikage and his son. Even the maids from other countries stayed away from the people from the hidden cloud village, for fear of being molested by them. The third Raikage AI helped his son up, and after everyone left, he glared at him fiercely. If it were at his own home, he would have slapped him in the face, but he had to at least give his child some face in public. Gongzi AI's face flushed red, he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. He now knew the negative impact of his obsession, therefore, he was a little reserved at the moment. The third Raikage was even more angry when he saw AI's little girl's attitude. He could no longer hold back and slapped her. I don't blame you for looking at women. It's nothing. Everyone loves beauty. But your attitude makes me feel ashamed. After saying that, the third Raikage AI dragged his son to the bathroom and gave him a beating. Chapter 243, The 5 Cage Summit, Part. After a scream, the third Raikage carried Master AI upstairs and found the private room. It must be said that it was quite luxurious. The Hokage sat in the main seat with Hatake Tsukumo standing beside him. On his left was the Tsuchikage, on his right was Chiao from the Sand Village, further back was Yagara from the Mist Village, and finally there was a seat near the door, which was the seat of AI, the third Raikage from the Cloud Village. The corner of the Raikage's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chiao. How did you have the nerve to sit on the Hokage's left and right arms? It's okay for Inoki on the left, but how could you be on the right? However, thinking of his disappointing son, Lei Ying AI didn't intend to argue anymore. He pulled out a stool and sat down like an old man, his right hand resting on the white table highlights his blackness or the whiteness of the table. Seeing this, Uchiha nodded, then clapped his hands. Papa. Two people walked in from outside the door. They were the two secretaries of Uchiha Xiao when he was in the guard corps, Nara Kingfang and Nara Mingayu. Before we eat, I have one announcement to make. The second 5-Cage Summit will be held in Konoha. Does anyone have any objection? Uchiha Xiao rested his chin on his hands and said in a deep voice. The 4 Cage were stunned, first in disbelief, then nodded helplessly. Originally, their purpose of attending Uchiha Xiao's wedding was to ease the tension with Konoha. Now, convening the 5-Cage Summit, although not on the land of iron, was somewhat controversial. However, due to the current strength of Uchiha Xiao in Konoha, several people had to obey. Since everyone has no objection, let's start the meeting. First, let's discuss the summary of the Second Ninja World War. Nara Kingfang handed the document to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao took the document. It was obvious that all this was prepared, but he took the opportunity that everyone was in Konoha to announce the result in advance. First of all, it was the Sand Village that provoked a war against Konoha for no reason. Konoha Village was forced to respond and fight back, and ultimately won. Does Grandma Chiyo have any different opinions? Uchiha Xiao looked at Chiyo with a smile. Chiyo's face froze, and then she forced a smile. Yes, you are right. It's my Sand Village's problem. She lowered her head and forced a smile. What else could she do? Would she lead the new ninjas of Sand Village, now numbering less than 6,000, to fight Konoha Village? Stop it. Would she really stop until the village was annihilated? Chiyo no longer has any desire to be competitive, or rather, she no longer has any desire to covet her neighbor. Uchiha Xiao is now at the pinnacle of the ninja world, the T0 version, not to mention that there are also Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, both T0. There are even two T1s, one is Uchiha Izuna and the other is Tobirama Senju in their Sand Village now. They only have T2 Yukang and Chiyo, and the soon-to-pass-away Master Bunfuku who can barely be considered T1, and that's the kind of T1 that's ranked low, so just be humble and submit. The expressions of the other countries were different. Looking at Chiyo from Sand Village, they felt a little pity. In fact, they also received a battle report. It was really not Chiyo's fault. It was mainly because the third Hokage was too treacherous. A group of people died, and he went up again and got himself involved. This is a complete pig team. Uchiha Xiao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Chiyo's reaction, so he continued, however, considering that the Sand Village has admitted its mistake in a good manner, Konoha will not pursue the matter. We plan to redraft the agreement, hoping that the two countries will maintain good relations and avoid war. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage. Our Sand Village is willing to accept your arrangements. Please show mercy. Chiyo sighed. This was all she could do. There was no other way. The Sand Village was poor and she had no money. She could only risk her reputation and pray that Uchiha Xiao would ask for less money, of course. Since we have formed an alliance, we will not make things too difficult for our allies. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows, and then asked King Fang to hand over the agreement that had been prepared long ago to Chiyo of Sand Village. Chiyo opened the agreement and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after reading it from beginning to end. An annual payment of 10 million taels of silver for 10 years was still acceptable. The key point was that it also stated that the Sand Village was protected by Konoha. She valued this sentence, so she didn't say much, took out Feng Ying's seal, stamped it, and then signed. I hope that if Tsunade encounters difficulties in the future, Konoha will be willing to support it. Chiyo held the agreement in both hands. No one knew what was written in the agreement between Konoha and her. However, seeing this, it seems like it's something like allies helping each other, of course. From now on, Konoha will not intervene in what the Sand Village can handle. As for what the Sand Village can't handle, just let us know and Konoha will stand up for the Sand Village. As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, Chiyo was overjoyed, while the other three Kage had gloomy expressions. This agreement seems to have a great effect. It can actually make a veteran like Chiyo happy and make Uchiha Xiao make such a big promise. If they have the chance, they will try it again after the Sand Village was dealt with. Uchiha Xiao looked at Inoki, and Inoki's heart skipped a beat. Here they come, Inoki. The Iwagakure village broke the agreement and sent troops to Konoha. Konoha had no choice but to defend itself, and finally won after a difficult battle. Uchiha Xiao lied without blinking, leaving Inoki completely confused. What the hell? Defense? Using immortal technique, True Thousand Hands, Topoda defense? In that battle, he nearly got himself killed. If it weren't for the Iwagakure ninjas who risked their lives to protect him, the battle would have been a bloodbath. I'm afraid that the Iwagakure village has been swallowed up by the Kumagakure village. However, Inoki only dared to say these words in his heart, and he was still not very brave to do it in public. Just as the third Hokage Inoki stood up and prepared to bargain and debate with Uchiha Xiao, suddenly the door of the box was kicked open. Hey, grandson, you called me here. What's the matter? Uchiha Madara, wearing the red armor of the Warring States period, rushed in. Inoki, who had just stood up, looked tense and glared at the boss, then sat down. The other four Kage gasped, especially Chiyo, who had seen Uchiha Madara before, and Inoki was trembling all over at the moment. The only time the guy made him give up the will of stone in his heart appeared in front of him, and he looked much younger than him. Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect that he was really resurrected. Inoki's trembling voice came out. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. Oh? Someone actually called him by his full name? He glanced over. Who are you? To be honest, There were very few people that Uchiha Madara could remember. Madara, I am the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Inoki roared and looked at Uchiha Madara with 7 parts fear and 3 parts anger. Oh, you are the kid from back then. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. And you even became that Tsuchikage. How is that guy Wu? Uchiha Madara said casually. Period. Chapter 244, The 5-Cage Summit, Part, Wu is dead? How did he die? Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. Wu's dust release was considered a unique skill at the time. He could instantly release dust release with a push of his hands. He was considered a hefty zero-strong man, but I didn't expect him to die. What a pity. Inoki looked at Karuta Yagura with hatred, but Karuta Yagura just glanced at him without caring. The second-generation Mizukage, the one with a mustache, ambushed him and died. So, there's still a battle between Iwagakure and Kurigakure to be counted. Inoki's voice was trembling. Haha, Lord Tsuchikage is so arrogant. I haven't even settled the matter with you about our Lord Hazuki Jinjetsu being ambushed by your second-generation Tsuchikage Mew, and you're the first to bark. Karuta Yagura's strength is unknown, but he's good at talking, and he won't tolerate a little potato like you. Inoki immediately slammed the table and said, asshole, if you don't agree with me, come and fight me. If I don't beat you to pulp, I'm not Inoki. Inoki, please be careful. This is Konoha, not your Iwagakure village. Uchiha Owl stared at Inoki with a fierce look in his eyes. That's right, kids are just kids. No matter how many years pass, their strength doesn't increase much, but their temper is very bad. Uchiha Madara stood up for his eldest grandson. Inoki suddenly wilted, but with hatred in his eyes, he looked at Karuta Yagura. Karuta also looked indifferent. Now that the two-tailed beasts of his village were in Konoha, no matter what, Konoha couldn't just stand by and watch him get eaten. Right, in fact, it is true. Uchiha Owl will not allow that Tsuchikage and Yagura Karatechi to fight, especially in Konoha, the day before his wedding. Even if Inoki launches an attack on the Hidden Mist Village in the future, Konoha will most likely help the Hidden Mist Village and deal with the Hidden Iwagakure Village. Since ancient times, the weak have been supported to fight the strong, and then the strong have been weakened and the weak have been restricted. This is the way of fighting of capitalists, and Konoha is quite wealthy. Inoki was thinking, I can't beat Uchiha Owl, I can't beat Uchiha Madara, and I can't even beat you, the fallen Kurigakure? The Raikage didn't say anything, but was watching the joke. It was really funny, and he kept praying in his heart for a fight. As long as the Iwagakure village sends troops to attack the Mist Village, then my Cloud Village will destroy you. The Iwagakure village. Inoki glanced at the third Raikage and felt a chill in his heart. It was this bastard who stood in the way, otherwise he would definitely choose to avenge his master and massacre the Hidden Mist Village now. After he figured everything out, he suddenly lost his temper and looked at Uchiha Owl. The Hidden Rock Village, have no objection. While speaking, he glanced at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded, which finally put Inoki's heart at ease. Then he looked at Uchiha Owl with some expectation in his eyes. You even protected the Sand Village, so you can protect the Iwagakure village too, right? Uchiha Xiao smiled, took out 2 more agreements, and handed them to Inoki. Inoki took them and glanced at the Iwagakure village agreement. 100 million taels of silver per year for 10 years. You little bastard, are you robbing me? He looked up with an incredible look on his face, and was also curious that the Sand Village could actually come up with it. Uchiha Xiao was not in a hurry and gestured for him to look at another agreement. Although Inoki was confused, he still opened the second book. It said, the Hidden Cloud Village, 300 million taels of silver per year, for a total of 10 years. In an instant, his back straightened up, and he no longer felt that it was excessive. He then looked at the protection agreement. Suddenly, I felt that 100 million a year is not a loss. Anyway, Iwagakure village is rich in mineral resources, so this amount of money is nothing. But if the Hidden Cloud Village doesn't buy it, then he will send troops to attack the Hidden Cloud Village. By then, Konoha and Sand Village will be his allies. So what if you have 3 thunders? So what if you can resist the tailed beast head-on? Rubbish, I have no objection from the Hidden Rock Village. He took out the clay seal and stamped it on it, then signed his name. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. A big client. Then, Uchiha Xiao was about to criticize the Hidden Mist Village, but Kyuju Yagura said, stop, I don't want to hear that. Just tell me how much it's going to cost per year and how long it's going to take, and I'll pay it. Lord Mizukage is still straightforward. Uchiha Xiao handed over an agreement, which stated that it would pay 100 million taels per year for 10 years, and Konoha would provide protection services. Without saying a word, he took out the Mizukage seal and signed it. I hope that Lord Hokage will uphold justice and protect my weak mist village in the future. Kuradochi Yagura didn't feel any pain, but just looked relaxed. Of course, Uchiha Xiao laughed, and the third Hokage who was sitting at the door was panicked. What did that mean? How come they all had the protection of Uchiha Xiao and Konoha? Why doesn't our Cloud Village have it? This is not a good sign. If the four countries unite to attack Cloud Village, how can the eggs in the nest be safe? So he quickly stood up and asked, I wonder, Lord Hokage, does my Cloud Village have an alliance agreement? Uchiha Xiao's smile suddenly stopped and he looked at Gongzi Ai with an expressionless face. The third Hokage's pupils shrank, and then he slapped young Master Ai in the face in public. Bang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the box, and even Gongzi Ai was stunned. Dad, you hit me? Why? Gongzi Ai looked at the third Hokage with a confused look on his face. You beast, you only know how to flirt with other women all day long. Do you think you can covet the women of the Uchiha clan? Do you think you can touch the women of Konoha? Why don't you apologize to Lord Hokage right away? The third Hokage blushed. Me. Gongzi Ai originally wanted to retort and rush out, but he found that the other three shadows were all smiling and looking at him with desire in their eyes, as if they hoped that he would say something out of line. The third Hokage was almost furious. He slapped him again and asked him to apologize. Gongzi Ai took a deep breath, then bowed and shouted, I was wrong, Hokage-sama, I shouldn't have been tempted by beauty. Please forgive me. The other three Hokages looked regretful and sighed, as if they felt sorry, while the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Uchiha Xiao eagerly. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, it's just youthful vigor. Just discipline him more. Of course, Hokage-sama, you have it too. As he said this, he threw the agreement to the third Hokage instead of handing it to him, obviously dissatisfied with him, but the third Hokage did not dare to get angry seeing the annual payment of 10 million taels of silver for years. His heart trembled and he looked up at Uchiha Xiao, who was talking to Inoki with a smile. Finally, the third Hokage gritted his teeth, took out the Hokage seal, stamped it, and then signed. When Uchiha Xiao saw this scene, a smile appeared on his lips. Now, Konoha made a lot of money just by relying on the agreement fee. Konoha did not actually pay anything, but just maintained the stability of the 5 major countries. You can get so much benefit. Alice, what should you do? Afterwards, Uchiha Xiao looked at King Fang Mingayu, and they nodded, recorded everything that happened today, and put the agreement away. The next step was to serve the dishes. Due to work, I don't have much time to write, so I will only update 3 chapters. I hope you all like it. Urge me to update, like, follow, generate power with love, and give it 5-star praise. Thank you all. Chapter 245 Funny Hokage, Anbu Mission. After Uchiha Xiao finished talking, he asked King Fang Mingayu to tell the boss to serve the dishes. King Fang Mingayu took his leave and bowed with the agreement. Yes, Hokage-sama. Afterwards, the two opened the door of the box and walked out. Inside the box, there was laughter and joy, but the laughter came from Uchiha Xiao, while the voices came from the 4 Hokage. Then the door opened and a group of waitresses in cheongsams began to serve dishes with porcelain bowls and plates in their hands. First came the local cuisine, such as salmon sashimi, lobster and abalone. The eyes of the Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Xiao lit up at these, while Kuradochi Yagura glanced at them without any reaction. After all, he grew up on an island, surrounded by the sea, and ate seafood almost every day, so he looked down on these so-called precious seafood. Uchiha Xiao had the same idea as him. He actually traveled to this world and ate a lot of so-called precious ingredients, but he still felt it was too monotonous. It is either dipped in horseradish soy sauce or mustard soy sauce. It is okay at first and very fresh, but if you eat too much, it feels tasteless. I began to miss Chinese cuisine, such as the 8 major cuisines, the Manchurian banquet, and even stir-fried shredded potatoes, which are more delicious and flavorful than these. This is why, after he got the recipe, he actively supported Gu Feng's boss in starting his own business. Everyone looked at Uchiha Xiao, with eager pleading in their eyes, as if they could hardly hold back. Uchiha Xiao chuckled and said, please do as you please. After saying that, he picked up an abalone and started eating. Seeing that the host had picked up his chopsticks, the others did not wait and started eating too. After all, Inoki cared about his face, so he only took a bite or 2 of each dish and then put down his chopsticks. Grandma Xiao is in the same boat. She is old and although she loves to eat, she can't eat as much anymore, so she only tastes a little. As for Kuruda Yagura, he took a symbolic bite of scallops and then put down his chopsticks. He really had no appetite. There was plenty of seafood in the Water Kingdom. Only the Hokage picked up a plate of abalone and a dish of horseradish soy sauce and poured them into his mouth. His cheeks were puffed up while he ate. Like a happy little frog, Uchiha Xiao shook his head. Look at what a hard life the Hokage has to live. He eats by the plate. Oh, how pitiful. The third Hokage didn't care about all that and spent so much money. It would be too unfair if he didn't have enough to eat. Plate after plate of seafood, plate after plate of snacks, all went into the third Hokage's stomach. He burped. Obviously, he was too full. The corner of Uchiha Xiao's eye twitched. Could this thing be so delicious? It was either steamed or blanched. He really didn't understand why the third Hokage could eat it so deliciously. The third Hokage patted his round belly and laughed. Thank you for the hospitality, Hokage-sama, but the food prepared by your village is not enough. It's too stingy to only have enough for me to eat. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows nonchalantly with a provocative look in his eyes. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly and said, since Lord Hokage is willing to eat, then eat more. After all, these are just appetizers, and the real delicious food is still to come. After hearing what Uchiha Xiao said, the third generation Hokage changed from laughing to not laughing. He didn't understand why Uchiha Xiao didn't say it earlier. Or maybe his vision was too narrow, and he thought that was all. After all, in a plateau like the Hidden Cloud Village, seafood and vegetables were equally precious. The third Tsuchikage Inoki and Xiao of the Hidden Sand Village raised their eyebrows. They obviously did not expect that for the Konoha village. This seafood meal was just an appetizer. If the appetizers are so delicious, how luxurious should the main course be? Everyone was looking forward to it, including Kurodaji Yagura, who nodded. After all, Konoha village was the largest village in the ninja world, and he didn't believe that seafood was just their specialty. There must be more delicious food. Only one person, with a dark face, looked at Uchiha Xiao and said, why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? You should have said it earlier. This person is none other than the third Hokage, the green plate activist, the seafood lover and cherisher. However, he only dared to complain in his heart and did not dare to act rudely in front of Uchiha Xiao. The attendants from various countries sat at a small table nearby. Although it was not as big as the big table of the 5 Kage, it was more than enough to seat them. Moreover, the dishes are exactly the same as those of the 5 Kage, with no distinction between high and low, allowing them to enjoy the delicious food of a traditional Chinese restaurant. Afterwards, the girls and Cheongsam came in again, and this time the dishes they brought were different from the steamed and blanched dishes before. They were rich in color and fragrant, one look and one smell, and you know it's the most delicious thing on earth. Even a guy like Inoki, who is old and slippery, and full of energy and wisdom, couldn't help swallowing. It smells so good. I've never seen such delicious food or smelled such a wonderful aroma in my entire life. Inoki blurted out in a happy mood. Grandma Xiao nodded and said, that's right, that's right. That Tsuchikage is right. These dishes have completely overturned my understanding of food. As expected of Konoha, the cooking skills of this cuisine are simply at the pinnacle. Kuroda Yagura's original expressionless face now had a hint of a smile on it. Only the third Hokage seemed to want to say something but finally remained silent. The boss of Guofang introduced the main ingredients and names of each dish, which are obvious. As for other auxiliary ingredients, spices, and salt, he would not mention them. After all, this was the lifeblood of the Guofang Hotel, so how could it be leaked so easily? Moreover, although he was the boss, the real boss behind the scenes was Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao especially trained him before he opened the shop, telling him what he could say and what he could not say. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao was eating the food and nodded to him secretly. He smiled slightly, stopped explaining, and left. The meal lasted more than 2 hours, and in the end both the host and the guests were very happy, but one of the guests might not have been happy. Finally, Uchiha Xiao sent a few people to the inn of Konoha, and told Hatake Tsukumo, Anbu will be a little tired these 2 days, keep a close eye on these few people, and contact us immediately if there is any problem. As he said that, he gave Hatake Tsukumo the latest mobile phone developed by Orochimaru, taught him how to use the phone, called him, and then left. Hatake Tsukumo was a man of few words. After he nodded and gave the task, the eyes of the Anbu ninjas were full of determination. This mission must be completed well, because it is the first mission issued by Hokage since he took office, and they must prove their abilities. Therefore, a full 200 Anbu disguised as civilians were strolling around the streets, staying in the room next to them, observing from the building opposite, lying on the roof, and so on. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.